You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
in Leicester. Fourth and final day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Wales bringing you commentary. Richard Ray for the former, Eddie Bevan, Nick Webb for the latter. I'm delighted to say today we're joined by Rita Green as well, so you'll hear all sorts of different voices throughout what could be an interesting day. It might not necessarily be the most exciting cricket, but we shall see. Glamorgan about to resume their first innings on 446 for 8, a lead of 39. Leicestershire having been bowled out in their first innings for 407. So with just one day to go, and the pitch yesterday playing pretty well, then the odds very much in favour of the draw. But stranger things have happened, Eddie, as we know well from last year.
Yes, and I think Chris Cook in his interview last night alluded to it. He said, we'll go in there, we'll try to be positive, try and get as many runs as quickly, and have a go at bowling Leicestershire out. And as you rightly say, this time, well, not this time, last year, it was July, I think, Leicestershire had a session or so to hold out on the final day, and of course they were bowled out. But Glamorgan had that formidable opening attack of Michael Hogan and Michael Nisa then, both bowled beautifully, but there's no Hogan this year, and Glamorgan's attack is a little bit threadbare, but you know, pressure, scoreboard pressure, you just don't know.
Exactly that. So we shall see. It is a much cooler day than it was yesterday. Temperatures more like they were on days, well, not quite day one when it was absolutely Baltic, but day two was just plain chilly, and it's just sort of plain chilly today. There's a covering of high grey cloud, possibility of showers later on in the day. Most of the showers are away to the west at the moment, and certainly we're going to get a full morning, I would suggest, and much of the afternoon as well. We did our best to catch up overs lost on day one. On days 2 and 3 we lost 13 though yesterday to bad light, and it will be obviously just 96 today, or at least there or thereabouts. 16 in the last hour if we play the full last hour. Well, Chris Wright, who was admirable yesterday, 33 overs, 3 for 82, 9 of those 33 overs were maidens, will start for the Foxes from the Bennett end. He's going to be bowling to Andrew Salter, who is on 6. Salter waits with bat raised as Wright is in, bowls to him. He leaves outside off stump, not so very far outside off stump, but a safe leave nonetheless. The run rate throughout the innings has been more or less the same, 2.9, and 152 now 0.1 overs have been bowled, so it's been, not turgid is the wrong word, but Leicestershire bowled accurately, if not particularly penetratively, and made it hard for the Glamorgan batsman to score at a sort of rate that gives the captain a few more options. Wright is in, bowls, Salter is forward solidly enough, pushing the ball out into the off side. Is that Harry Swindles out there? Yes, it is. Leicestershire's, wicket keeper, who isn't in the side for this game, obviously Peter Hanscom keeping wicket. So he's acting 12th man now, so perhaps Louis Kimber and Will Davis have got other things on today. They've been the 12th men in place of the unfortunate Eddie Barnes, who's got a foot injury. In goes Wright, bowls, Salter's looking to drive, digs it out, puff of dust rather, as he off drives out as far as Vian Mulder, who is at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, you're talking about the run rate, Richard, yesterday, and again Chris Cook and Michael Nisa said how well they bowled at both of them, and it was difficult to score. And Wright has started off again, he's on the button. And with the ball not coming really onto the bat, it's not a quick wicket by any means, difficult to score when you're bowling as well as this.
Down the slope he comes and bowls. Salter driving, and he's going to call for the run here. Mulder throws at the stumps at the non-striker's end. 1 or 2 hands on heads. Mulder has his hand up to his chin. He thinks that might have been close. Swindles alongside him, put his hands into the air, but Salter pushed it slightly wide of Mulder, went for the run, and, well, he made his ground. We will never know whether he would have been out. It would have required a decision of umpire Watts, and then you never know what they're going to be. Chris Cook, The record-breaking Chris Cook is now on strike. You can tell us about Chris Cook's records because there's now 3 of them. In goes right and bowls. Cook is driving and he's got that one through the covers. That's a long chase round for little Harry Swindles. His legs pumping away, puts in the slide, picks up a deep extra cover, gets his throw away. Cook picks up 3 from his first ball. A mighty throw from Swindles. That was some throw. He overthrew the wicketkeeper from probably the longest boundary. The pitch is cut very centrally on this big ground, but that was a good 80 yards.
Terrific throw.
For a little chap, that was
and for a wicketkeeper.
Well, absolutely. When he gives old-fashioned looks to fielders who don't throw accurately, he's entitled to say, look what I can do. 3-2 Cook, he moves on to 124. 450 up for Glamorgan. The lead then 43 now. Right to finish his over is in. Bowls, and that's a LBW shout, but not from Chris Wright. Did too much, was going on down the leg side. Hanscom, behind the stumps, will appeal, did appeal, always appeals. So too did Ackerman alongside him, but Wright did not even bother. End of the first over, 451 for 8, and I think some of the shots in that over, Eddie, bear out what Chris Cook was saying about being positive. They went for the shots, tried to crack on.
So you discussed Chris Cook. Yes, he's been involved in a few record partnerships on this ground. Last year, of course, it was all about Sam Northeast's 410 not out. But Cook made 191 and was barely mentioned in dispatches, which and he's played so well. I think it was a chanceless innings and still is. I can't remember him. He was beaten once or twice, certainly. But it was a chanceless innings yesterday, and he's carrying on.
And he had to work hard, didn't he?
He did.
Wright made him really work hard.
And Nisa, who was a very attacking player by nature, he also had to dig in. And he probably was a little bit disappointed not to score 100, but 90 was a very, very good innings. Scriven then can share the bowling. Tom Scriven was bowled extremely well in this game. He's been bowling from this pavilion end, and he'll be bowling to Andrew Salter, who I mentioned yesterday did open the batting last year for the first half of the season, not with any success, but he was just filling in for Eddie Byram. Here's Scriven then running away from us, comes in and bowls now to Salter, and Salter plays it gently, firmly, and they don't get a run. 451 for 8.
One or two people on the stream are commenting that the stream and the comms are about 20 seconds out of sync. All we can suggest, and it does often work, is reloading or refreshing the page, and that does seem to...
Very low, and we're quite a long way away. Salter goes into double figures. He's on 11,455 for 8 as in comes Scriven and bowls again to Salter. Salter's on the back foot, plays it out into the covers, and there is no run. 124 to Cook and 11 to Andrew Salter, playing his first championship game of the season. Purely defensive field. There's a slip, a third man, a cover, extra cover in a mid-off on the offside. And on the onside, man on the long leg boundary, a deep mid-wicket and a mid-on wide and a straightish mid-on some 25 yards further back. Scriven comes in, bowls to Salter. Salter plays an indeterminate little poke at that outside the off stump and goes through to the wicketkeeper. So Glamorgan building this lead, 48 at the moment. I think they probably, my guess last night, Richard, was to bat for an hour if they could, and then probably get a lead of over 100, 120 and take a gamble, because Glamorgan are not going to lose this game anyway. Scriven is in, bowls to the right-handed Salter, who has to defend the back of a length delivery. Must apologise yesterday, inadvertently mentioned once or twice that record £211 run partnership. I kept, for some reason, saying it was the 9th wicket, and usually gets, I don't know if you've had this, once it gets in your head, you think it's the 9th, of course the 8th. record partnership for Glamorgan of all time.
Beating
95 years old, so you worked out.
1928 at Eastbourne.
It's a nice looking shot there, but straight to mid-on, a bit of a misfield, but Chris Wright just turns around, the ball's behind him. End of the over, 4:55 for 8. Ever worked at the Saffrons down at Eastbourne?
I haven't.
Lovely.
No.
As you can
I'm looking
imagine.
forward, and I've never even been to Eastbourne. I've got funnily enough, a triathlon there in about a month's time, so I may call in at the Saffrons. Is it still there?
Yes. I think they
don't-
played there
Sussex
last year.
don't- Did they?
I think they played one game
they?
there.
Because it was sort of their second ground became Horsham for a while, didn't it? Sussex. I've covered a few games at Horsham.
And there was one, Hastings.
Hastings,
unfortunately,
indeed.
and sadly, that is now a supermarket.
Oh,
that was by the sea, of course.
Might have a picture of it in this book that I have. I'll look at that when Eddie's next on commentary. In the meantime, Chris Wright to continue from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes to Chris Cook. Digs it out, rather, as it comes back in. From the back foot, pushes it out to his... to mid-on. Leicestershire's captain Lewis Hill there. Chris Cook is now a sharer in the partnership record for Glamorgan for for the 5th wicket, the 6th wicket and the 8th wicket. In 21, 22 and 23. So every year he sets a new record. In goes Right, and he nearly gave it away there with a slightly flat-footed attempt to slash the ball away through the offside. Didn't get on an edge, and it went through to Hanscom. Zero reaction from Wright, Hanscom, Ackerman, anybody.
Little tale for you about Horsham. We didn't have a line there because that was the only game they were playing, and they played in the middle of it, as we used to, a Sunday League 40 over game. And we had a caravan to work from, which was fine.
Wright is in and bowls tucked towards mid-wicket by Cook off Midland leg, but only as far as Michael Finan, who's fielding there.
Midway through the afternoon, and my Samraz and myself, we should have locked the caravan door. It opened, and this gentleman who had consumed a fair amount of ale came in and shouted in a large voice, "Can I speak to my mother? Can I say hello to her?" And I said, "I'm afraid you can't." And he was immediately hauled out by
I think he just had, hadn't he, really?
Yeah, I don't think... well, you switch off immediately, you know, if somebody comes in.
He goes right. Ooh, thick outside edge there. Slightly squared up. Chris Cook trying to work it onto the leg side. Runs along the ground all the way through gully down to the third man. There is Tom Scriven. Cook moves on to 125, 456 for 8. Yes, if Glamorgan can get 100, 120 ahead, come in and have a real burst. Michael Neser, I should say, has a very good track record on this ground. Pick up some early wickets, and Leicestershire could find themselves under real pressure on this last day. So although it's a quiet start to proceedings, it could yet get very exciting as far as the visitors are concerned. Wright is in to Salter, who's clipping him nicely off his toes down towards wide long leg. Rishi Patel quickly on to the ball, picks up, gets his throwaway quickly on the bounce to Hanscom, and there is just the single.
And we saw in the first innings with Sol Bedinga, he's not one to bat it out, is he? He's a shot player and will go for it.
Indeed.
Which, well, very attractive player, I'm sure, when he gets going, but he does give the bowler a chance, as we saw in the first innings.
He does, so it could easily be sort of... It's a sort of opening partnership that could be 100 for none or 20 for 2, you know, in next to no time. So in goes Wright and bowls, comes back into Chris Cook, but he plays it neatly off the stumps with an angle bat down to third man and jogs the single. He moves on to 126, keeps the strike in so doing. 458 for 8, the lead then 51, creeping ever upwards.
Yeah, Chris Cook, 191 not out last year, so I think you mentioned his average in 2 years here has been pretty useful.
Mesnil Man has rebooted, and he says that seems to have done the trick. Thank you. Good.
Now, if we had a look at proceedings in the only other county match going, which is at Bristol. Now, I spoke to my wife this morning down in West Wales, and it was throwing it down there, so I suspect that there won't be any play at Bristol.
Are they? Yeah, no, they've started.
Oh, that's good.
And Gloucestershire have lost another wicket. They're 212 for 9.
Scriven to bowl his second over of the morning, comes up and bowls to Cook, and Cook goes for a flamboyant attempted drive through the offside, and it goes through. You wouldn't have seen that sort of shot from anybody yesterday. Well, the odd one perhaps, but not twice now in the first 10 minutes or so. But the intention is there.
Actually, I beg your pardon, because they were 9 down overnight, I think, weren't they? So Miles Hammond is 56 not out. Ajit Dale, D-A-L-E, is a name that's unfamiliar to me, as you can probably guess. Yeah. Okay, he's 5 not out.
In comes Scriven and bowls with the keeper standing up, and Cook pushes it away, calls for a quick single, and Wright has to move to his left, but doesn't stop them getting that run, as the score goes on to 459 for 8. Yes, you've already seen the intention from both batsmen. They want to try and get on with it. Cook moves on to 127 not out. This after Glamorgan at one stage been 225 for 7. Salter waits as in comes Scriven, bowls to him, and this time he just checks his shot and guides it up to short mid-wicket. Yes, they've had a terrible time with weather, Gloucestershire. They didn't even have pre-season practice, because Glamorgan played them the first game, and they said that
write-off, was it?
Glamorgan, well, the next game they played against Yorkshire at Bristol, they didn't bowl a ball in 4 days.
No, they didn't, yeah.
It was hopeless. Scriven comes in over the wicket and bowls, and beats Salter this time with a little out swinger that just moves nicely away. When's that second new ball due?
5 overs time, or 4 overs after this.
Even though they've given Chris Wright the overs before, no doubt he will carry on with the second ball if it comes available, and if Glamorgan is still batting. Scriven, medium fast, is in over the wicket and bowls again, and this tucks him up just a little as he pushes it away, does Salter on the underside. Cover is sent back to the extra cover boundary, the sweeper. Sweeper also at mid-wicket. Big gap there, which sometimes tempts the batsman to play shots, and he might get an edge because there's just the extra cover in the mid-off now. Big gap from first slip to that area. And comes Scriven, bowls again, and that's a thick outside edge, perfectly safe down to third man. They'll go through for a single, and that is the end of the over. And Andrew Salter has retained strike. He moves on to 12, and they have a little chat in mid-wicket. If they can put on some runs very, very quickly, you might even get the position where number 11 won't come in. They'll declare, because
well, they could shake. Oh, yeah, Glamorgan, you mean?
Yeah,
yeah.
McElroy might,
absolutely.
He's not the greatest batsman in the world, and but if Cook is in, they might think, well, he can defend, and you can carry on.
But it makes sense for them to get as many as they can, really, and maybe have.
We have 15 minutes and
70 overs at Leicester, something like that. 92 potentially remain. Take off 2 for the change of innings today. Right, continues from the Bennett end in. Bowles cuts back in and into the midriff of the unfortunate Andrew Salter. Oh, it's got through. It's got through and nibbled off a bail. It has, so it did come back. He's been bringing it back in, Chris Wright, and I thought that I'd come back off the sort of inside, and it did, but it dropped onto the stump. So, well, there've been 1 or 2 close ones for Chris Wright that didn't drop onto the stumps during that mammoth partnership of 211, but that one came off the body and dropped onto the stumps. And Andrew Salter goes, bowled by Chris Wright for 13. Right. A deserving 4th wicket for him, and I think we will see Jamie McElroy now.
Oh yes, I think we will now, especially after just 15 minutes play, but I was the same as you. I thought he'd hit him amidships, and he was just bending down.
Well, it did, because, you know, it hurt him as well, but it just dropped down and onto the stumps.
So Glamorgan might be bowling earlier than perhaps they thought. So the lead now is 53. Glamorgan could either have a surprise package and take some wickets, or it could be a very long day in the field for them. Hence the very low attendance here today, because I don't think many people expect a positive outcome to this game. Cook goes and gives McIlroy some advice.
Right, could finish. Must be sniffing a 5 for him.
Oh,
Potentially he's got five balls at Jamie McIlroy. Former Herefordshire player.
That's right.
He's getting a late chance, I suppose, in his to make a name for himself in first class.
The left-arm seamer is different, as we're often told, and it is an asset if you have a good left-arm seamer on your side.
Do you know what sort of contract he's got? A year or two? Or?
I think he's got 2 years.
Okay,
yes, I'm
so
pretty positive
chance
he
to
has. Yes.
To develop. Leicestershire did something similar with Michael Finan, really. Taking him out of the Lancashire leagues, and he was potentially going to have a trial at Yorkshire. He came for trial here, and they've given him he did very well, and they've given him a 2-year deal. 2 slips have gone in now. Mulder's gone in at first, Ackerman at second. As right comes into McIlroy, hits him on the back pad, but it was going down leg side, and again Wright did not even bother to appeal, though Ackerman and Mulder both 2 hands up into the air. He gets that one right, i.e. from off to middle, then McIlroy looks as though he could be a leg before candidate.
Left arm seam bowler, right hand batsman.
There's a lot of them, aren't there? Curious. I wonder if he's ambidextrous in normal, quote, life away from cricket. Going to make a change, Lewis Hill. He's going to bring Sol Budinger from square leg to the covers. He's going to bring Harry Swindles from the covers to mid-off.
Hitting that off-stump line, isn't he?
It would make sense against the new man. In goes Wright and bowls, and dealt with by McIlroy, not entirely convincingly, a bit thick inside edgy as he stepped forward, and it was a slightly airy defensive push at the ball, but he got plenty on it.
And we'll see if he defends the next 3 balls that it'll be a field of on the boundary for Cook, giving him 1, and then when McIlroy, they'll all be in, but it's always a rather tedious time.
Right is in. That's a thick inside edge. That was on the stumps, and there was a distinct gap between bat and pads, but McIlroy, good eye, got something on it, inside edged it out towards mid-wicket. Finan out there. Only man in front of square on the leg side, with the exception of Hill, who's at mid-on.
2 balls to negotiate.
Right. In search of that 5th wicket is in, and bowls very straight again, but that's a much better defensive shot. Nice straight bat from McIlroy. Nice high left elbow, pushes the ball back up the pitch towards Leicestershire's veteran seamer. Came down and had a chat yesterday. Chris Wright, at the end of the day,
yes.
a day in the dirt, as the seamers sometimes refer to it.
Grovelling in the dirt.
Lots and lots of hard overs. He said the ball had the condition of the ball, he said, wasn't good after just a few overs, this new ball. So
bringing a short leg, isn't he?
They're now much more inclined to stay spherical. You don't see the balls change quite as often, do you? Or at all, in fact, I don't think.
No, we've had 1 change in 2 games at Cardiff. Now, you're going to bang this in because a backward short leg might fend it off there.
Right is in. Bowls, and it is the bouncer, and McIlroy just gets underneath it in time. So a wicket maiden for Chris Wright. A little bit of deserved reward, I would suggest, on this fourth morning.
Well,
4 for 89 he has
as
now.
well as Scriven's ball is Chris Wright, who's been at 37 years of age, who's been at it throughout.
Yeah, that's
the innings.
4 wickets gives him 12 now for the season.
A lengthy conversation here now between the two batsmen. Obviously, Cook asking if there's any instructions coming out from the captain or the coach or both in how they want to play it. Yes, I think this will be spread far and wide. Mid-wicket is going back.
Give him one, give him one.
Everybody
back.
Yes, everybody's back. And is there a 2 there?
Well, it's a big ground, isn't it? You know, if they both go hard,
yeah,
there's every chance you would have thought. So the fielders actually aren't on the boundary; they're all 10 yards in.
Yeah, but it's such a big ground, as you say. Scriven to Cook then on 460 for 9. He comes for the first ball of the over and bowls, and Cook has tried to paddle it over the T20 shot, and in the end I think they both have a laugh there, Cook and the wicket-keeper Hanscom, because we're down to one-day mode here, I think, Richard.
Indeed, he stepped right across, didn't he? And as you say, just tried to lift it over the wicket-keeper's head, didn't get anything on it, came off the body and looped up into the air. Hanscom, who was standing up, stepped out and picked it up, but it really could have gone anywhere. Now, Hill, having seen that, wanders up to have a brief word with Scriven. Third man is going right back to the boundary.
Here we go again. In comes Scriven, bowls to Cook, and Cook hammers that out to deep extra cover. There could be a couple here. Yes, McIlroy's coming back, and in the end they get there quite comfortably. So 2 more runs, and that, because of, in most grounds in the country, that would be in a single, but such a huge outfield here that he scrambled 2. 129 to Cook and a 462 now for 9. Mid-wicket goes right back, and long on is on the fence. Long off is nearly there. Scriven comes in. Bowls again to Cook. And Cook has gone for the big one. Now this could be a caught, and bowls. Scriven is getting under it and drops it. And they take 2 runs. It was a horrible, horrible catch. He did well to get, because he was looking over his shoulder. It was too deep for extra cover to come in and take it. I can only sympathise that as a...
It was awful, wasn't it?
Was not an awful, you know, he did well to get under it, but you were never confident.
No, he was the one who was going to get there if anybody was, and he did, but in the end he sort of overran it and was reaching behind him, two-handed above his head, and it probably slightly red-faced now, but it was an awful chance.
And he comes again and bowls to Cook. Cook has a waft outside the off-stump, feet didn't go anywhere, and he goes through to the wicket-keeper. 464 for 9.
Scriven already has his first-class best figures of 3 for 60, so he would have dearly loved to have finished with a 4-for.
So Cook looking to try, he does hit the ball a very, very long way, but he's trying to clear the field now. And if he does bowl straight, Scriven, you can expect it that he'll try and straight drive. But it is such a long boundary as Scriven comes in and bowls again. This time he plays it down to third man, and they'll take a single. And, we have had how many balls of this over? 5. And they've taken 5 runs off the over, and obviously then Cook will decline the single and try and get some runs this end. Cat and mouse stuff, isn't it?
It is.
McIlroy, I don't think he's going to try and play an attacking shot. He'll just try and defend this final ball of the over. As in comes Scriven, bowls to him.
Oh.
And he tries to push it away elegantly through the covers, but it goes through to the wicket-keeper.
Elegantly missed it as well.
Yeah, his feet really didn't move at all. 465 for 9. There's Nick. It's on his way. I shall vacate.
Poor old Tom Scriven, he's not smiling. He really wanted that. I think he's been unquestionably one of the positives for Leicestershire from this game. Certainly with the ball. He didn't get much of a chance with the bat. But certainly has, for me, he has done more than enough to keep his place in the side for the visit to Derby, which the game starts on Thursday. Eddie disappears, and Nick Webb is coming to perch alongside on the sort of bar chair, which has replaced the bar stool that was previously in place. I heard you chortling out there on the balcony as you saw the ball swirling around under poor Tom Scriven as he ran around in circles trying to get underneath.
Shouldn't really. Wouldn't have wanted to be him.
No.
Does it go down as drop chance? Not sure if he laid a finger on it, did he?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought he might have done, because he got two hands above his head, didn't he? Sort of reaching backwards, arched back, when he realised it was dropping behind him.
If this is a bar stool, where's the Prosecco cocktails that have been advertised over the speaker earlier?
Well, the lights are on in the Geary bar.
But
there's somebody there.
There is someone home.
There is. Wright is in. Cook steps away and is bowled. Wright has his 5-4, and Glamorgan's innings comes to an end on 465. Well played, Chris Cook. He's running off, but he shouldn't, because I think he deserves the round of applause he will surely get. He's gone bowled for 132.
Yeah, it's a shame really that he felt the need to hit at everything once. The last man, Jamie McIlroy, came in. He clearly didn't have an awful lot of faith in his last wicket partner, but a really good knock from Chris Cook that's dragged Glamorgan up to that 465 figure with his influential partnership of 211 with Michael Nisa, a county 8th wicket record. And it really has been the innings that his team demanded when they were under the cosh and in danger of having to follow on, and it is an excellent knock and shows really that he ought to be batting higher than 7 where he's carded and 8 where he actually batted today or this game. 465 all out then. The lead is 58. Why can't it be a round number, Richard?
It'll be okay. We'll work it out. We'll give you the scorecard and the bowling figures. Chris Wright finishes with 5 for 89 from 36.1 overs, 10 of which were maidens, and
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him!
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
So, very good morning and welcome back to BBC Sport Online for this third innings of the match. 37 minutes into the final day. It doesn't give us an awful lot of time to complete a fiver. I'm Nick Webb from BBC Sport Wales, and it's a very good morning to Rita Green.
Good morning, Nick. Lovely to be here. Good morning, everybody. And yeah, it's not the balmiest of mornings, is it? We're both standing here and sitting here in our coats, but it'll be intriguing, won't it, to see what happens in the next sort of hour or so, really, isn't it? To show what intent there is.
Get something done by the lunch break, don't they?
Mm.
Yes, I think it's just about safe enough to take coat off indoors. I was sampling conditions outside, and well, it's not as miserable as it was on day one, but I'm glad I'm inside rather than outside.
I'll join you. The hope and expectation that, indeed,
it's bearable without the third layer. Right, so it will be Michael Neser to open up for Glamorgan. The openers are Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger. In the first innings, Budinger made a rapid 26 and Patel a more measured 19. Leicestershire's top order generally performing pretty well. Vian Mulder was the only one to really miss out as Michael Neser bowls the first delivery to Patel and he defends it out on the leg side. And there is no run. Patel right-handed, Budinger left-handed. And Glamorgan's seam resources, Neser, Van der Hoogten, McIlroy and Lloyd, with Salter and Labuschagne to offer spin options, unless, of course, Labuschagne fancies bowling his seam today, as he did once or twice early last season. Here is Neser in then to bowl to Patel, who is up on his toes and playing it down into the gully, and there is no run.
I think that was a good demonstration of where the pitch is at, isn't it, Nick? Short pitch delivery, but just didn't really reach up, and Patel could see that all the way onto the back quite easily. So what's in the pitch today? Well, not very much, but certainly Glamorgan, were you looking for wickets this side of lunch?
There is a short leg in and 2 slips as Nisa tears in, bowls, and Patel noodles it past short leg down to square leg for the opening run of the innings. Glamorgan's over 8, well, it's got nothing on the scoreboard, so I presume that means it's level, so they can't afford to hang around too much today. They want to be ahead of the game just in case the rain comes in. I'm told that the rain has spread across South Wales. Had a report early from Pembrokeshire that it was raining, and it's very wet in Cardiff apparently. Report from BBC headquarters. 1 without loss. 57 runs in arrears. Does it say that in somewhere, anywhere on the scoreboard, or are we going to have to calculate it?
I was thinking the same. I think that we're going to have to get our abacus out and maybe do it ourselves.
Nisa starts, but not everyone is ready, so he'll return to his mark. The bearded, burly, South African-born Australian international. He's coming round the wicket to the left-hander and bowls, and Budinger is off the mark, clipping it away to square leg for a single, 2 without loss.
Yeah, it's a nice start there for Budinger. 1 ball and 1 run clipped into the onside, and we'll get the right-hander on strike here. I think Patel's just going to need a little bit more time maybe to see himself in. 3 deliveries so far. Nisa's got a lovely sort of swift action, isn't he? Always means business.
It's a very physical approach, isn't it? Burly chap as he bowls a short ball that's lifted away down towards fine leg. Perfectly safe, more or less under control from Patel, who picks up another single. 3 without loss. Nisa has, well, this is only his 2nd game of the season, picked up 2 for 81 against Durham, 2 for 98 in the first innings here. Not really reflective of his effort. He's expected to be, if not Glamorgan's main bowler, then one of the 2, I would say, with Van der Hoogten this season. As Nisa bowls a short ball that Budinger sort of shapes to hook, in the end doesn't really go through with the shot, and it goes through harmlessly to keeper Chris Cook. It is 3 for 0 after 1 over, 55 runs in arrears here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, the first over bowl there by Glamorgan, and you know, I think they showed some intent, didn't they, this morning, Nick, to try and get some more runs on the board, and a lovely innings this morning, and well, mainly yesterday, of course, by Chris Cook. What are your thoughts on his batting number?
Yeah, I mean, realistically,
seriously talented. Yeah.
Realistically, he's probably a 6 if keeping wicket. If he weren't keeping wicket, I'd say he's probably a 4 or a 5 in the order, but because of the balance of this Glamorgan side with the extra batter and the fact they use a night watchman, he came in at 8, which is ridiculous really for a guy who's got a first-class double century. And of course was the junior partner in the North East stand last year with a mere 191. Here's Van der Hoogten for you.
Indeed, Van der Hoogten from the Bennett end, waiting for Rishi Patel to be ready to face his first delivery from this end. Comes in past the umpire, bowls. This one left alone. Nice shape on the delivery there. Got some oohs from the and appreciation from the Glamorgan fielders there. In terms of field, he's got 2 slips. You've got a point. You've got a mid off. You've got a mid wicket, and the sort of short, sort of fine leg fielder as well as a fine leg here as well. So you've got a sort of slightly mixed bag here in terms of fielding arrangement. Here comes the second delivery. Comes in and nicely defended by Rishi Patel, but not massively convincingly. Sort of a thick edge goes out to mid-wicket. Yeah, he's taking his time here, I think, Patel, to get his eye in.
Yeah, he will do, and that Carlson position is probably leg gullyish, is just about crouching, so that's clearly for the one flicked off the hip or an uncontrolled shot to a short ball.
Well,
fended away.
Van der Hoogten from the Bennett end. Rishi Patel defends this nicely, and there's no run. I was just thinking actually in terms of the first over, there's that ball sort of flung out to the right of sort of short leg, and it could have gone anywhere, quite frankly. But where that fielder is right now, could be in play. So Glamorgan looking like they want to try and keep the pressure on here. They want wickets this side of lunch. If not, this game may peter away to a draw. Van der Hoogten, the next delivery coming in past the umpire. And defended nicely. It squirts out to point where I used to love to field. And there is no run. Overcast conditions this morning.
You used to love to field points?
I loved it.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I love to be.
Sucker for punishment.
Where was your favourite position then?
Well, do a bit of keeping wicket. Apart from that, anything in the outfield, really, and anything in the ring, quite happy. Can't throw these days, so there's no use putting me on the boundary, but there we are.
Could do a tag team from the boundary though instead. No, I used to love being there in the thick of things. Next delivery from Van der Hoogten here, and this one off the back foot. Rishi Patel pushes this to mid-off, and there's no run.
I'm convinced that the worst fielding position on the field is gully, because you never know which way it's coming off the bat.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. I think there's a big difference, in your preference in terms of gully and point. Yeah, at point you knew if it was a back foot, square cut, that type of, or even front foot trying to push too far, you knew you were in business. But gully, you never know. You just never knew. Van der Hoogten from the Bennett. And this one's awfully wide. In fact, it is a wide, as called by the umpire, and well taken by the wicket-keeper in the end. Yeah, and Van der Hoogten does that usual thing that a bowlers always do with a dodgy delivery of looking at the foot marks.
Foot slipped. Yeah. Not my fault.
To be fair, it may well have been the case, but that was very wide.
If you look at Nisa scratching away at the crease, I'm always amazed the umpires let him do it, because they must obliterate the whitewash completely.
4 without loss. Second over of the innings so far, and this one through to the keeper, and there is no more to the total. That means that Patel's on 2, Budinger on 1, 4 without loss.
Yeah, nothing off the bat in that over, just the wide against Van der Hoogten's name as he continues to scratch away. As Richard will pop back temporarily for a quick summary of proceedings.
Leicestershire managed to pick up the last 2 wickets of the Glamorgan innings without too much further damage being done. 2 wickets for Chris Wright, giving him 5 for the innings. Glamorgan finished 465 all out, a lead of 58. It probably is now a question of Leicestershire trying to play out the game, and they have lost their first wicket. Edged behind by Sol Budinger, took the edge from Michael Nisa, neatly caught at first slip. Leicestershire have lost their first wicket. They're still 54 runs behind. They have just 9 second wickets in hand.
So Nisa getting the breakthrough that he wanted in the manner of last year's performance here when he and Michael Hogan bowled Leicestershire out on the final day for 183. Nisa had 3 of them, Hogan 4. And, well, a little disappointing for Sol Budinger, who hasn't really made any impact on this match, but he did get an innings of 72 last time out against Derbyshire. So also got 21 in and 41 in the first match, so not hugely out of form. That's his first single-figure dismissal. It was David Lloyd, the skipper, who took a reasonably straightforward knee-high catch at slip. And this should bring the skipper to the wicket. Lewis Hill comes running out, practicing his shots as he does so. And Leicestershire are 54 runs in arrears with 9 wickets in hand. And that'll give Glamorgan a little bit of a perk if they can possibly pick up a couple more by the time Leicestershire get into credit. Then they'll think they're very much into the game as Rita rejoins us.
Yeah, I think something happened when I was away. Indeed.
Specific tactical substitution.
Yeah.
Bring on Richard to commentate on one delivery and against Glamorgan a wicket. He'll be sacked by BBC Radio Leicester on that performance.
Oh, sincerely hope not. But yeah, lovely shape there from Nisa and nicely taken in the slips. Exactly what Glamorgan wanted right away. You know, completely on the money. And Nisa will be sniffing some more wickets here for sure. I mean, why not? You know, in Glamorgan's shoes, and I'm very much a neutral in the party today. It's a case of really trying to keep the pressure on and looking at this field. Definitely.
Yep, short leg, 2 slips as Nisa runs away from us at the pavilion end and bowls to Hill. Gets a shortish one down the leg side. In addition to the short leg, there is that leg gully position. So very much as Durham did to Glamorgan in the final day of the last match at Sapphire Gardens. Glamorgan are trying to utilise those leg side tactics, it would seem, with Nisa banging them in around the batsman's ribs. Just 2 games ongoing today in the county championship as Nisa bowls, blocked by Hill, back to the bowler. Wales are meant to be in action in the national counties with a couple of T20 games against Buckinghamshire scheduled at Lisvane on the eastern outskirts of Cardiff, but there's a delayed start to proceedings there. It is pretty wet in the Welsh capital, I'm told. Nisa then, with a short leg and a leg gully, bowls again, short down leg side, and that's going away for 4 runs. I think buys. No, there was something on it. It just eluded a diving Chris Cook. Whether that was a little edge or possibly a flick of the gloves, but it's 4 runs to Lewis Hill.
Yes, indeed, and a dive by the keeper wasn't enough there, but yeah, it was. It must have been an absolute slither of contact there. But there are things that are happening with this new ball.
It is umpire Watts at this near end for the final day, as that's outside off stump and allowed to go through by Hill. The umpires swap round after the first innings, but it's taken them 3 days plus half an hour to need to do so. Umpire Bainton up at the far end, the shorter of the two. And Glamorgan will have plenty of bounce and chirp in that infield, at least for the first half hour, you would have thought, with the wicket coming. But Nisa is going to have to really work his socks off today, as that's an in-swinging Yorker just over pitched. It was flicked past short leg away towards the square leg boundary. It has reached the ropes, but I think Nisa will be encouraged by the shape. He got a little bit of in-swing there, possibly a little bit too much. Hill moves to 8 with those 2 not entirely controlled boundaries, and Leicestershire 12 for 1.
Oh, completely agree, Nick. There was a really beautiful movement through the air on that delivery. I think Nisa won't be too distraught with what happened there. Yes, it was a 4 and nicely clipped, I suppose, in the end. But as you say, not the most convincing of strokes. But 4 nonetheless to the total. 12 for 1 is the Leicestershire total. Van der Houten comes in, and this is pulled into the onside.
Wow.
And you can hear a clatter, and it is a 6. That was actually wonderfully picked up, actually. You know, Rishi Patel in the first couple of overs hasn't looked massively convincing. In fact, they're looking for the ball. Where did it go? It was a massive clatter. You got some Glamorgan fielders going not only over the boundary, over the advertisement boards. We got some fans in the crowd trying to find
gone
the ball
out
as
of
well.
the ground. It's the Milliken Road gates, or possibly behind the Geary bar. The steward is opening the gates of the ground. Sam Northeast wanders around. The steward has gone to retrieve it from the far side of the road by those little garage businesses.
Found it. Yes.
It's next to someone's white van.
Let's hope it's the same ball, because you know, in golfing terms, you never know whose ball you're going to pick up. But we'll sort of predict that it was behind this van. I hope the van's okay.
Well, there's nothing else there being hit there during the course of the match, I can tell you that, because we've only had 1 6 so far, and that was a top edge from Labuschagne into the far sight screens. But yes, I have to ask Richard how often he sees them picked out of the road. It must be a pretty rare occurrence. 18 for 1.
Yeah, thank you to the high-vis steward for going to retrieve the ball. I was lucky, actually, there wasn't any cars on the road driving along and being hit there. But back to the delivery, back to the cricket. Really, really nicely picked up by Rishi Patel, and really convincing pull into the onside and over the boundary rope for a 6. So here we go. Van der Hoogden with the next delivery from the Bennett end, and this time a much fuller delivery and driven very, very nicely. A beautiful looking stroke. Cover drive by Rishi Patel. A 6 and now a 4 to the total. I think he's got his eye in now, Rishi Patel.
Well, there are 2 approaches with final day batting, aren't there, if you've got a bit of a deficit, as Glamorgan found out last week when Matthew Maynard, the coach, admitted they'd fallen between them and weren't quite sure which way to go. You can either go hard at it and try and knock off that deficit, or you can just block and ignore anything wide. Leicestershire clearly in the mindset of hitting anything off target very firmly indeed.
Yeah, indeed. It's still got plenty of runs to play with. The lead for Glamorgan was 58. Here's the next delivery, Van Hoogden, and again a fuller delivery and nicely fielded at mid-off, and there is no run. Not quite as sweetly timed as the delivery before. Rishi Patel goes for a little wander towards square leg, and yeah, he'll definitely be more pleased with life. The sun is sort of peeping out here at Grace Road. Nice to see, but still a breeze to contend with. Next delivery from the Bennett end. Rishi Patel, the right-handed batsman. Really nice movement there, but well watched by Rishi Patel. No more to the total. 22 for 1.
Yes, we've had wildly varying weather during the course of this match. We've had nice sunny spells, but Thursday was absolutely miserable. Cold wind, drizzling, cold temperatures.
No, much better day today, as you say, Nick. Yeah, the sun is definitely out now. Next delivery into Rishi Patel. This one is driven to mid-off without a run. Yeah, so final day here at Grace Road. You're listening to BBC Leicester, BBC Sport Wales and the BBC Sport website. I'm Rita Green and Nick Webb as well in the commentary box. Day 4, you think, gosh, what on earth could happen today? It looks as though Glamorgan have got, well, they've got their bit between the teeth, looking for more wickets. Can they put more pressure on? Here comes next delivery and defended solidly. In fact, the last delivery of the over, end of the over, 22 for 1. Rishi Patel with a 6 and a 4 in that over, up to 12, and Hill is on 8.
Yeah, a few tweets from last night. Alvin Wallace said excellent partnership between Cook and Nisa, must have been great to watch. It was not spectacular. They were along at 3 runs and over. She was in hot sunshine when watching the live feed when we were called off because of bad light and a speck of rain last night. And this morning, though, it is wet for much of South Wales. Sue Eilbeck says she's now witnessed 6 of the record stands for Glamorgan. Neil said, great effort from Michael Neser to get to 93 figures next time. Here's Neser with the ball. Bowls to Hill, who drives to a tumbling northeast at mid-off. And there is no run. If you want to contact us, Richard is at Foxes Crick 2023. Rita is...
Rita Green UK.
Wow.
There are other Rita Greens in the world, so...
Really?
Which will not surprise you.
At least you get UK and you don't have a number. You don't have to have a number. I'm Nick Webb 2017 2017 on Twitter, as Michael Neser is just adjusting his deep square leg fielder, probably for the misplaced hook rather than to save runs. 22 for 1. Neser bowls and beats Hill. All ends up through to Chris Cook, just outside off stump. I think that one went straight on. Didn't seem to be much movement, but it drew Hill into the shot and just eluded the outside edge, just eluded the off stump as well.
Yeah, wonderful delivery there from Neser. How on earth did that miss the stumps, the bat, as you say? Hill's just slightly hesitant. He's got his very sort of conventional stance, slightly open, but yeah, let's see what Neser does with the next delivery.
It is down leg side, and Hill doesn't really play at it, I don't think, as it goes through to Chris Cook. Lewis Hill, 53 off 88 balls in the first innings, off the back of 162 not out against Derbyshire, so he's in decent nick. Both these teams away on Thursday. Glamorgan is hardly worth going home, really. Yes, they're up to Leeds. They'll be travelling up on Wednesday, as will I, to join Jonathan Deutsch, the BBC commentator there. Neser in, bowls, full length, Yorker length. Hill defends it back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Yeah, very busy schedule you have, Nick. And it's that time of the year, isn't it? Come thick and fast. Got rugby, football, cricket, and even a bit of snooker going on as well.
Yeah,
and many more.
Yeah, the jester from Leicester, Mark Selby, just getting over the line late last night. I thought I'll watch a little bit because he was miles in the lead. Neser bowls and Hill on the back foot defends. About 11:30 I backed it in because he had trouble getting that final frame against Mark Allen, did Mark Selby, but got there in the end. Playing the Belgian lad in the final. Coverage on BBC television, of course, of that.
Yeah, Bristol into the final. Who would have thought that? You would have got very long odds on him getting into the final. You think that Mark Selby is very much the favourite? I'm not just saying that because...
local hero.
Exactly, indeed.
Neser in just under one slip now as he pulls that one down towards fine leg, but it bounces once or twice before it reaches the fielder. The throw from McIlroy is over-enthusiastic and over the head of Chris Cook, but backed up by northeast. Single to Hill, which retains the strike for him, but Glamorgan will be reasonably happy that they can draw him into that hook shot rather than batter just watching the ball sail over his shoulder, playing their shots at the moment and looking to knock off that deficit of 58 as soon as possible. 23 for 1.
Yeah, not the most convincing of hook shots there, but safe enough down to the fine leg area and yeah, dropped just short really of the fielder to feel like he was in business. But here comes the next over, Van der Hoogden from the Bennett end with Hill on strike, and this one's defended nicely, and there's no run. All the slips and the keeper went up in unison there, meaning business. In fact, Marnus Labuschagne still with his hand on his head there, thinking, gosh, how did that not get onto the pads? I have to say, Marnus Labuschagne, I was here reasonably early this morning and was doing some circuits and bumped into him, shook his hand, and what a gentleman he is. Took a cheesy selfie as well. Had to be done. Van der Hugden to Lewis Hill, and this one into the leg side and straight to mid-on. There is no run. Yeah, the best, officially the best Test cricketer in the world at the moment, and quite a gentleman and quite a player for Glamorgan as well. Great to have him in the ranks, I'm sure, on the pitch and off the pitch as well.
Yeah, very positive, all-action character. I'm not sure if I'd like to share a dressing room with him on a rainy day. He's pretty lively, leading all the activities.
Van der Hugden in to Lewis Hill, who lets this one go by. Van der Hugden has got quite a straight run up and then just quite a whippy action at the end. 64 on his back. The 32-year-old, yes, as you say, born in Australia, but Dutch international. So
yeah, his dad's Dutch, so he's fairly directly qualified.
Yeah, indeed.
Colin Ackerman, of course, also with the Netherlands, who will probably be next in.
Yes, here he comes. This next delivery, Lewis Hill, skipper on strike. And this one pushed into the onside to mid-wicket. The fielder comes around rather sharply, and there is no run. Lewis Hill will be looking to get his eye in here. Had that short delivery in the last over, which went sort of down to the fine leg area. It was aerial for a little while, but, you know, Glamorgan will be looking for wickets for sure to cause Leicestershire to have something to think about going into the lunch break. A bit of a fielding change here. We're going to get a short leg, I assume, because the helmet's being flung over.
Yeah,
no, it's actually not quite short. Not as short as I thought, Nick.
No, it's what, about 3 strips away, but Eddie Byram just wearing the helmet as a precautionary measure. It's 8 metres, I think, the distance where you have to wear one. Giving
Lewis Hill something to think about here. Van der Hugden. And oh, this is really nicely played. It's a slightly shorter delivery. Back foot defensive stroke there from Lewis Hill. And there is no run. Yeah, I do like this movement in the field. You know, you've got to give the batters something to think about. And you've got runs to play with from a Glamorgan perspective. And I always used to think when I used to bat, and there was just someone in my island who just used to be a slight distraction as well. Right, here comes the next delivery. Van der Hugden from the Bennett end to Lewis Hill. This one's banged in, back foot defensive stroke, and there is no run.
So Glamorgan's opening bowlers trying to flog some life out of this pitch, which has not produced a huge amount of bounce over the 4 days, just the odd delivery and 1 or 2 possibly keeping a fraction low, but nothing too regular. Van der Hugden was first changed in the first innings. McIlroy wicketless over 21 overs. He swung the ball a bit and he was reasonably economical, but not the penetration that Glamorgan are desperately looking for to add to Nisa and Van der Hugden. Van der Hugden, Glamorgan's leading wicket taker with 15 already, and it looks as though McIlroy is coming into the attack after just 3 overs from Nisa. So is he going to be bowling over or round the wicket, hoping to get a bit of swing, as Mike Finan did yesterday morning, the Leicestershire left armour. He was bananaing it all over the place. Not always in complete control, but certainly threatened the batters when he did get it on target. McIlroy bouncing up and down, ever so keen to get on with things. Although he's 28, early in his first-class career, this is only his 3rd championship match. As forward comes Patel. That one might have jarred the hands a bit, the way he reacted to that. McIlroy made a good impression in the white ball stuff in the middle of last summer. Played in a total of 5 white ball matches across the disciplines and picked up 10 wickets. But so far in the championship, just 1 wicket, and he's in his 3rd game. Mind you, one of those games was the great Surrey bore draw of 21. as that's across the face of the batsman, and that's the angle that McIlroy is looking for. Patel taking it on, playing a slashing drive, didn't get his feet to the ball, and through it went. The great Surrey ball draw is seared on many Glamorgan followers' consciousness. 10 wickets fell for 1,400 runs across 4 days.
Oh, that is a ball draw.
As McIlroy bowls just back of a length, and Patel defends to mid-off. Ollie Pope seemed to bat for most of the time. It was terrible.
Turgid?
Turgid, yes, that's a good word. Mind you, the last time we were up in Yorkshire, it snowed 2 years ago at the start of the season, which was McIlroy's earlier match. Glamorgan probably denied victory by the snow. McIlroy bowls and Patel is watchfully forward, defending back down the pitch to the bowler.
So he's quite versatile in all weathers.
Yes, not sure if he's played in normal weather so far, McIlroy, either scorching heat or as I say, the snow. This time, well, it's been largely towards the cooler end of the spectrum over the 4 days.
Oh, it really has, hasn't it? We've had hail, haven't we, across the country as well, and about 20 layers on, and I'm sure if the players could wear woolly hats, you would. Like, this is really interesting fielding change.
Nisa brought into the firing line in the batter's eye line, as you say, at silly mid-on. McIlroy bowls and Patel is forward defending. So they've removed the leg gully, and McIlroy and Nisa is fielding barely halfway down the wicket, really, just a couple of steps away. So he's definitely in the batter's sights, and anything not timed on the leg side will put him in difficulty. McIlroy bowls, but that one's outside off, and Patel shoulders arms, allows it to go through to Chris Cook. McIlroy has opened with a maiden then, but Glamorgan need wickets. Lunch is at 1 o'clock today. It's been 10 past the last couple of days, 1 o'clock today, because the times don't change despite the time of the match being lost, etc., etc. And Glamorgan, you would say, probably needs a couple of wickets by lunch to put themselves in a positive frame of mind, and Leicestershire could do with being maybe 20 or 30 runs in the lead with still one down.
Indeed. So the Leicestershire trail by 35 at the moment. Van der Hugden continues from the Bennett end to Lewis Hill. And this one kept a little bit low, but nicely played in the end, or as well as can be. And there is no run. Yes, that's sort of a tricky phase of the game, where could it peter out into an inevitable draw, or actually can Glamorgan keep the pressure on, get a couple more wickets and make it a bit more of an exciting finish? But the weather is something we need to talk about for the rest of the day. Let's get the crystal ball out as to what's going to happen later. 23 for 1 is the score. Van der Hugden to Lewis Hill. Oh, and this one's left alone. And from our fantastic commentary box position, it only just crept over the bails. But you know what they say, Nick? There is from a batter's perspective, that's a pretty good leave.
Yeah, and the only other game today, Gloucestershire finally bowled out for 248, so they did manage an extra 50 runs for their last wicket this morning. Hammond 87 not out, Singdale last out for 10.
Next delivery from Van der Hugden to Lewis Hill. Oh, and this is nicked, and there's another wicket, although the Glamorgan fielders are absolutely convinced. In fact, they started celebrating, but the umpire Bainton, was absolutely not moved in any way, shape or form. A beautiful delivery, swerved in, but the result is not out. Lewis Hill sort of got his back down very, very late on that. It might have saved him, actually, in terms of no nick. And we go on.
There must have been some sort of noise. It was only just over the bails. Side pad, you reckon, Richard? the Leicester man, says the iPad.
Yeah, there may have been some movement that might have fooled all but not the umpire. Here comes the next delivery, and what will this be? And this one's a much fuller delivery and flicked into the onside by Lewis Hill. There's a chase on into what can only be described as the next county, and it goes over the boundary rope for 4. Nicely played there, Hill. Really leaned into that, was pounced upon it, was going down leg side, and nicely played. 4 more to the total, 4 more to Hill, who's on 13, 27 for 1.
Up towards that long mid-wicket boundary, the rope is still 25, 30 metres inside the advertising hoardings. And bizarrely, there are a handful of people who are choosing to sit in that area of the ground. They need binoculars. It's miles away. I went for a stroll around there. I thought, why is there anyone sitting here?
Superstition, maybe, but you need your binoculars from over there. Van der Hoogten comes in again to Lewis Hill, and this one's left alone through to the keeper. No run. Been quite an eventful over so far. A leave, which could, from a batter's perspective, was perfect, but just over the bails. An enormous shout for caught behind, which probably clipped the pad along the way, not out, and a beautiful 4 into the onside region, and the over goes on. I think we're on to the last ball of the over. Van der Hoogten looking to pounce here. Lewis Hill waiting. This one's defended nicely. Big puff of dust as Van der Hoogten came through in his delivery stride, and there is no more to the total. 27 for 1. That means that Leicestershire trail by 31.
Just looking at the situation in that other match, Gloucestershire are, no surprise, following on. 248 all out, as I say, 50 runs for the last wicket this morning. They'll be fairly pleased with that. They've reduced their deficit to 207. And Gloucestershire following on. Sussex pressing for victory. There are 5 wickets for Nathan McAndrew. It'll be interesting to see which overseas players face Glamorgan for Sussex as McIlroy bowls and Patel is forward defending on the offside, northeast fields at mid-off. Because Sussex, of course, have got the Indian star, Cheteshwar Pujara, their captain at the moment, as well as the Australian seamer Nathan McAndrew. And they've got some lad called Steve Smith joining them for 3 games, including the Glamorgan match.
Any good?
Don't know. Have to start in the seconds. That's turned into the leg side by Patel. No run. The former Australian captain, of course, is got his little Ashes warm-up in UK conditions, and Smith against Labuschagne should be quite a duel. Labuschagne's already said that he wants to grab the ball as soon as Smith comes in and have a bowl to him. Here's McIlroy then, the left arm seamer. Into bowl short down leg side, poor delivery. Oh, it nearly carried to fine leg, I think. Or did it?
It did. It almost did. That was an extraordinary shot. Because it was a sort of late decision from Patel, wasn't it? It was a rank long hop down the leg side, and he, in the end, decided to, in a fairly desultory way, pull a sort of hook at it, and he got so much of it, it only landed a foot or 2 short of McIlroy's of Van der Hoogten as he came running in down there.
Yeah, it was an awkward one for Van der Hoogten, who plunged forward, trying not to wear it in the teeth. As he make an effort to catch it and not lose your front teeth at the same time. McIlroy into Hill, who's back on the defensive, and for some reason took a couple of steps down the wicket for a quick single, and northeast was in quickly enough, and Patel just yelled, "No! What are you playing at?" That sort of tone.
That would have been the worst run ever. I don't think they'd have crossed.
Nisa is still there at silly mid on. Carlson at leg or forward short leg, as that one is down the leg side, and Hill is not tempted by that one. Salter giving the ball a good polish. Carlson rather is now at point. So used to seeing Salter at point. I think he's looking out on the boundary somewhere at the moment. Carlson is at point. Salter will presumably get a bowl at some point this afternoon, maybe just before lunch. McIlroy comes around the wicket and Hill pushed it on the onside. Patel seemed to set off. Have they had a chatter about let's take some quick singles and rotate the strike or something? Because yes, as Richard suggests, they all need to calm down. Chill your beans, boys.
Is that Welsh expression, is it? Chill your beans.
Is it not a widespread one? I don't know. It's widespread in our family. I don't know.
I like it. I like it.
Perhaps it's de youth.
I shall use it going forward. They seem very anxious to get this deficit wiped off quickly. They've still got 30 more runs before Glamorgan will be required to bat again. That little burst from Patel, 6 and a 4. Gone quieter since then. Van der Hoogten bowling as threateningly as he did in the first innings when he bowled beautifully. Convinced he had Hill, but Hill, I think he's regarded as one of the more honest cricketers out there, as Van der Hoogten is into Patel, who defends on the back foot. And Neil Bainton, one of the most respected umpires, and Bainton actually lifted his right leg and pointed at it, and Hill had a quick word with a couple of the Glamorgan players, and they seemed to accept in the end that it had just flicked the pad as it went through.
It looked more like a celebration than an appeal, didn't it? From
it did. There was unquestionably a noise. There was unquestionably a noise, and I think that's why. Short mid-wicket, baggy trousers, short leg, as well as Van der Hoogten is in. To Patel, who's beaten on the outside with a lovely outswinger. Lovely shape to that one.
Baggy trousers.
Just he does rather, does he not? They're a little bit low.
It just always reminds me of Madness, that phrase.
Yes. Oh yes, one of your favourite.
Going to see them this year. One of their famous hit singles from the early '80s.
A Webb tradition, a Webb family tradition.
Well, Madness quite often do the rounds in November, December, don't they?
Is it St David's Hall?
No, I think it's at the arena, whatever it's called these days.
Van der Hoogten is in. Bowls a little bit wider this time, and Patel, beaten in the previous delivery, let that one go through.
So 30 behind, but Patel and Hill are not really helping the blood pressure of Leicestershire followers this morning, the way they're playing, are they?
No, the partnership of 24 has proceeded in fits and starts, shall we say. Fits being given to the Leicestershire supporters by the running.
Pretty good. And starts the way they're starting off and then stopping.
Indeed. Patel waits with bat raised as Van der Hoogten is in. Bowls, he pulls mightily out to mid-wicket. Short leg ducks. It does bounce before the ropes this time. Thumps into the netting that has been put in front of the Geary bar for safety's sake. And another 4 to Rishi Patel. Really, when he does pick it up early, he does pick up the line early on the leg side. He does not hold back when he goes for his pulls. I
don't know if they've got any customers in the Geary bar. There's a couple of people standing around there, but they might be the staff.
Indeed, I think so. I think it's an exercise in optimism this morning. Van der Hoogten is in, bowls straight, and Patel, and a little bit fuller as well. Still slightly short of a length. Patel plays it off the back foot, back down the wicket to the Netherlands international.
Yes, they're advertising Prosecco cocktails over the loudspeaker again this morning, but takers there are none.
Hot chocolate might be a better bet, something like that, I would imagine. Something warming. Well, whiskey cocktails, something like that. Van der Hoogten, high stepping, knees pumping, runs in and bowls. Forward goes Patel, plays with a nicely angled bat, pushing the ball down through gully. There isn't, slightly to my surprise, looking down, a third man. So Patel picks up a real nice bonus boundary as far as he is concerned. He moves on to 21, 36 for 1 is the score. Still behind, still behind.
Yeah,
22 now.
You just hope this Glamorgan seam attack is ready to go on Thursday, because, as I say, it's not a very long period back at home for the players.
What options do they have, the squad, in terms of maybe freshening up the seam attack, I suppose?
Well, that's the problem, really, in that Podmore and Harris have not looked in top form at all in the first couple of matches. Harris is one of the 12thers here. There's McIlroy bowls, and that's played through mid-wicket by Hill for a single, 37 for 1, 21 behind. Dan Douthwaite is here, but he's more of a bowling, well, he is a genuine all-rounder, but he's more along the lines of a 4th rather than a 3rd seamer, with all due respect. That's the problem. They haven't got people in form to challenge Neser and Van der Hoogten, or to fill in for them. McIlroy bowls and defended to mid-off. No run, and there isn't much in the way of second 11 cricket for a week or so for anyone to bowl themselves back into form. The seconds don't have a game this week, as far as I'm aware. I was just saying to Rita, I must ask you on air, one into the road earlier on. We can't see that very often, surely. Ball is plucked from under a van. Or
certainly not in first class cricket. I've seen it go in there a few times during one-day cricket.
McIlroy into bowl, niddled down by Patel into the gully, no run.
Tends to bounce through the gates that, you see, there used to be a wall along there that it extended about sort of 8-foot wall, I would imagine. And you can still see what's left of it at the far end, or the top end of the ground, along the Milligan Road. But one of our previous chief executives, Wasim Khan, decided he wanted it should be a little bit more open, the ground, and sort of welcoming. He felt it was a little bit enclosed, and so he had the wall pulled down for a good 3/4 of it, and railings installed instead, including that sort of long gate.
Yeah.
But with it being railings, sometimes it can bounce through or over.
I see. McIlroy into Patel. 2 close catches on the leg side, but they're not in business as Patel defends on the offside.
But yes, I heard you mention the sort of little garage businesses. And any balls that go in there would quickly be on the shelves, I suspect, and offered up for sale as a brand new famous cricket ball or something like that.
Another one that Gary Sobers hit 6 sixes with.
Absolutely. Anything that, anything you want available from those garages, one way or another.
2 slips, 2 crouching short on the leg side, and turned on the leg side by Patel, but safely short of Neser on that occasion. Billy Root is reasonably close in at mid-on as well, northeast at mid-off. The outfielders, Salter on the mid-wicket boundary, and Van der Hoogten in the far distance at fine leg near the electronic scoreboard. 37 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online. As McIlroy bowls, pulled away but safely by Patel for a single out to Salter. 22 to Patel, 38 for 1. Your man from Leicester kept people up late last night. I gave him about 3 or 4 frames of watching for him to get over the line, and he kept losing them.
It got quite nervy in the end, didn't it? Was it 2 frames in it in the end?
Yeah, 17-15, I think. But it must have been quite
indeed,
late.
He'll be tired this morning when he starts against Luca Bracel in the final of the World Snooker Championship. Nick's going to have a little break. Eddie's going to come back.
Yes, I've got various radio bulletins, so it might be after lunch when I see you next, if that's all right, on the commentary.
Look forward to it. 38 for 1, Leicestershire in their second innings, which means they are 20 now behind. 20 more needed to ensure that Glamorgan will have to bat again. Well, as predicted, so a change of ends for Michael Neser. He's going to have a go from the Bennett end. He bowled just 3 overs. First thing this morning from the pavilion end, did pick up a wicket, the only wicket to fall so far in the Leicestershire innings, that of Sol Budinger. Neser is in and bowls to Patel, who is forward on off stump with slightly angled bat, pushing to Salter at point. Eddie's back alongside. I found you some pictures of the saffrons, Edward, for you. See if it looks lovely, doesn't it?
Lots of hotels and lots of old people's homes down in Eastbourne.
'Twas ever thus at some of the seaside places, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Bournemouth.
You love
like
it.
that.
Yeah, you love the ground.
It looks grand.
Eastbourne. The Saffrons.
Lovely name as well. In goes Neser and oh goodness me, goes through slightly low, not as suspect as low as
I don't know.
Patel is implying, but it was low, and goodness me, it slid past off stump by not very much.
If that was straight, it
yes,
give the batsman absolutely no chance. That is the sort of little indeterminate bounce, mainly this end, it must be said, but you've got to be watchful of that, and I think the best thing is to get on the front foot wherever.
I wonder why it's called the Saffrons. In goes Neser and bowls. Patel takes Eddie's advice and stretches forward, gets to the pitch of the ball and plays it back up the field to the Australia international.
It was lovely, wasn't it, when we had to go out, not had to, when we went to the outgrounds, which are sorely missed by everyone. Places like Eastbourne, Blackpool, Colwyn Bay with
well, you see, I'd love to go to Colwyn Bay, but all the games we've played against Glamorgan, as Neser is in, bowls driving in the air, but wide, not very far wide of McElroy. I thought he was going to be in the game there, didn't get all of that by a long way. Rishi Patel lofted it just wide of McElroy. I thought he might fling himself, have a dive, might as well, but he rather pursued it towards the deepish extra cover area in front of the electronic scoreboard. And Patel living dangerously, Eddie, picks up 2.
I think he's probably looking to try and get past this deficit and then get in there, which is not a bad ploy, in fact.
Neser is in again to him. Lovely bouncer that takes the noise. No. I think it was Helmet. Yeah, and Helmet is what the umpire, Neil Bainton, points to and says 1 for the over. I don't think the bat was anywhere near it, to be honest. There was, again, unquestionably a noise, but for me, he just ducked into it and it clipped the top of the helmet as it went through. So we will have to have a look at it. And he's taken it off, and the Leicestershire physio stroke helmet expert should theoretically, and indeed, he comes jogging out now to make sure it is all okay.
Bring screwdriver out, ask him a few questions, what day it is, what did he have for supper last night.
Who's the Prime Minister? Who's
where
the President?
Do you live? Yes. No, going back to the outgrounds, it was a joy. Sometimes the facilities weren't absolutely up to scratch, but we played at Neath after an absence of many years last week, and 2 50-over games. It was lovely. Club ground. It's also lovely because only 5 miles from where I live. But yes, Blackpool we remember going to, and Southport, and
there's a lot in that near home business, isn't there? I remember Lester Piggott being interviewed once, and he wasn't a great interviewee. Lester. In goes Neser and bowls short, taking his bottom hand off the bat, fending it off the body, but playing it well enough. Is Rishi Patel pushing to mid wicket, and there's no run. And a very gushing interviewer said to Piggott, "So what's your favourite race? What's your favourite race course, Lester?" And Epsom. Oh, why? Because of the flowing downs, the level, closest home.
That's right.
That was it.
Colwyn Bay. Well, I don't know whether Glamorgan will play there again because there's been 1 or 2 issues there, and they are determined to take cricket back to North Wales. Nothing's been mentioned as yet, but because of COVID, we've been away there 3 or 4 years now, which is such a popular venue.
Well,
beautiful little ground.
Leicestershire's game against Glamorgan in Wales, it didn't have a venue when the season's fixtures came out. So we were thinking, oh, super, maybe we'll get Colwyn Bay or somewhere like that instead of the usual, lovely though it is, trip to Cardiff. But no, in the end it was decided. And I thought then maybe they were looking for a sponsor or something like that to pay its way.
McIlroy round the wicket, starts another over, and it's pushed away on the offside. They go for a single and easily get there. Good backing up the other end from Patel. And the score moves on to 41-4-1. Yes, every county used to have outgrounds. I see they're back at the Isle of Wight. They played there last year for Hampshire. Went to Basingstoke once for a couple of games.
Yeah, covered a game in Basingstoke once.
And I'm just trying to think, well, Kent had so many outgrounds.
Royal Tunbridge Wells played there. Still played there, I think, don't they?
Yeah. Here's the next ball. Clip down towards fine leg. It'll go for 4. And yes, he did get a batter. Not followed it round just a little bit wayward there. And the score mounting, and Leicester will be glad there's just the 1 wicket they've had. They've had a few alarms, but overcome that. And this partnership now has put on 41.
Kent have do they play on the coast, or did they used to play on the coast at all? Did they play it somewhere like Dover?
Yes, they played at Dover.
Okay.
Yeah, certainly. As McIlroy comes in and bowls to Patel, who leaves outside the off stump. They played at Folkestone.
Right.
They played at Maidstone.
Dartford,
yeah.
Maidstone, Folkestone, Dartford, Tunbridge Wells and Canterbury.
Yeah. And now, of course, they play at, there's a place just outside to Bromley. Oh, the name escapes me at the moment. Kent. Very, very flat pitch it is. Anyhow, here is McIlroy in. Bowls again, and this time beats him. He might have just left it outside the off stump, 45 for 1.
Essex, Chelmsford, Colchester, Southend. I've covered games at Southend. A bit of a.
There's 2 Southends, you see.
Yes, yeah. Garrons Park is one, isn't there?
That is
nothing much there, is there? No.
Like a farmer's field.
Yes, there's no views,
there.
nothing.
Oh dear. In comes the next delivery, and then it's outside. Good line, left by the batsman. Guildford, of course, with Surrey and lots of.
Well, we played there last year, and we'll do again this year in the Royal
flat
London Cup.
There.
Yes, very.
Graham Wagg got a double 100 there about 5 years ago.
Wonder where else you've been? Nuneaton with Warwickshire?
No, I haven't. No. Here's the next delivery, and played nicely through the covers, and that's 4 runs. Beautiful bit of time in there by Patel, who got on his toes, got right behind it. Last ball of the over, and he moves on to 32. Very fluent innings by the opening batsman, and the score now on to 49 for 1.
Chesterfield?
Yes, many times there? Chesterfield. Lovely ground.
You see, it tends to be, they always give the fixture to Yorkshire now, don't they? Because all the South
just
Yorkshire
over the border, isn't it?
Indeed.
Middlesex, of course.
Middlesex are given as Lords and Uxbridge.
Yeah, they had another ground.
The school, of course, they play at the school sometimes.
Old Merchant Taylors.
Yeah.
But there's another ground,
well,
North London. Oh, what's it called?
We played it. Did we not play at Merchant Taylor? Was that not the former home of the former school, the alma mater of Boris Karloff? In goes Nisa, outside off stump, allowed to go through, swinging and bouncing nicely, giving it everything, Nisa, but Hill, it was too wide and Hill could leave safely.
Do you know why, do you? Because he absolutely adored cricket, Boris Karloff.
Because one of the ends doesn't really have a name.
The sinister end?
Well, I wanted to call it the Karloff end, but Kevin Hands wouldn't let me, but I did anyway.
Yeah, Boris
the lake end, I think there was a sort of school lake or something.
Oh,
like
he
that,
loved cricket.
But yes, Carlo.
Somerset used to have some great outgrounds. Weston-super-Mare, Glastonbury.
Nisa charges in, bowls to Hill closer this time, but again, Hill been in there for a while now, 30 balls, knows where his off stump is, lets it go through.
Testing time.
Indeed. Yeah, Somerset's grounds are listed as Taunton, Bath and Weston-super-Mare.
Glastonbury they finished some time ago. Well, every county, you know, Worcestershire used to play at Dudley, and when the river
Kidderminster, they still.
Yeah, when the river comes over and
yeah, we went
floods New Road, they go up to Kiddy.
Yeah. Nisa is in and bowls two. Hill, who turns him neatly off leg stump down towards long leg, jogs the single. In from the boundary comes Billy Root, a game that he won't particularly remember fondly, Billy.
Oh, last year he got a naught last year in 800 runs.
And a first baller this time in 450 odd.
I think a few other players would have got a naught. That delivery that Scriven bowled, do you remember, to Billy Root?
The in-swinging Yorker cleaned him up first ball.
Yes, looking back at that book you've got, it brings back memories of such nice ground.
Nisa is charging in and bowling. Driving is Patel without getting to the pitch of it. And it's in the air for a couple of feet. He got on top of it, but wasn't really there to drive. He checked the shot slightly and it went straight out to McIlroy at wide-ish mid-off. Nisa raised his eyes to the heavens. He knew he'd sort of slightly deceived Patel on that occasion. Patel, though, 32 off 48 balls, 50. Came up with that single for Leicestershire, so they are now just 8 away from making Glamorgan bat again. Nisa is in and bowling. Patel is forward. And
they used
just
to call
pushing it up to mid-on.
Basingstoke ground, Bay's Bounty, I think they used to call it. Something like that. Do you know where our commentary point was?
May's Bounty. Go on.
Mays or Bays, yeah. On the top of the pavilion. Also a place in, now this is worth telling you, a place called Heanor in Derbyshire.
Yep.
We went there and it was a roasting day in midsummer. And again, we were asked to go on the roof of the pavilion.
Nisa is in, bowl, slightly short of a length. Well played by Patel upon his toes, keeping it out.
End of the over. 50 for 1, and in this day, on that day, as you shuffle your chair, we had it, and all of a sudden, I couldn't move the chair. Yes, they were very lucky, the people you showed me the picture of, because they were outside the little tent where we were on this pavilion, and we were going lower and lower, because it was a sort of tarred, you know, temperatures well up in the 80s.
The tar was melting.
The tar was melting, you know, God. What on earth is going on here? And you couldn't move because in the little ground they'd put our, as we call it, the ISDN there, and you couldn't do anything about it. And that, I remember Glamorgan, yes.
Andrew Salter, they're going to try an over or two of spin before lunch.
Interesting book, this.
It is fascinating.
Yeah.
Some lovely pictures of the grounds. It's from the sort of 80s, I think, so when a lot of them were still in use. Sadly, it's just not economically viable. Leicestershire's alternative ground then, in those days, was listed as Hinckley. But we are going to Oakham, which is very pleasing this year. We're going to have a championship game at Oakham School. Yeah.
I tell you another little tale. I'm full of these tales at Hinckley. The only game I've done there, and we got there. We got the air a minute before the game was due to start. We eventually got a line through the sporting complex behind, the squash courts behind. Somehow it was done, and there was a man in the corner. Well, he wasn't a man; he was a young lad, and said, "Do you mind if I sit here and listen and take some notes?" I said, "Certainly." "What's your name?" "Jonathan Agnew." And we've been firm friends ever since. That's when he was just starting his BBC career.
He was very assiduous in, and it paid off.
Yeah, I'll just... Salter starts on the over, bowls, and that's way down the leg side.
Great take.
Good take by Cook, drifting away down the leg side. Very flowing. Aggers used to play here, of course, for many years. Yeah, is Andrew Salter comes in, gentle little run up. Then it's down the leg side, is pushed down to the man on the 45, and they go through for a quick signal. And the score moves on to 51, and the deficit now, they've done well here, Leicester, because they lost that early wicket, score up 4. And what have they got to negotiate? Some 16 minutes before lunch, back to the normal time of 8 o'clock.
Lewis Hill wandering up to talk to Rishi Patel. It was Patel's call there, and Nisa through to the non-strikers end, where Hill had to get the afterburners on. I suspect he might have been wandering up, saying something along the lines of what you've just said, Eddie. Look, it's only 15 minutes till lunch. Let's just calm it down.
Yeah, is the next delivery. Identical delivery. I don't know what for Salter's aiming, or is he losing his line? And are there any left-handers? I didn't notice anyone in the Leicestershire side. Any left?
That's a point.
Because that'll help them, because they won't have Salter spinning the ball away across the body. The Salter is in bowls, and this is pushed away, and there'll be an easy single here.
Well, Buddinger's a lefty, isn't he? But he's come and gone.
Yeah. If there is a bit of turn there, it'll be easier for Salter to bowl at the left-hander. Ironically, the first 2 wickets to fall last year, when in this memorable game, when they lost 10 wickets in the session, they were taken by Salter, not the opening bowlers. Yeah, he is again. Just touched away past the man at short leg is Eddie Byram, and they go through for no, they don't go through for a single. 52 for 1, the score remains. Still striving to get this second wicket as Salter in bowls, and that's played with wrists flat, guiding it down. Hill gets another single, moves on to 18. That completes the over, 53 for 1. And Patel has moved on to 33. Yes, Hinckley must have been there, have you, for the game?
No.
Haven't you?
I'm afraid
Pleasant
not.
little ground, big ground.
It will be just Oakham.
Yeah.
Which is, of course, isn't in Leicestershire.
Rutland.
Indeed. It's the market town, the capital, not the right word, is it really? The county town.
Yes.
Of Rutland, the only town in Rutland, bless it.
Beautiful pitch there, always apparently.
Indeed. Nisa charges in, bowls up on his toes, goes Hill, plays it well. It was just outside off stump, got right on top of the bounce, pushed it down into the ground. It runs through the gully area. Salter has to run around from backward point to field. Hill takes 1, moves on to 19. I think Hill is revelling in the responsibility of both being captain and batting number 3, because when he was keeping as well, he was sort of batting at 5, 6, 7, and it's such a different role. I think he's enjoying having a certain amount of time, and he likes being part of a batting lineup that is stronger than usual for Leicestershire. Patel is driving again, pushing firmly. He wasn't driving, he was pushing very firmly at that one, just on off stump, and Nisa has his hands on his head because, again, it wasn't quite there to drive. But in fairness to Patel, he did check the shot and played it along the ground too.
Might be worth thinking of putting a man on the drive on the offside, because there's a couple gone up, actually, as you mentioned, off McIlroy. He put off Nisa's rather. McIlroy was at mid-off where he is now, and just went wide of him in the air.
You'd think about it if you were bowling regular to Patel, wouldn't you? Because he does like a drive. In goes Nisa, bowls to Rishi Patel, who turns the delivery calmly along the ground from middle and leg out towards mid-wicket, where Kieran Carlson is the fielder.
I suspect if wickets don't fall this afternoon, you'll see a variety of bowlers, 8 or 9 possibly. as Patel, as Carlson had a long bowl the other day, bowling his off spin. Marnus Labuschagne will probably bowl off spin, leg spin, and medium pace.
All in one over, potentially. But at the moment, it is all very serious indeed, as Nisa is in. Bowls to Patel, plays that really nicely. It bounced, and he just leant back, and with a slightly angled bat, almost let it hit the blade and guide it down through the vacant gully area, down to the equally vacant third man area, and picks up 4. So Rishi Patel moves on to 37. The scores are level, Eddie.
The scores are level. And for once, Glamorgan don't have a third man. Simply, well, let's have him catch in rather. You know, we need wickets. It doesn't matter. Oh,
yeah, there's something in that, isn't there? Really, there's something in that. But it does make scoring easier for Patel, who made his maiden first-class century in the first game of the season on a test ground at Headingley against Yorkshire. In goes Nisa, bowls to him. He strokes it rather elegantly out towards mid-on, where Van der Hoogten is the fielder. Paul Nixon really, really rates Rishi Patel.
Does he?
He thinks he's a huge, unfulfilled talent, if you like. And
how old?
They're hoping. I think he's 26 now. Rishi came from Essex. Let me just check that. Where he hadn't had too many opportunities. Scored an awful lot of runs for Essex Twos. 1998. He was born. In goes Nisa, bowls to him. He's solidly forward. Actually, July 1998. So actually, he's only 24, going on 25. He's almost 25. So apologies to Rishi. His mum listens as well. Apologies, Mrs. Patel.
She'd know.
She's often at the family are often at the ground. They're huge supporters. But yeah, the feeling and the hope is from Leicestershire, and to a certain extent, it's borne out by the way he's playing. That century will really see Rishi kick on and start to fulfil his evident talent.
We were looking, Richard and I, at the tables, of course, as one does on the final day, and Glamorgan will stay in 5th. They might just nudge up to 4th, but with the bowling points, although the side above them, Sussex, have also had a good haul down at Bristol, so Glamorgan will probably stay at 5th, and Leicestershire, I don't think there'll be a positive outcome to this game. I don't know about you, but Leicestershire going along nicely now. They will pick up 6 points here, plus the 5, that's 11 points, so probably go up to 3rd, or just
it might just keep them in 2nd.
Will it?
Actually,
No.
It's possible.
Salter starts a new over, and it's driven, and there is a run as the ball ricochets off the man on the drive to mid-on, and they go through for a sharp single.
I mustn't forget to do the pre-recorded update in a couple of minutes' time at the end of this over, Eddie, because Salter gets to them fairly quickly.
Yeah. 59 for 1, Leicestershire 1 for 1 in real money. Patel waits, in comes Salter, clips it through mid-wicket, a few ows and ahs, but perfectly safe. He moves on to 38, and the score now to 60 for 1. Not quite so cold as it was this morning at 11 o'clock. Andrew Salter from the pavilion end bowls, and he'll drive nicely, but straight to the man at cover point, who is fielding and patrolling rather a big area, Kieran Carlson. Salter off break, comes in, bowls again, and this time his batsman response is to push forward up to mid-on. 60 for 1, 38 to Patel, 20 to the captain Lewis Hill.
Effectively 2 for 1, remember? So
2.
Yes, Glamorgan can still
the
have hope.
Salter floats that one up. And again, it's a defensive response as it's pushed back down the pitch. Ready for your lunch?
Ready. Always.
And
down into the Charles Palmer restaurant, see what's on the menu today.
Sausages for me. Salter again is in, and it's just played gently to mid-wicket. Nothing much happening at the moment. 60 for 1, 38 to Patel and 20 to Hill. The man out, Budinger, who was edging to slip and comfortably caught by Lloyd off Nisa for 1. There have been a couple of appeals since then, some big appeals, but I fancy that umpire Baton got both right. One seemed to come off the pad and the other went ricocheting off the helmet.
Well, coming up to lunch here at Grace Road, Leicestershire breathing a little more easily, having lost a wicket very early on. 4 for 1 they were when they started their second innings. Shortly after they started their second innings, Sol Budinger caught that slip off the bowling of Michael Nisa, but Rishi Patel and the captain Lewis Hill have steadied the ship. Patel has 38, Hill has 20. Leicester 60 for 1. They are still just 2 ahead of Glamorgan, but the pitch is playing well, and this is now very much a game they should save.
Strange to hear you saying 24 hours ago to save when Glamorgan were 250 runs with only 3 wickets in hand.
Indeed.
It's a strange old game, isn't it? I shall be, as you well know, away after lunch, going down the M69, M6 South.
Well,
M42, M5, M50 and M4.
I'm told it's raining very hard, so be careful when you go.
Yes. Well, it's going to pass me on the way and come up here, and then I'll be going back through it.
McIlroy, first delivery from the Bennett end, is pushed back towards him by Rishi Patel. McIlroy fields in his follow-through, then throws it to Nisa, who's at mid-off to do a spot of polishing. Let's see, we should get 2 more overs before this and
yes, with
Salters, 1 more. So you will hear from Eddie again briefly. In goes McIlroy and bowls. Well, bowl bounces a little more than a little bit of straightening, says Rishi Patel, as well as he stretched forward to that one. Got a thick inside edge pad as well involved onto the pad, and it bounces out into the offside. Patel walks off towards short leg to recompose himself. He remains 38. Hill 20. Looks pleasant out there, but it is not half as lovely as it was yesterday when it was positively tropical. It was almost 18 degrees.
It was lovely.
McIlroy is in, bowls on off stump. Patel, with all the time in the world, just leans forward, slightly angled bat, pushes it out to Salter at backward point. And there's no run. Hill takes off his helmet at the non-striker's end and wanders down. Does a spot of desultory prodding at the pitch, which looks as faultless as it has over pretty much the last 3 days. It's been about conditions, hasn't it, Eddie, really, rather than the pitch. As McIlroy is in, bowls, bangs it in up on his toes. Patel defends off stump and drops it out towards point. When on the first day, and to a certain extent the second as well, certainly when the lights came on, it began to swing remarkably. It's amazing what an effect that
it's
that can have.
It's atmosphere, isn't it?
And,
makes the ball
indeed.
Swing. But nothing has done much off the pitch, which is disappointing. We get it at Cardiff, you know, you yearn for a bit of turn or something to make it interesting on end of day 3 and all of day 4.
Agreed. I think Leicester will be a little disappointed. In goes McIlroy and bowls a line and length delivery on off stump. Patel leans forward, blocks it out into the covers, and Nisa this time feels. They will have hoped for a little bit more turn. Something for Rahan Ahmed to work with. Colin Ackerman.
Yeah,
Andrew Salter, none of them have turned it, have they?
They've reduced, you know, the points down to 5 to try and get teams playing more positively. Not quite baseball, but you know what I mean.
McIlroy is in. Patel is edging down to third man for 4. He'll take it. He was McIlroy has his head down, looking at his feet in disappointment, hanging his head in disbelief at his ill fortune. It was just outside off stump. Patel stretched forward, thick outside edge, in the air through gully. No third man. Another boundary to Patel into the 40s. As a consequence, onto 42, 64 for 1. Leicestershire. The partnership is worth 60. 1 more over before lunch from Andrew Salter will be described for you by Eddie Bevan.
When are you down with us? Is it July-ish?
He says, I believe so.
I think it's those games we have.
Glamorgan versus Leicestershire starts on the 10th of July, Monday through Thursday.
Oh.
Go figure. I don't know why it starts on a Monday.
Salter then to bowl this last over before lunch, 64 for 1. He's bowling at Lewis Hill, who was undefeated on 20. A slip and a short leg are in attendance as Salter comes in and bowls the first ball, which is played firmly. The half stopped, diverted to mid-on, and there's no run.
Missed out there, didn't he? Full toss.
Got there and then hit it straight at a fielder. 20 to Lewis Hill. So in comes Andrew Salter, bowls again. This time soft hands, plays it backward of square, and they go through for a single.
Yes,
65 for 1.
Dan, Durham are going to go into the next round of games with a good lead at the top of the table. But Leicester at the moment in second.
Salter bowls to Patel, who comes right forward with that left elbow high up defending. Knows that this is the last over.
Heady days, Edward. Heady days for the Foxes.
Yes, and why not? It's, you know, disappointment over the last 6 or 7 years, and it's good to be...
6 or 7? Make it 12 or 15, really.
You've got one day success, though. In comes Salter. Salter is pushing it through there and is pushed out to mid-wicket.
If Sussex go on to beat Gloucestershire, we'll check on the scores of those during the lunch interval, then they would overtake Leicestershire.
Oh,
assuming this game
the glorious doing their second innings. We
Let's have a look, see.
Salter comes in again and bowls to the right-handed Patel, pushes firmly out to mid-wicket. 65 for 1. The lead is 7 runs. Last ball before lunch. Comes in and bowls. Just goes down that leg side. That is luncheon here at Grace Road, and Glamorgan, if you've just tuned in, were bowled out for 465. The last man out, Chris Cook, for 132. Salter made 13. McIlroy was not out naught, and that gave Glamorgan a lead of 58. They were given an early scare. Leicester, when Beddinger was caught low down by David Lloyd at slip off Nisa for 1, but then Patel and Hill have taken them through to lunch. 65 for 1. Patel's on 42. Hill is on 21, and as I shan't be here this afternoon, my thanks as always for hosting us from Wales. We shall reciprocate in July down in Cardiff, and I do hope that you have an enjoyable season up until July, and then also have an enjoyable afternoon.
Thank you, Edward, and it is always, as always, a huge pleasure to have your company up here at Grace Road. We'll be back with you on BBC Wales, BBC Radio Leicester. Myself, Nick Webb, and Rita Green will be your commentators this afternoon. And we'll be back with you in around about 35 minutes' time. But just for now, it's a good afternoon from Grace Road.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
endurance fixture between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. To say it's interestingly poised would be possibly pushing our luck slightly. Leicestershire are 65 for 1 in their second innings, which means they lead by 7. Gloucestershire having been bowled out this morning in the end for 465. Chris Cook, last man out for a magnificent 132. He was Chris Wright's 5th wicket of the innings. Might have been a few Leicestershire hearts fluttering when Sol Budinger went very early. When Leicestershire began their second innings, he was caught by David Lloyd at first slip off the bowling of Michael Nisa for just a single, 4 for 1 at that stage. Still 54 behind, but as I say, now 65 for 1 with Rishi Patel 42 not out and the captain Lewis Hill 21 not out. The ship somewhat settled as a consequence. Patel, big chance then really for him to possibly go on and score another 100. His first in his first class career, having come just a couple of weeks ago at Headingley against Yorkshire, and the captain Lewis Hill will also be looking to go on. But if Glamorgan can pick up a couple of quick wickets, break this partnership early, and who knows if they can get 5 or 6 down before tea, anything could yet happen. Nick Webb from BBC Radio Wales is alongside me, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, and it's going to be Tim van der Hoogten who's going to open the bowling for the visitors from the Bennett end. 2 slips and a short leg in as van der Hoogten comes in and bowls to Hill, who edges just past second slip. There is a third man now. Michael Nisa is down there. It was not too far wide of second slip, who remains hands on knees in disbelief. Labuschagne down there and then claps his hands because that was a genuine edge, and had there been a third slip, would have been straight down his throat, Nick Webb.
Indeed it would. It wasn't under control, and they've ridden their luck to a little extent, but there have been some positive shots as they've moved into the lead at a fair rate, over 3 and over.
And the Hookton is in to Patel, who's working it into the leg side. Bounces once. Good take. One-handed to his right by Eddie Byram there. Patel wisely had not left his ground, so Byram didn't bother hurling the ball at the stumps.
And for those very few listeners who are worried about our working environment, have just turned the radiator off. Good heavens. And it's only April.
Still just April. May bank holiday tomorrow. I hope you've all got plans. I hope the weather stays nice up here. Anyway, as forward goes Patel. I think it's horrible down in the West Country. From what everybody tells me, from what correspondents tell me, tipping down in Hereford. So it might be a damp drive home tonight.
Yes, I'm afraid to announce that Wales National County side will not be taking to the field today. Their T20 double-header against Buckinghamshire at Lisvane in Cardiff has been knocked on the head, and they're hoping for better luck away to Bedfordshire tomorrow.
Van der Hoogten is in and bowls. Patel stretches forward. Solid defensive push out into the offside. McIlroy is the fielder.
If I were being really parochial, I could also tell you that the cup match between Machan and Abercynon has been postponed until next Sunday. The welfare
how many overs would that have been?
Not sure. We haven't entered the cup in in the last couple of years, so I'm not quite sure. Probably 40.
Van der Hoogten is in to Patel, who edges as well. He was slightly more in control. It went through between about 3rd and 4th slip. Might just have bounced before a putative 4th slip. As I say, played with slightly softer hands than Hills. Hills flew at a really nice, comfortable catching height, maybe even higher than that, maybe about chest height through 3rd slip. That one was just about kept down by Patel, but his heart would have been in his mouth for a moment. He picks up a single with Nisa, as I say, now down at 3rd man. It's good stuff from Van der Hoogten, as ever. He is in and bowls to Hill, who stretches forward to a straight delivery, pushes it with a slightly closed face of the bat out towards mid-on. Good opening over from Van der Hoogten. Unlucky in it, really. 6 overs, none for 25, but could easily have picked up a wicket there. His Glamorgan cap is splendidly weathered, isn't it? Looking at it, it's almost grey. Almost grey. That's how I like it.
Last week, oh yes, it was the visiting captain Scott Borthwick in for Durham. His cap was actually coming apart at the peak, so you could see the sort of inside sticking out. It was so battered. That's been through the wash a few times.
They do love a sun-battered cap or a sun-bleached cap, don't they?
This was more like a falling apart cap, to be honest. Here's Andrew Salter from the pavilion end as we watch from over. Very straight long off, starts with a full toss that is swept away for 4 by Rishi Patel. And not pleasing Eddie Byram under the lid at short leg.
He's still glaring back at Salter. I don't blame him. A leg stump full toss to a notoriously good sweeper and a puller. Thank you very much.
Yes, one of the Glamorgan Great and Good downstairs in the lunchroom predicted there'd be 3 or 4 wickets for Labuschagne in the afternoon. I think he was joking. As that one is swept away again by Rishi Patel to reach his half-century. It's taken 74 balls, and it has done a job for his side in that they're into the lead already and should be moving towards the realms of safety. 1-6 in that, and 9 fours.
Well, if you want to, if you're worried about going to a landmark, first a full toss on leg stump and then a nice half volley without a man down deep on the square boundary is pretty much as gift-wrapped as you're going to get, isn't it?
Salter trying to regain his equilibrium, bowls a better delivery that is driven to mid-off, and there is no run. 75 for 1, 17 is the lead.
You won't be surprised, perhaps, to learn that they haven't started again at Bristol because it's raining.
Oh, right, it was bad light earlier.
So,
Gloucestershire will...
poor old Gloucestershire.
As forward comes Patel and defends on the leg side. Well, the Gloucesters, I think, following on, will be quite happy with this one.
Time, yeah.
That's the rain they wanted as opposed to the rain they didn't want.
Sussex will be frustrated.
Yes, having really made the running in that game. As Salter bowls down the wicket, comes Patel and hits it up towards us. That one should be crunching into the side screen for 6.
Over the side screen, or into the front of the, possibly into the umpire's room.
That one really was well timed by Patel. Used his feet, got all of it. The ball is tossed back by a steward to Billy Root, who lobs it back towards Van der Hoogten, and Andrew Salter's pride as well as his bowling figures will be hurt a little bit by this, as umpire Watts will have a quick look at the ball.
You'll need to, because that landed squarely on the concrete on the other side and bounced up towards the pavilion.
It's handed back to Salter, who's in to bowl again to Patel, and bowls another full toss that smacked through the leg side for 4. Well, if Glamorgan wanted to keep pressure on Leicestershire this afternoon, that is not the way to do it. 3 fours and a 6 in the over. Yeah. Leicestershire gallop on to 85 for 1. Andrew Salter is, well, looking a little rusty because this is his first game of the season in the championship. He hasn't played second team cricket. Obviously he did have friendlies, and Morgan got out to Zimbabwe for a couple of weeks to play some games there, so he has had matches, but this is his first competitive game, and I'm afraid he's not at his best as yet.
Well, his first 3 overs went for, I think, just 4 runs. That didn't. In those, Van der Hoogten bowls to Hill on off stump, who stretches forward and defends. 18 off his first over after lunch.
Yes, I was doing interviews with Michael Neser and Chris Cook last night on the way out, and Andrew Salter was with them and waiting, and I'd finished Michael Neese, and I was adjusting the microphone stand for the slightly less tall Chris Cook, and looked up to Andrew Salter standing in front of the microphone, said, "Not going to ask me about my 6 not out then?"
Van der Hoogten is in. Hill is turning him, or attempting to turn him off his legs. It runs quite quickly down 2 fine legs, so I suspect he might have got something on that. He did. In goes Billy Root to field. Hill picks up a single. He moves on to 23. Patel, who was 42 not out at lunch, suddenly is on 61 not out of 78 balls. Leicestershire extending their lead, and therefore the likelihood of the draw quite rapidly. Still, however, just 29 ahead as in goes Van der Hoogten bowls. Forward stretches Patel, thick inside part of the bat. Fielded by Byram at short leg, falling to his right. And he does shy the ball at the stumps. Patel looks a little surprised, his back foot being fairly securely anchored. Salter at point does the backing up.
Yes, if you hear gentle sobbing from the back of the box, it's only Rita. Her team Reading are in grave peril, with Cardiff City losing at the moment 2-1 at home to Huddersfield.
Van der Hoogten is in. There's half an appeal for a leg before, as it seemed back in. The sort of delivery that Wright came fairly close to perfecting, didn't he? He had plenty of opportunity in his 30-odd overs in Glamorgan's first innings. Managed to seam a few back in, particularly at Cook. It was a great battle yesterday afternoon. It was won by Cook, but he had to work really hard for his 100. And he'll be as proud of that 100 as of many others that he's made, I suspect. In goes Van der Hoogten, bowls on off stump. Patel is forward and blocking it out into the offside.
Well, certainly the Leicestershire bowling was pretty accurate for the vast majority of those 150-odd overs, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. The run rate never got past 3, did it? It was always at sort of 2.7, 2.8, 2.9. And that wasn't just about Glamorgan being careful, it was about good, accurate bowling.
And that really has prevented Glamorgan putting any real pressure on Leicestershire so far.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls very wide, a tempter to Rishi Patel, who isn't tempted, lets it bounce through into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. End of the over, 86 for 1, 22 overs have been bowled. Patel has 61, Hill 23, and Rita will be joining you.
Yes, I'll have to shoot next door fairly quickly as well, Richard, so might be better if
in
you
which case we'll do it the other way around.
Just wait for one more over.
I forgot about that 2 o'clock business,
yes,
just because I've got one at 2:30.
2, 3 and 4 on BBC Radio Wales this afternoon. Rita will take over from me at the end of this Salter over, which, well, he usually gets through an over fairly quickly, but he didn't last time because the ball was being fetched from all parts of the county. 86 for 1. Patel, after that assault, has moved on to 61 not out. And Salter bowls, and it's noodled away by Hill. Oh! Fine mid-wicket, slips on an old strip, and hope he hasn't done himself any harm there. Just looking to see who it is. Smana Labuschagne. Yes, he went down as if he'd been shot there. It should have been a routine piece of fielding. And
well, his feet kept going and his body sort of stayed.
He's okay. Salter bowls, Patel drives to Labuschagne, who inspects the ball and just does a bit of bending and stretching. See, he went down in a heap there, and the ball went past him. He's called into action again with a defensive prod from Patel.
Could have been a story, couldn't he?
Yes,
Labuschagne had hurt. He's okay.
I think he's okay. He's just getting some mud out of his studs. Salter in bowls. Patel defends to short leg, and there's no run.
A couple of years ago, we did have a story here when an international player was injured.
Who was that then?
The South Africa international bowler who was playing for Kent.
Right.
And I'm trying desperately to remember his name, but he trod on the rope.
Salter bowls, Patel forward defending. Again, Labuschagne fields, no run.
And went over on his ankle. He was not a popular man because none of the Kent players, and none of them went to see if he was all right.
Oh dear.
They all sort of stood there and looked. And he came limping round.
Salter bowls, Patel forward defensively. A far tidier over from Salter, who's found his radar after lunch. Leicestershire then are 87 for 1. They're 29 runs in the lead with 9 wickets standing and 64 overs potentially left in the match. I would be surprised if we got anything like that as Rita Green joins Richard Ray.
Hill and Patel have a word in mid-pitch. Their partnership now worth 83 for Leicestershire's second wicket. Van der Hoogten bowling as nicely as he did in the first innings in fairly bright sunshine now here at Grace Road. Comes in and bowls to Hill, who's turning a delivery just past Eddie Byram at short leg. Byram dives to his left, gets a good hand on it and slows it down, but not sufficiently to prevent Hill and Patel taking one because it went about 4, maybe 5 yards behind him. Picks himself up, chases after it, encumbered by pads and helmet and all sorts of inner padding, no doubt. One to Hill, continues to play sensibly. He's on 25, 88 for 1. Van der Hoogten, high stepping run, quite a short one, comes in and bowls at seams back in, hits Patel very high, and although he turns in hopeful appeal, he must have known that that was had much too high and had no chance of being answered in the affirmative.
Yeah, definitely too high and probably go down a little bit down leg, but I'm sure the bowlers will feel a little bit of a moral victory there. They haven't had many of those moments in the recent, well, certainly since lunch. And as you say, the sun is out. Apparently rain's on the way in the next hour and a half.
It's rather pleasant out there, isn't it? In goes, or Fieldstow. In goes Van der Hoogten, bowls outside off stump, line and length, but the line was just a little awry, and so Patel had nothing to do with it. The ball did not swing. It has not really swung for Nisa or Van der Hoogten or McIlroy in this Leicestershire second innings so far. The only time it really has swung, Scriven got it to swing a little nicely most of the day yesterday, but when the lights came on, Leicestershire's first innings did begin to hoop a little bit. Nisa bowling Vian Mulder with a ball that he left that came swinging back into hit off stump. That's over pitched and it's driven for, may go for 4. I think it will go for 4. The outfield has dried up considerably. Kieran Carlson's pursuit from mid-off out to, mid-on, I beg your pardon, out to the long off boundary was more in the nature of jogging to pick up the ball. McIlroy dived across at mid-off, couldn't get there. Patel continues to impress post-lunch. He's put the bad ball away in some style.
Yeah, really nice stroke and not easy on the eye and just to the right of the mid-off fielder for 4. Very nice stroke.
He waits with bat raised as Van der Hoogten, his hair glinting in the sun, comes in and bowls outside off stump, slashed away rather, just past Nisa, diving at point. Is that going to go? It's slowing down. Nisa must have got something on it, but it trickles over the ropes at point in front of the Stenchen Benno stand, greeted with loud approval. And Patel picks up consecutive boundaries to move on to 69. He was on just 42 off 68 balls at lunch, now 69 off 91, so he really is accelerating. No change to the field, no sweeper going out, not much point really. Van der Hoogten is in. Patel gets a ball that stays a fraction low outside off stump, but it was outside off stump and he let it go through to the keeper. End of the over. 96 for 1. How's your maths? Minus 58. That defeats
in terms
me
of the
every
lead.
time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I suppose minus 60 plus 2 would be the way to do it, wouldn't it? So 36, 38.
38. Well, I am delighted to say I've got a little screen in front of me, and I'm not going to take the glory of, the lead is 38. But, a decent over for Leicestershire there. You got 2 fours and a single as well. The runs are ticking over, and this is exactly what Leicestershire want. In fact, they just put the lead up on the board there. Thank you so much. But Leicester will be looking to take this on. They've got a good batting lineup for sure. 96 for 1 is a score. Hill on strike. Salter comes in to bowl, and this one's tucked into the onside to the sort of slightly wide square leg area, and there's no run. Salter's had a mixed bag, I would suggest, this morning with the ball, but I think it's great to see him keeping on. I think it was 18 off 1 over. He may have been pulled off, but no, he's still here. Salter to Hill, and this one's squared. Squared to the onside, and there's a shy at the stumps, and a few ums and ahs. I'm wondering what I've said here, Richard, which has made Richard smile so much. They run through for a single. One more to the total, 97 for 1. And silence, perfect. We'll just keep it going, shall we? Salter's definitely had a mixed bag so far today. Partnership 93 after losing a wicket so early. Leicester done a brilliant job to keep the runs flowing. Salter with a fizzing delivery. Absolutely got the speed up there, Salter, trying to vary it up to Patel, who defends this, and there's no run. And that's what Salter needs to do. Variation galore with a ball that isn't really turning much at all. The wicket's not helping him out at all. So what can you do? Vary it up. 21 on his back, comes into bowl, and this one down the leg side, short. Shorter delivery and nicely picked up, and is absolutely into the yes please category for Rishi Patel. Nice stroke into the onside, and 4 more to the total. The 101 is up.
He picks the length very quickly, especially if there's a sort of whisper of sort of onside possibilities to it. He's a lovely onside player. He spent some time last winter in the India Spin Academy in Mumbai, batting in sweltering conditions against spinners, and he now plays spinners. Famous last words, but he does now play spinners very effectively, especially when he's sweeping. 100 up, yeah. Yeah,
brilliant place to learn your trade. Salter to Rishi Patel, and this one is a nicely flighted delivery, but defended by Patel. Nothing more to the total. Yeah, it's fair to say, isn't it, on the anything short is pull, the hook, clipped into the onside. That beautiful 6, which was retrieved by a high-vis security guy. Wow. And down the track comes Rishi Patel, who pushes this down rather to mid-on, who's very deep towards the boundary rope for a single. Nice looking stroke there. Jig down the wicket. Look, that's always a great sign of confidence. 1 more to the total. In fact, the end of the over, 102 for 1 in the sunshine here in Leicester.
Yeah, looking $1 million, Rishi Patel at the moment. Really enjoying himself. I think he has taken an awful lot of confidence from that 125 he made against Yorkshire. Came close last season, 99 against Sussex at Hove. Amazing the difference that single run can make. I think he really does feel he's now established in this Leicestershire side at the top of the order. And this sort of innings won't do him any harm at all. Van der Hoogten is in to him. He's turning him neatly off his legs. Billy Root, who's gone around to long leg, comes jogging in, takes the ball, throws at Chris Cook, the wicket keeper, and Centurion of Glamorgan's first innings, who comes out to meet the ball. Patel happy with his single, 75 to him, 103 for 1, 99 the partnership now. Hill 26 of them, which gives you an idea of how quickly Patel has scored of late. Just 26 of them. In goes Van der Hoogten, bowls. Hill tucks him into the leg side, and then that characteristic almost scream from Hill of no, pushing it out towards Eddie Byram, who is still padded up, but he's keeping them all on. He's gone to a fairly conventional mid-wicket position there.
Oh, who am I to suggest that Hill shouldn't say no? But I was always told as a batter, always shout wait, because go no sounds very much like go. But if it works, whatever.
Van der Hookton is into Hill. Bit of a half volley, actually dug out a bit. If that hits, he's going to be close. He didn't hit. McIlroy ran across to his right. He's left-handed. He had to transfer the ball from right hand to left hand. Even then, had it hit, I suspect Hill would have been on his way. He dived in and is now covered in dust and dirt, but the throw from McIlroy missed. That was a chance. The 100 partnership is up, but Hill almost gave it away there.
He was a goner, absolute goner by quite some distance, I would suggest. And McIlroy, yeah, he just needed to hit the stumps, and he wasn't a million miles away. Wow. There was never a run in that.
No,
it was a nice-looking stroke for sure. And by the way, if you can hear an alarm, I assume it's some sort of car alarm rather than us having to leave the building.
Yeah, the wind is getting up, and there'll be car alarms now. I would imagine they'll be getting rattled a bit. It's getting darker, and the wind is getting up, so that rain you forecast may not be too far away. Van der Hookton is in to Patel, who leaves. It shapes back in a little bit, but not sufficiently so to threaten the off stump. Thing is, with that throw from McIlroy, he had 2.5 stumps to aim at. He wasn't far from being almost behind the stumps by the time he picked up. He had a big target, but he was falling, and he's still staring up at the heavens now in his irritation with himself at not hitting the stumps.
Yeah, be deeply disappointed, and on we go though.
In he comes, Van der Hookton driving, is Patel loosely reaching for it, thick outside edge in the air through gully. There is no gully, just the third man, and well, he's done that a few times in this innings. He picks up a single, and seeing that, well, Marnus Labuschagne goes from walks pointedly from second slip to fourth slip. He then returns to second slip, but had he been in that fourth slip stroke gully position, that would have been a definite chance. Patel survives, moves on to 76, 105 for one. I wonder if that car owner is going to get there. In goes Van der Hookton. Hill drives back to him, doesn't get it at all. Thick inside part of the bat. Van der Hookton half stops it in his follow through. The stop is completed by Carlson running around behind him, and it's the end of the over. 105 for one. Been quite exciting since lunch, relatively. Leicestershire have gone for their shots. Patel has connected with plenty, and they've gone from 65 for one to 105 for one in what seems like no time.
Yeah, Patel 76 off 99 balls. Okay, it's not, you know, full-blown baseball kind of cricket of go for it, but actually it's been very entertaining and really lovely strokes from Rishi Patel straight out of the textbook. I'm also really glad to see that Marnus Labuschagne is okay. I saw it live and also saw the replay of the slip over. Here's Salter to Patel, who drives this to the cover region, and very nice stop there in the cover area, but no run. But yeah, glad to see he's all right. I'm sure there would have been a few people slightly worried about them. I think his sort of leg sort of fell under him as he went to field the ball. Here comes Salter, second ball of the over. On the back foot is Rishi Patel, who again pushes it to the same fielder. He'll be disappointed there, actually. It's really nice. Sort of took a step back into the to the left, gave himself enough room, but just hit the same fielder. And no more to the total. Salter again, and this time is swept, but straight to the sweeper, which looks like Nisa in the deep, and goes through for a single. I tell you what, I'm enjoying Rishi Patel. Really nice looking strokes, and looking to be positive but not overly aggressive, and I think that's exactly what Leicestershire need to do for the moment.
He went to his 100 at Headingley with a slog sweep into the Western Terrace. It was an interesting way to go to your 100, put it that way, but he got all of it, so yeah, he plays the shot beautifully.
Salter's going round the wicket, and the umpire's just taking a moment to have a chat with, is that Marnus? Yeah, Marnus Labuschagne, goodness knows what about. Here comes Salter, round the wicket to Hill, who tries to drive this to the cover region, gets it wrong, gets a thick edge and goes straight back to the fielder. We've seen pretty much zero turns so far. Is there something to talk about going around the wicket? Here's Salter to Hill, off the back foot, and to that fielder once again, who seems to be have a magnet between him and the ball. That's Carlson. At cover, there's no run.
Could be a house alarm, that actually, which is a bit irritating. Could be a while before it goes off.
Hope they haven't gone away for the bank holiday weekend. Salter to Hill for the back foot, tucks this into the short fine leg region, shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and they go through for a single, safe single in the end. And one more to the total, 107 for one. Lewis Hill signals to the dressing room, which is just beneath us, that he wants a new bat.
Might want some tape on it, I think.
Or tape, yeah, or a bit of running repairs.
Bat, but yeah, he was saying a little crack on it. They've just changed the dressing rooms here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Incidentally, the old home dressing room is now much expanded, courtesy of the ECB, who've decided that they weren't quite up to scratch. It's now a huge area, and the away team has a new dressing room in what used to be the committee room. So that they have their away down to our right, with splendid views. Umpire Watts and Marnus Labuschagne still deep in conversation.
What do you think the reason was for that then, to change the dressing rooms up? I'm quite a superstitious kind of girl,
yeah,
so
the ECB wanted them bigger. They wanted the sort of facilities improved and so on and so. They're paying, so let's said
makes
fine.
a difference.
Yeah, not half. But they were a little bit late in getting them finished. They were supposed to start them in November. They eventually started, I think, in January, and they were still working on them at the start of the season, but they are just about finished. The reason that we've now got a large white painted area down below us on the sort in front of the dressing rooms is that a load of paint was spilled, so it looked like somebody had sort of set off a paint bomb down there, so they had to, in the end, paint over it.
Is that right?
Indeed, just to make it look a little less.
It's like one of those, those traffic calming areas. They put it, the double sort of different coloured area. It looks a bit like that. Obviously, no traffic coming through here. By the way, you're missing nothing. There's been an impromptu stop in play while Lewis Hill sorts his bat out, and it looked like Rishi Patel was putting some sort of lotion on his hands. But we're back underway very shortly.
We are, and Michael Neser is going to replace Tim van der Hoogten at the Bennett end. So another little burst from Neser, just in case, by Glamorgan. They need either van der Hoogten or Neser to make something happen if they are going to have a chance of winning this game. Neser will give everything in the cause, does so, bowls very straight to Lewis Hill, dabs down carefully in defence, pushes the ball out towards Carlson at mid-on, and there is no run. Remember, the deficit, the first innings deficit, is 58. So 107 for one translates to 49 for one.
It's lead of 49.
He looks hopefully.
Leads
oh yes, they put it up for us.
Thank you
so
much. They're listening to us, I think.
They are.
Yeah.
So yeah, the lead is 49. Number of overs to go, 60 less one ball. In goes Neser. It's driven back past him in the air. He put out a big meaty right hand to try and grasp it as he did so, because he didn't get all of it there, Hill. It did stop a little bit on him, and it was round about just above head height as it went past Neser, but he was sort of falling away off the pitch, and it might just have brushed his fingers. It actually went through the sawdust behind the umpire, well behind the umpire, halfway to the boundary, and was dragged back by Carlson around a foot inside the rope. So Hill picks up 2, moves on to 30, but might almost been a chance, wasn't quite. Neser is in, bowls. Hill looking to turn him off his legs, thumps into the pad, runs slowly as a consequence down towards long leg, where Root picks up and fields, and the leg by is taken.
I always think those type of chances are some of the most difficult, aren't they? The fast bowler steaming in and the ball comes flying back at him at quite a rate. It's really difficult, isn't it, to get your balance but also get your paws out so you can try and catch. But no, it wasn't a chance. It wasn't really a chance, but there's hope, certainly.
Neser is in, Patel.
Or am I being too overly positive here with the situation? I mean, there's a couple of bits of social media out there, 52-run lead with a rain potentially in a couple of hours. where should the game go, Richard? That's the big question.
Well, the only team that can win it is Glamorgan, basically, and the only way they can win it is by bowling Leicestershire out quickly. So it can't go anywhere unless they take wickets. And the pitch, I think, probably is a little bit too good, and the Glamorgan attack is a little bit underpowered in this game. So, you know, it really is looking very much like the draw. Nisa is in. Patel is looking to drive. Just about got on top of the bounce, but this is slightly risky. It means that the ball is in the air for a few feet. McIlroy ran to his left. It wasn't remotely anywhere near him in terms of being a chance, but it does give the bowler a little bit of encouragement. But he is prepared to drive through the line of the ball, Patel, without necessarily getting to the pitch of it. He picks up one anyway, moves on to 78, but it's Nelson. 111. It's a double Nelson, is it? 111 for one. 4 ones on the board. Will Hill bear the consequences? Nisa is in to him. No, he won't, because he bangs it in short, and Hill, with all the time in the world, just gets up on his toes, and Patel pulls it around the corner for a single. So Nelson, the jeopardy thereof, successfully avoided by Hill, and Leicestershire 112 for 1 off 28. Run rate is now over 4, as it was in Leicestershire's first innings. They have scored their runs fairly quickly, but to no effect in terms of getting them on top in terms of the game as a whole. 112 for 1. They just weren't able to bowl Glamorgan out sufficiently quickly themselves.
And the breeze is really getting up now. You can hear it probably on the effects mic. In fact, you can see the white trousers of the players just flapping about a little bit. By the way, a little while ago, actually, there was a chat between David Lloyd and Rishi Patel going on during that break where Lewis Hill was sorting out his bat. Penny for his thoughts in terms of what's going on. But in terms of the cricket, here we go. Marnus Lavishane has got the ball in his hand.
What's he going to bowl?
What
do you reckon?
I think it's a bit of spin.
Yeah,
from the way he's.
But which? Because he can bowl both.
Well, I wasn't gonna nail myself to what time.
That was an off-spin loosener, wasn't it? So let's see if it's going to be off-spin. I think any chance of turn, it has to be a finger spinner, probably.
Looks like off-spin. Yes, and he's
the turn is so
up.
slow. The turn is, you know what there is, but let's see.
So sort of into the wind, Lavishane from the pavilion end, with 33 on his back, with Lewis Hill on strike on 31 not out, 112 for 1. Lavishane over the wicket, and Lewis Hill just pushes this into the offside of this. No spin and no run to that. There was absolutely nothing to talk of in terms of help.
It was the off-spinner's action, and he may have turned the ball in the air, but it didn't turn off the pitch at all, as you say.
Lavishane sort of warming his hands up because it is a breezy, cold day. And as an off-spinner, you've got to make sure any bowler, you've got to be raring to go. Here he comes. Past the umpire and puts everything into the spin action. And actually, there was a little bit of spin there, actually. Pitched in line and then sort of came in towards the leg stump area and pushed into the onside by Lewis Hill. So, maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. Lavishane doing all he can to get the revolutions on the ball, really twisting through on that delivery foot. Third ball of the over from the pavilion end. Lavishane to Hill, and just pushed into the offside off the back foot. Lewis Hill, who takes a single. One more to the total, 113 for 1. Rishi Patel now on strike on the 78. So what can Lavishane do with his spin today? It was seam, wasn't it, in the first innings? Now, but I mean, what a versatile character, player. Is he wicket kept in this game yet?
No, not yet. Wouldn't be surprised before the end of the day.
Lavishane past Chris Watts into Patel, and a little bit of a shout of catch to short leg, but probably no bat in that, and it drops short and there's no run. So I think we're coming up to latter end of the over. Lavishane to Patel, and who pushes this into the onside really nicely off the back foot into the vacant mid-wicket area, and they go through for a single. Really nicely done there. That proves a player that's really seeing the ball and confident as well. Nice stroke there from Patel. And here comes the Lavishane Hill battle once again. last ball of the over. Love Shane to Hill, a far quicker delivery, spun in, no spin to talk of though, and it's the end of over. A dot ball, and total is 114 for 1. So, you know, skipper David Lloyd is trying everything here in terms of his bowlers, from the Bennett end, from the Pavilion end, trying to vary it up to try and get a breakthrough. But as of yet, just 1 wicket to talk of, and that seems like a very long time ago.
Yeah, Lloyd himself bowled a lot of overs in the first innings, so he might have to in the end come in and just try a few overs of his gentle outswingers. In the meantime, Nisa will continue to try and make something happen from the Bennett end. Just the one slip though. Now Lloyd is saying, "Do you want a second?" He's sort of standing there with 2 hands raised. Where do you want me wider? No, just stay at first. Labuschagne has gone in sort of on the aerial drive at shortish extra cover, because as we know, Patel is prepared to drive in the air. Nisa is in, bowls to him, bounces up towards the hip. He turns it calmly out towards deep backward square. There is probably a second. He's going to have to hurry a little bit, but yeah, good call. Sam Northeast protecting that broken thumb, is running in and getting his throw away, and it is a comfortable 2 in the end. Patel into the 80s now, on to 81. Thank goodness that alarm has stopped. It was becoming unpleasant.
Yeah, anything short to Patel, he's completely pouncing on. Nicely played there in a controlled manner for that. But yeah, into the 80s for Patel.
Nisa. Arms pumping, knees pumping in, and bowls. Good line, good length and off stump, but all the time in the world on this pitch. Patel just to lean forward and off stump and block it out into the offside.
What are your thoughts, Richard, on the reduced number of points for a draw?
All in favour, because for example, I'm pretty sure that Yorkshire wouldn't have set the total that they did had there been 8 points instead of 5 points available to them. They'd have probably taken what they had, or certainly set Leicestershire a much less tempting or achievable target. So no, I'm all in favour. In goes Nisa and bowls. Good bouncer, but drops his hands nicely. Patel lets it go through in front of his chest into the gloves of Cook, and it makes also the reduction, or the way the bonus points now start at 250 means you have to score at 4 and over if you're going to get maximum. And teams are being, in the early part of the season, for me, weather permitting, weather's been such a factor so far, are being generally more positive.
Yeah, that's been as much of a difference, in my opinion, as the reduced number of points for the draw, the 250 mark rather than 200. It's making teams be more positive with a bat.
Have to score more quickly. Nisa is in. Patel gets a delivery outside off stump, but you can almost see him wanting to crack, or try to crack that one away through the offside, but he made himself leave it, made himself play with care. He's into the 80s off just 110 balls, and the possibility of a second first-class century of his career, and more to the point of the season, in just what is his 5th innings of this summer, is now looming very large indeed. Nisa turns, charges in, bowls, worked by Patel off the straight, off middle, out as far as mid-wicket, where Eddie Byram, well protected against ball and elements, is fielding. He's going to have a go around the wicket. Nisa, he scrapes away at the crease, trying anything really. He's just got the 1 ball to go in this, his 8th over, 1 for 26, his figures. He bowled without much luck in the first innings. Tim van der Hoogten picked up the wickets. Van der Hoogten bowled beautifully, it's got to be said.
Yeah, different angle here from Nisa, just trying to make Rishi Patel make a mistake.
In he comes, bowls down the leg side, short ball, got that one wrong, and Patel can just stand and watch, turns his head as it bounces down the leg side and is taken by Cook. Grunt of effort by Nisa as he delivered that one. All in vain. Umpire Bainton hands the Australian international his cap and sweater. 1-1, 6 for 1 off 30.
Yeah, puts maximum effort, Nisa, into every single delivery. And you don't feel like he leaves anything out there. And of course, he has the wind behind him actually as he comes in from the Bennett end. But didn't quite get his line right. I like the idea actually of coming round the wicket, giving Rishi Patel just something to think about with the ball glancing across him as a right-handed batter. But here we go, more spin. I will confirm what type of spin in a moment. Looks like off spin from Labuschagne from the pavilion end to Lewis Hill. And this one off the back foot to the cover area, straight to the fielder. And there is no run. Yeah, Rishi Patel, just 24 years old. Yeah, Essex-born chap. And I'm sure he'll be calm. He's in the 80s. Got a while till he thinks about 3 figures. Right, here comes Labuschagne to Lewis Hill. And this one just bounced up a little bit on Lewis Hill. Just fell to the left-hand side of the short leg fielder. Something to think about there for Lewis Hill. But safe enough, and there's no run. Labuschagne with a bit of spin, off spin, and this one's short, but did spin back and jagged back. But Lewis Hill played that really nicely into the point area, the sort of backward point area actually, through for a single. Yeah, one more to the total. That jagged back, Tati, didn't it, Richard? Wow.
Short though, wasn't it? So he could play it off the pitch. It just doesn't do things quickly enough for the spinners, this pitch.
He's trying his best, Labuschagne, to get the best out of this ball and the pitch. Here comes the next delivery. A nice flight through the air and defended well by Rishi Patel. Labuschagne with his hands on his knees in dismay. There wasn't a different result there, but no more to the total. Labuschagne just makes things happen, or tries to anyway. Next delivery. And here comes Rishi Patel down the wicket, couple of steps down the wicket, and plays it in a very controlled manner to deep mid-on, and they go through for a single. That is, again, a great example of a batter very much in and looking to rotate the strike. Lewis Hill now on strike, 118 for 1. Leicestershire lead by 60. Labuschagne to Hill. And this one is tucked into the onside. There's a chase on, and nicely fielded, or initially nicely fielded by the fine leg area, and the ball comes in. They come through actually for 2. Very nicely run. 2 more to the total. 120 for 1 is the total at the end of the over. Hill on 35 from 69 deliveries. Patel on 82 from 114. The partnership, wow, 116, and the long and the short of it is the Leicestershire lead by 62. We're the only game going on right now, aren't we, Richard, in terms of the county championship?
Yes. Everybody else is rained off.
Well, I'll double check, but that's what I've been told by people around the world.
That sounds ominous, doesn't it? If it's slowly heading our way, slowly heading our way as Michael Nisa continues from the Bennett end, bowls to Patel, who is forward with angle back, hesitation between the batters. Hill was coming. Patel stopped when he saw that Salter was closing on the ball, sliding away to his left. Hill had to shout again to make Patel go. In the end, it was comfortable because Salter couldn't pick up the ball cleanly, but could easily have been a little bit of a disaster. He picks up a single, though. Patel moves on to 83.
Well, in the true sense, it really wasn't Rishi Patel's shout, actually, and Hill was completely right. It was his call to the danger end, but safe enough.
Best to do what your captain tells you, always. In goes Nisa, bowls. Hill is on driving beautifully. It was over pitch from Michael Nisa onto almost leg stump in the end, and Hill plays that shot nicely. It's one of his favourite shots. Sort of clipped on drive, slightly wide of mid-on and between mid-he and mid-wicket, and it runs away to the boundary for 4. Hill onto 39, best shot he's played post-lunch. He moves on to 39. You enjoy your lunch? We had seafood pie, didn't we?
It was nice.
There was a lot of it, wasn't there?
I should have asked for a little takeaway box to take it home for dinner, but yes, thank you very much. And the pudding was rather nice.
Oh, you had some pudding on, did you?
I really shouldn't have, but I did.
Nisa is in and bowls. Hill is driving. Hill, oh no, back you go, because Patel had gone back into his ground because it went to Nisa's right. He put down his right hand. Patel wisely went back into his ground just in case he deflected it onto the stumps. Had they both gone, there might have been a single, but it would have been extremely risky. So at the moment, Glamorgan's best chance of taking a wicket looks to be in a certain amount of confusion between the batters in running. 125 for 1 remains the score.
Which seems absolutely extraordinary since the partnership's 121 and there's no need to really take risks.
Absolutely. Nisa is in to Hill, who is turning a delivery off the stumps. Nisa's reaction implies that it was taken right off the stumps, and I think it was. But he does like to play on the leg side, and it's Byram who's the fielder at mid-wicket. Again, there's no run. The lead is 67, so far from safe. Leicestershire at the moment, 9 wickets in hand, notwithstanding. But I think they would be, I think it would not be an exaggeration to say disappointed if they didn't save it from here. Nisa is in, bowls to Hill, who again is leaning forward into the defensive shot, closing the bat face on it. Again, it's taking it off the straight, pushing it out to mid-wicket. It's very frustrating for Nisa, not quite quick enough. The big man on this pitch, that is, to defeat that slightly cross-batted forward press.
And yeah, scuffs up the delivery area, and I'm sure the ground staff don't really appreciate that in terms of the whitewash being taken away, but they're well used to it with fast bowlers. But here comes Nisa again.
Charges in, bowls, Hill gets ready to drive, then he comes back into him a bit, so he has to adjust and play a solid forward defensive. Instead, up to mid-on, the sounds of doors closing behind implies the impending presence of Nick Webb. I have a 2:30 to do. Once I've done that, then Nick will come in and replace me, if that's all right. Sure. So you hang on. And
yeah, it was a beautiful stroke actually in that over. I was thinking to myself, I love to play off the pads as well, but that was beautifully done, wasn't it, by Hill? He clearly is really strong in that area, and 4 more to the total.
Drive, does Hilly?
Yeah, that's in the highlights package, I would have thought, for today. Right, here comes Lavashane, Marnus Lavashane, with the ball from the pavilion end to Rishi Patel, who square cuts this, and there's a chase on here. They take 1, they take 2. Or will the ball beat everybody? No, they pick it up just off the boundary rope. Nope.
No, they don't.
They tumble over. I thought for a to be honest,
I think
let me describe that. There was a chase on. Yes, it was tight on the boundary rope area. The fielder really should have clipped it back in play, where there was another fielder ready to pounce on it and throw back in. Unfortunately, I think threw it up in the air and over the boundary rope. So away for 4 after all of that.
I think it's Douthwaite out there. I think the 12th man is, or one of the 12th men is on at the moment. And he got there, flicked it up, but he kind of flicked it backwards and it went over the ropes.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. It's hard to believe that the score was 4 for 1 at one point. Now 129 for 1. Marnus Lavashane 2. Rishi Patel. This one's short, and
Byram's life flashes before his eyes.
It's swept into the onside where there is a sweeper. But the other story is that the short leg fielder was absolutely petrified. Thankfully, with all the padding needed.
Update for BBC Radio Leicester. Here it comes. 130 for 1 Leicestershire in their second innings. They started that second innings and is still basically 58 behind Glamorgan, who were bowled out this morning for 465. And when they lost a wicket with just 4 runs on the board, Sol Budinger caught at slip, then there will have been a few nervous Leicestershire hearts fluttering out there. But Rishi Patel and Lewis Hill, the captain, have really steadied the ship. Patel, in playing beautifully, actually, has gone on to 88, and the second century of his first-class career is beckoning. Hill, the captain, playing more steadily, is 39 not out off 76. So no outs, Andy, since lunch. They're 130 for 1. Back with you online. He famously asked me, that particular presenter, how many outs have there been? So I have not forgotten.
Okay, it was Marnus Lavashane with the next delivery from the pavilion end, with Lewis Hill on strike. And nicely flighted up. Plenty of flight on that one. Not much turn. And defended nicely by Lewis Hill, the skipper for Leicestershire. And there is no run. Leicestershire are going along quite nicely here. 130 for 1. Lewis Hill on 39. And Rishi Patel on 88. And I can welcome back into the commentary box Nick Webb. Hello, Nick.
Thank you very much indeed. If anyone invents laptops that work consistently, can they please send me one? 130 for one. I've been cursing next door. And the lead now 72, and we're getting to the stage, I think, when Glamorgan will think about preserving their frontline seamers for the next match, as Nisa pounds in once more and bowls, and Patel is forward playing to mid-off, and there's no run. He's bowled, well, this is his 10th over. He bowled the best part of 30 in the first innings. So David Lloyd might, in the next half hour or after this spell, come to the conclusion that there is no point in tiring out Nisa and Van der Hoogten with another game for 3 or 4 days away. Nisa is in to bowl down leg side, taken by Cook, who backhand flicks it to Lloyd at slip.
Yeah, classic way to try and make sure there's no wide call there. There's so many questions, Nick. One of them is, did you turn it off and turn it on again?
Several times.
Oh dear. Okay, in that case I'm out of ideas for you, I'm afraid.
Restart, reboot, power down, yeah. So there might be a little extra work for my colleagues at base to do if they get the match report in the form of an email rather than a nicely templated version. Nisa bowls a very short delivery that's over the ducking Patel and balloons into Chris Cook's gloves. Just the one slip even now for Michael Nisa as Patel approaches a very useful second century of the season, having hit 125 in the victory chase. Away to Yorkshire, which is where Glamorgan will be on Thursday. Leicestershire away to Derbyshire. As forward comes Patel, playing out on the offside, and there is no run. 130 for one here on BBC Sport Online. Glamorgan made it to 465 in the end. The lead 58, but they got there more slowly, much more slowly than Leicestershire had done, which is why Leicestershire shade the bonus points 6-5, and in all probability that'll mean 11-10 on the game, with the 5 draw points added for both sides, barring miracles in the next couple of hours, as Nisa is into bowl and Patel is forward defending to Labuschagne at cover, and there's no run.
It's got a slight sense of inevitability, isn't it, Nick, today? Although the sun is completely shining, I'm not sure what information I got, but they say things are on the way. But it's quite nice sunshine, if not very, very crisp out there, and quite windy. But Nisa's certainly bending his back, isn't he? Maximum effort still.
Yeah,
the Australian.
He always gives that that impression, doesn't he, Michael Nisa? As that is a short ball that's well dealt with by Patel, noodling it down on the leg side. 130 for one at the end of the over. Patel has 88, Hill has 39. 53 overs technically remain. I guess Leicestershire 45 points, unbeaten after 3, including a victory, would be pretty happy with that overall for the first month of the season.
Well, the runs have certainly dried up quite a lot since Rishi Patel was knocking it around the park for a little bit of fun earlier on. Patel on 88, Hill on 39, and Labuschagne continues from the pavilion end with off-spin, just to be precise in terms of his bowling, and a slightly open stance of Hill. And this one comes fizzing in off the back foot into the vacant sort of mid-wicket area, and they go through for a single. 131 for one. I say that as I say the scoreline before the Scoreboard catches up. 127 is the partnership. Absolutely fantastic from a Leicestershire perspective after being 4 for 1. I think Glamorgan can feel a little bit aggrieved, maybe of a couple of decisions earlier on from umpire Neil Bainton. I'll come on to that in a moment. Labuschagne to Rishi Patel, who comes scuttling down the wicket and drives this over the bowler's head for 4. 1 bounce and 4. And also to add to that, it was a no ball. Nice stroke there, very intentional from Patel. I said the runs had dried up. He'd obviously heard me. 4 ball to the total, 137 for 1, including a no ball in there as well. And Labuschagne can't believe what's just happened.
I couldn't believe the no ball call. Certainly arms outstretched to umpire Watts. What? Me? Bowling off 8 paces? You must be joking. I'll possibly be a no ball, umpire Watts. Shrugging his shoulders. Well, it was, mate. Look in the scorebook.
Well, I've just seen the replay, and look, I know I'm not that close compared to where umpire Chris Watts is, but there we go. That is the umpire's decision. That's all that matters. And short leg is sort of slightly more in the eye line of Rishi Patel here. They're really trying here, Glamorgan, to make things happen. Labuschagne to Rishi Patel, who clips this into the onside. They go through a quick single and easily taken. They're rotating the strike nicely here. Hill up to is on to 40. Rishi Patel on 93. The score 138 for 1. And Root comes in a little bit closer to the action. He was in a deep mid-on area, now a bit closer to the action. Here comes Labuschagne to Lewis Hill, who just rocks onto the back foot and nicely punched into the offside where there's a fielder in the deep, so deep cover area. They go through for another single, 138 for 1.
The jester from Leicester has won his first frame after losing the first 3. Mark Selby trailing to Luca Brissell in the World Snooker Final.
Yeah, quite a weekend for Leicester, isn't it? Right, here comes Labuschagne. He drills this in very deep, very, very short delivery to Rishi Patel, and he will feel like he missed out there a little bit. But straight to a fielder, and there is no run. Leicester FC women did rather well yesterday as well with that 4-0 victory against Liverpool. Here comes Labuschagne to Rishi Patel, who drives this to the deep mid-on area. They go through for a single. 140 for 1 is the score. All eyes will be on Leicester City men tomorrow night. A nervous fixture against Everton. Labuschagne to Hill, who tucks this into the onside, and they go through for a quick single. 1 more to the total. I may have seen that a few times in this over. 141 for 1 is the total. In fact, the end of the over, I suggest that Marnus Labuschagne is absolutely still seething at that decision regarding overstepping and it being a no ball. I agree. I agree. Looking at the replay, it was very tight, to be diplomatic.
There we are. Umpire's in charge. Labuschagne wears his heart on his sleeve sometimes. 141 for 1. Patel has 94. Hill has 42. As Richard Ray will come back alongside me for the next 10 minutes at
tempting
least.
Fate.
Quarter of an hour.
Rishi Patel has hit a maximum, so you never quite know. 94 not out, but he's not on strike.
McIlroy takes over, and Hill squirts that one down to gully, and there is no run. The tradition that batters are seen to 3 figures where possible by the commentator of the home side, so Richard can take over when he's maybe 4 short, given that maximums aren't exactly thick on the ground in this match. 2 of them, to be precise. 1 to Patel, hoisting Van der Hoogten into the Milliken Road, and 1 to Labuschagne with a top-edged hook into.
Has he not hit 2, Rishi? Because the one into the Milligan Road and the one over the.
Oh yes,
down the straight hit.
The straight one, yes.
Off Salter in that.
How could I forget
lunch,
that? Yes,
indeed.
the punishment of Andrew Salter. As McIlroy left arm round, leg glanced. Is that one going to run to the boundary? Yes, it will. A little too fine for fine leg to be in business. And Hill moves up to 46 and the total to 145 for a 1. James Harris is on the field at fine leg.
And I'm pretty sure that's Douthwaite out at deep square.
Could be just, is it just bowlers shuffling off to
yeah, fed up now.
Change their boots and
off, yes.
put their feet up, really. Umpires do allow quite a bit of latitude, I think. McIlroy bowls, played away into the gully by Hill, and there's no run. Van der Hoogten's still on there. Has Nisa possibly gone off to change his boots or have a cup of tea or anything?
I can't see that bearded figure.
Nisa off at the moment.
Plus AN other, I think.
McIlroy has got 2 slips as he bowls, and Hill turns one off his legs down to Harris at fine leg, takes the single.
Chance of playing next week or Thursday?
Harris, he hasn't been on top form so far.
Right.
So put it like that.
So much promise, wasn't it, at the start of his career?
Well, he's been a very, very good county pro. He's been played probably more for England Lions than most, virtually anyone else. As McIlroy bowls and Patel is forward defending. Was in an England T20 squad once, which was quite odd since that's probably the weakest of his 3 disciplines. But certainly Glamorgan are hoping that he can do a solid job for remainder of this year and next year as well. Signed on a 3-year deal last year. McIlroy bowls and Patel blocks back to him, and that is the end of the over. Hill has 47, Patel 94, 146 for 1. Lead is 88. It's on the board, is it?
Yeah, they heard us struggling earlier. No, that's not fair to read. They heard me struggling earlier, and then all of a sudden they decided they popped it up on the board.
Bottom right, yes. How could I miss that?
And we're very
grateful
we are.
I don't think it was there earlier.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
you genuinely mean that?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Heard us, me struggling.
It's always useful.
Popped up.
It's always useful to
much appreciated.
have the lead or the deficit or whatever it is at any given time.
Yes, if the deficit doesn't end or lead doesn't end in 0, we're going to always.
We're taking our socks off and counting on our toes as well, which is never pleasant.
With a silly mid-on almost in the substantially padded form of Eddie Byram, and a slip is going to come in and bowl to Lewis Hill. Bounces in and bowls. Little round-armed one. Is it a chance? Labuschagne thinks so. It popped up into the air off the pad, but was there an inside edge onto the pad? It looped beyond the scrambling Byram, who did dive backwards, couldn't get anything underneath it. Whether it would have been given by umpire Watts, we shall never know. Hill remains 47, not out. Labuschagne is in and bowls. Hill is turning the bat face on that defensive push out to square leg. He runs the ball, but directly to square leg, so no chance of a single. Labuschagne blows on his right hand. Has got a noticeably cooler, indeed almost colder, here at the Uptonsteel County ground. Labuschagne, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strides. In he goes outside off stump. Hill cuts down into the ground. He's going to pick up a single, get Patel on strike, as has to be pursued by Lloyd from slip towards backward point. 1 is taken. So, well, Billy Root's going to hop back to long on from mid on, just in case Patel, who, as I said, went to his 100 at Headingley with a 6, attempts to do the same here. There is a deep mid-wicket as well. It is a big old ground to try and do it again. Labuschagne is in, drops short. Patel just calmly stands up tall, turns it out into the onside. Harris, who finds himself at a wide-ish mid-wicket, runs across some fields. Labuschagne in past umpire Watts and bowls. Attempted reverse sweep and executed beautifully by Rishi Patel for 4. The man does not lack nerve to do that on 94. There you go. Well, he knew there was a big gap there, and that is a very interesting way to go from 94 to 98. He middled it beautifully, didn't he, Rishi Patel?
Yes, and as you say,
150.
The man has nerves of steel, obviously.
He certainly is confident, but he is playing very nicely this season, and it's very good to see. So, 98, he will have a few, I'm sure, little flutters. 98 off 131 balls, Rishi Patel. Labuschagne makes him wait and steps in. Hasn't changed his field and bowls. Patel is forward, looking to drive. No, he says, as he sees it running straight out to Van der Hoogten, who is at mid-off, and it is the end of the over, so he won't be on strike. And out comes Harry Swindles with his black. The training kit is the warm bits thereof are black this year, which the players quite like. And so do I must admit. As opposed to the rather luminescent green that is currently in favour in some of the... It is...
Looks nice on the seats.
Yeah, you don't mind it?
I like it on the seats. I'm not sure whether I'd want to wear that coloured kit or training kit or whatever.
There's the rub.
Yes.
There's the rub.
Are the Foxes that colour in T20 and One Day Cup then?
They are in, well, they were. They were in T20, but who quite knows? There have been all sorts of colours over the years that I've been watching. They liked it when they were in black and gold and the big snapback caps. And I wasn't really approving. Mark Cosy liked it. Mark Cosgrave liked it. And little Cosy with his big snapback.
Yes.
They went into green and red, of course, red for the One Day Cup.
Yeah, Glamorgan this year are...
yellow, isn't it, usually?
Blue and yellow for the T20, yellow and blue for the One Day Cup. They are different shirts of different designs. It's 30 years since the One Day League triumph, so they've got a sort of little retro diagonal yellow panels on the dark blue shirt in a tribute to the league winning side of '93. Jamie McIlroy to Lewis Hill on 48 not out. He's hit 5 boundaries so far. He's faced 88 deliveries, and Morgan are fiddling with the field a little.
It's disconcerting when somebody says 30 years ago, and you immediately think back 70s, don't you? Oh, actually, no, mate, it wasn't. I do anyway. Oh, it makes you feel very old. Me, very old.
Here comes McIlroy in to bowl to Hill, who calls for a quick single on the leg side. I thought there might be trouble for a moment there, but they are safely through, as Harris at mid-on did not pick up cleanly, but I'm sure had he done so, he would have had a little throw at the stumps.
Brings Patel back down on strike. Will they change the field at all? There are plenty of single-saving fielders, including Root at leg gully, as McIlroy staying around the wicket to Rishi Patel. Comes in and bowls down the leg side, a bouncer. Patel might have thought about pulling it, but there is Nisa down there at long leg. If he top-edged it, could have picked out Nisa down there. So made sure, didn't take any chances, let it go through to Cook behind the stumps. The 2 slips alongside him. Lloyd and Labuschagne. Root at that leg gully position. Close catches as McIlroy is in, bowls down the leg side again. There is a half-hearted inquiry from Lloyd, suggesting there might have been a noise of some kind, but McIlroy and indeed Cook, bowler and wicketkeeper, didn't appeal. How many balls to go in the over? Oh, we just had the 3 of them, so Patel, still plenty of opportunity in this over, should he be so inclined to try and take his 2. McIlroy in, Bowles. He's looking to drive, had to check it rather. It was straighter than he thought it was going to be, and ended up blocking it out to mid-off. Cook like that, claps his gauntlets together above his head. Did McIlroy pick up any wickets in the first dig? I don't think he did he? So he's laboured away. He'd dearly love to have something to show for all that hard work, yet to do so. Turns, this is his 7th over of the innings. Bowls down the leg side. Patel makes sure everything is out of the way. Doesn't want to glove it down the leg side, be strangled, as cricketers say sometimes.
Yes, there is something of a plan going on here, isn't there, from Glamorgan, that they think they can get him playing a rash shot on the leg side with square leg, leg gully, fine leg and mid-wicket there.
Getting darker, noticeably, at the Uptonsteel County Ground. McIlroy is in. Bowles. Patel is pumping it in the air, through straight mid-off, and that is his 100, his 2nd of the season. Was in the air for a while. It's going to cross the ropes at long off, and huge applause around the ground for Rishi Patel. He takes off his helmet, raises his bat to the pavilion, to the crowd, gets a hug from his captain. His 2nd century in his 5th innings of the season, 2nd century of his career as well. One against Yorkshire at Headingley, and now one for the first time in front of his own supporters here at Grace Road against Glamorgan. Well played, Rishi Patel. His 100 came off 137 deliveries, 17 fours and 2 sixes.
So plenty of value for money for the spectators on this final day to liven up and give some individual entertainment, and what from a team point of view could be a rather drifting game, as Labuschagne will bowl, and Rita will pop back inside me, and I shall exit in a couple of minutes. Labuschagne bowls, turning on the leg side, 2 square leg, and there's no run for Hill there. 156 for 1, so the 150 stand up and dominated by Patel, 2-1 basically. Hill waiting for his half century and on strike, and getting it here as he pushes it wide, have slipped down towards third man. There'll be a couple of runs, and the applause for Captain Lewis Hill as he moves to 51 not out off 91 deliveries, his 2nd half century of the match, following on his 162 last time out, so no doubt that the skipper is in batting form, and he has hit 5 fours in that innings.
Yeah, lovely innings there from Lewis Hill. A nice way to get up to his half century, and Patel obviously a centurion as well. Congratulations to both of them.
Labuschagne then, bowling mostly offies and seeing that one slapped through the offside for 4 runs by Lewis Hill. Just slightly over pitch there from Labuschagne, offering a little bit of width as well, and slapped away.
And the first glimpses of some precipitation. I'll say no more for the moment, but Labuschagne, yeah, being knocked around the park. I think there's an inevitability in terms of the weather that may play a part. But anyway, 158 is the partnership, and yeah, nicely played by Hill in the end, isn't it? After some shaky start, done rather well.
Labuschagne in, bowls to Hill, and that one pops on him a little bit. Squirts it down towards third man. They'll jog through for a single. 163 for 1. Hill to 56 not out. But dare I suggest that it wouldn't be the worst thing for either side were we to get a bit of rain interruption, because Glamorgan's bowlers are clearly labouring in vain at the moment, as that one's played to short leg by Patel, and both Patel have and Hill have runs in the bank, and wouldn't mind preserving their averages, I dare say. Although, and to be honest, the amount of time that both have spent at the crease recently, they're not really in need of batting practice. So Labuschagne will try his luck from around the wicket, and that one is leg glanced. It's a no ball, and it's leg glanced for a single to fine leg. Oh no, it's off the pad, in fact. Strange, that looked to be
that looked very much off the well, and was it really well, it was a close no ball. Oh, I've
it
just
might
seen
be
the
on
replay,
was it on width?
Yes, I think you're right.
He can go very wide.
I think you're spot on, as always, Nick. I think it was
Labuschagne bowls, and that one is cut away for 4 runs by Hill. A pour over from Labuschagne, and he looks disconsolate as his 6 overs have now cost 40 runs. Leicestershire are sailing. They're 170 for 1. Patel 102. Hill is on 60, and Richard Ray will pop in alongside Rita.
Yeah, 11 runs off the bat conceded in that over from Labuschagne. Best batsman in the world in the Test arena, with the ball being knocked around the park, and a bit of a battle as well with the umpire. Yeah, I think that was a little bit wide, and that's why the no ball was called. But what a character he is, and nice to see him in the LV County Championship scene. He's a professional, well, could be a professional barrister. Barista, let's get that right, not barrister. Slight difference between the two. So in terms of the tea breaks and lunch breaks and any break, he's quite a handy man to have around. I nearly gave him a profession that he didn't even realise was great. Anyway, right, here comes McIlroy from the Bennett end, defended by Patel, and there's no run. Hello, Richard Ray.
Hello. Yeah, difference in salary possibly as well. Some barristers don't get that much, do they? Unless you really make it big.
The lead now 112, you know, safely home, surely. And I always think about the Leicestershire lineup, actually. A decent batting lineup, you know, all the way down. Here comes the next delivery for McIlroy. He's round the wicket to Patel, who goes onto his tippy toes and pushes this to sort of short, fine leg area, no run.
Well, Ackerman in next has been in superb form. Peter Hanscom, you don't need telling about. Australia Test star, has been in superb form. Vian Mulder, South Africa international all winter. He actually hasn't fired with the batters yet, but it's coming, and he'd be a hard man to get out on this track.
McIlroy with his next delivery to Patel, who defends this, and the ball's really not doing a huge amount, and the wicket isn't either, but McIlroy with 35 on his back is doing his best. Yeah, I mean, it batted a long way around. I know Eddie Barnes is completely out of the game. We saw him on crutches, didn't we, over the lunch break? But that won't be a factor at all. It won't have to be anywhere near
Tom Scriven at 8 hasn't been. He scored 100 against Lancashire Twos, against a very strong Lancashire Twos side at Blackpool. I think it was. Could have been Lytham earlier this season.
McIlroy round the wicket to Rishi Patel. This one bounces nicely. But Rishi Patel right behind it. The Centurion, 102 runs off 143 balls.
Also an unbeaten 50 against Yorkshire Twos. Again, a strong side. That was at Kibworth earlier this season. So he's a very fine batsman. Chris Wright has been in outstanding form with the bat so far this season. He made a very good 66 not out at Yorkshire, going in at 9. Yeah, they bat a long way down.
Next delivery from the Bennett end, and defended once again. No runs off this over after 11 runs off the bat in the previous over. By the way, Rishi Patel brought up his over. He's got over that 1,000 first-class run mark, hasn't he, as well? So lots to cheer for Rishi Patel and the family. If they're listening or in the ground, they'll be delighted, I'm sure.
Yeah, they'll be here, I'm sure.
Fantastic.
Mrs. P and the family.
Wonderful, wonderful. Right then, here comes the next delivery. Banged in short, and Rishi Patel tried to do what was normally deemed as the sort of ramp-ish shot. Completely missed it, and went through to the keeper Cook, and there is no run. 112 runs is the lead for Leicestershire. Patel on 102 and Hill on 60. Yeah, that batting lineup this season is really solid, and that was seen certainly in the first innings as well to a certain degree, wasn't it? But yeah, certainly a lot. I mean, where are you in the league? Do you think, Richard, after today?
I think we'll finish second.
Yeah, fantastic.
I think so, given that nothing else is going on anywhere else, as it turns out. So Durham well clear at the top with those 2 wins, but I suspect if you'd offered Paul Nixon and Claude Henderson and Leicestershire generally second after 3 games, they would have definitely taken it with the points return that they have accrued. Salter's going to come back on and replace the, with respect to him, part-time spin of Marnus Labuschagne. There's a suggestion that the no-ball call wasn't about where he was stepping, although he and Watts did sort of, he did sort of rehearse the action, didn't he, and point at his feet and all sorts of things, but that the possibility that short leg had half a foot on the pitch. But I think it was about overstepping. I think it was something to do with that, because Marnus was checking. Salter is in. Hill goes for the sweep, misses it. It bounces up, hits him on the shoulder. Believe it or not, he's not a tall man, Lewis Hill, so when he goes down on one knee, he's not very high above the ground, and it bounced up well outside off stump and hit him on the shoulder, or just below, perhaps, just above the heart. 170 for 1. Salter is in again. Straighter delivery. Fuller. Hill waits for it, turns it along the ground towards short leg. Byram stops it, not cleanly, but does stop it. And I'm afraid we are now beginning to go through the motions, as they say. Salter steps in, bowls. That's a nicely flighted delivery. 0 turn, so Hill can just wait and get something on it from deep in his crease.
Yeah, I think he's waiting for the slightly over-pitched delivery, I think, Lewis Hill.
Skipping start to his run from Salter, goes in, bowls, just drops a fraction short. Hill goes back and cuts. It's going to run on down to third man. Lloyd is in pursuit, picks up around about 2 yards. Inside the ropes, Patel, who's got a long stride, calls Hill back for a third. He is running to the danger end. The throw from Lloyd was sort of mid-pitch anyway, and so 3 comfortably taken. Hill on to 63.
Oh, the shorter delivery as well. But anything in that region, I think Hill is, he's on 63 not out now. He's well in there. Here's Rishi Patel though on strike.
Prunty has tweeted in, I can't read that out because it's political, in outside off stump, it's about the best performing Rishi in the country, but you can draw your own conclusions. Very good, Brunty. Salter is in. Forward goes Rishi Patel. Back down the pitch it goes to Salter, who rather dispiritedly picks up and underarms the ball to Michael Nisa. And that is the end of the over. Chris Watts turned and waved at the pavilion there. Not quite sure what that was about. 46 overs potentially remain in the day. It's 3:05. We'll take tea. It's set in stone on the final day at 20 past. It is 20 past on the final day, isn't it? I think. Was it 22? They'll make that. We'll find out when they go off.
Yeah, we'll let you know,
it won't make any difference to the price of fish. Put it that way.
I'm still full up from lunch personally, but that's by the by. Here comes the next over from McIlroy, and this one's a short delivery. Oh dear, a short pitch delivery which barely bounced over the 5'8" Lewis Hill into the keeper's gloves of Cook. I mean, I think that says it all in terms of the wicket at the moment. 173 for 1 is the scoreline for Leicestershire. The lead is 115. And it does have that feeling of going through the motions at the moment. 2 slips though are in. Here comes McIlroy to Hill. And squares him up on this delivery. And a sort of thick edge pushes the ball to mid-off. And there is no run. That is the first delivery for a long time where anything's really happened. To the point now where Rishi Patel has come down the wicket and had a little word with Lewis Hill and got him thinking. I nearly said the other Rishis, honestly, for a moment. But there we go. It's McIlroy round the wicket, left armer to Lewis Hill. And this one's banged in and a brilliant take by Chris Cook with the gloves. A brilliant take there. A few of the fielders thought that Lewis Hill nicked that one. I didn't think it got anywhere near it, to be honest, but a brilliant stop and saved 4 byes, that's for sure. So I still need to put the other name out of my head just in case I accidentally say it. But the right-handed Hill was looking to get contact on there. There is a fine leg in place. Who'll be waiting for that one. McIlroy to the hill, defended this one, and there is no run. I did see some precipitation. I may have got that. Dare I say it wrong?
I'm sure you did.
Well, it could be, I don't know, a little reservoir just above us that's just sort of dripping down. Don't know, but it's gone away now. So enough said. And I'm not relying on my my weather app anymore because it's wrong.
It's got a bit lighter, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Although it's a bit breezy, so the clouds are coming in. McIlroy to Lewis Hill, and this one is pulled, and all the way for 6 runs over the fielder. Yes, Mr. Umpire, yes, it's definitely a 6. I can tell you that. Wasn't far from where I am, Mr. Bainton, but 6 runs taken. Nicely controlled. It wasn't completely in control, if I'm honest, but pulled nonetheless, and 6 runs taken. So it didn't fall into the trap where Van der Houten is and was ready to catch. 6 runs more to the total. Hill on 69. 179 for 1 is the total. Here comes the next delivery from the Bennett end with his with the wind behind him, and this one a far fuller delivery, and there is no run. End of the over. 45 overs remaining for today. We'll have to see about that. Partnership 175 and the score 179 for 1.
Salter will continue. McIlroy still yet to pick up a wicket in the game. 9 overs. He's bowled in the second innings. Missed
a run out as well.
Yeah, run out chance. It was a chance, wasn't it?
Oh, it was definitely a chance, in my humble opinion, from where we are, which is more even from where I was standing.
When the batter is actually diving in, chest first, you know it must be very close indeed. And Hill was still in mid-dive at the very best when the ball went past the stumps. Salter with a short leg and a slip. He's going to bowl his off-spin to Rishi Patel, who waits as Salter goes in, bowls to him. He stretches forward. He'll have his eyes now on his first-class career best. His obviously was the century he made against Yorkshire in the first game of the season, which was, he says, just thinking back, 125. So a bit of work to do to get to that point. In goes Salter. Puts a little bit of effort into that one. Patel just leans forward, strokes it back up this blameless track to the Glamorgan off-spinner. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, long-sleeved shirt. White's liberally covered in green splodges as he goes in. Down the wicket goes Patel, makes it into a full toss, but gets it fairly low on the bat, drives it down to Billy Root at long on. Takes his 1, moves on to 103.
Yeah, went for a little wander in the on the pitch, not on the pitch, but around the outfield earlier on today. Gosh, isn't it soft?
It certainly is. In goes Salter, forward on just outside off stump goes Hill to defend. Yeah, we hadn't, well, like everywhere, we've had an awful lot of rain. Not as much clearly as in the west at the moment. But yes, they, as you can see, they've also drilled it a few times to try and drain it off to a certain extent. But the water content is still high outside off stump and cut. It stayed a bit low, but Hill played it nicely. Managed to get plenty of bat on it, cut it away down to deep point, of course. Sam northeast, the fielder out there. 1 is taken. Hill leans on his bat, having moved on to 70. Salter is in. Back goes Patel. Nice high left elbow as he plays it down into the pitch. I don't know how people like Ackerman and Hanscom will feel at the moment about whether they want to come in and try and pick up a few what would really be rather cheap runs on this track now against the tired and slightly dispirited Glamorgan attack. They know as Lloyd comes running in, looks like he's going to have a go. The skipper, he's got to take his share of the burden. Or, you know, you can only really lose, really, if you get out early, or, you know, there could be a quick 40 or 50. Yeah. There could be a quick 40 or 50 in it for them. It could also be a nasty little single-figure score or something like that.
Indeed, but here comes a change of bowler. Here comes the skipper himself David Lloyd from the Bennett end with the breeze behind him. So let's see how he gets on. He hasn't bowled at all in this innings.
No, he didn't bowl very well in the first dig, I'm afraid. He got clattered around a little bit. He needs to improve on that.
Hill on strike. And here comes Lloyd with his first delivery. And this one is short, wide, and somehow Lewis Hill just decided that he wanted to push this somehow and pull it really into the onside. Got not much on it, and there is no run. Odd choice of stroke there, but you can see that in terms of the offside, there's acres of space. Anything really in the square leg area is definite one. Lloyd to Lewis, and this is clipped into the onside, but straight to the fine leg fielder who bowls it in. And there was one more to the total. Yeah, Lewis Hill had a premeditated view on that and actually was gobbled up the second delivery. Interesting, David Lloyd's sort of run up. He starts a little bit wider as a bowler. He comes in and then comes very close, or as close as can be, to the umpire. Here it comes. Wicket to wicket very much, and Rishi Patel, nice stroke there on the front foot, clips it into the onside. There's a sweeper out there, and there is one more to the total, 182 for one, but in the grand scheme of the game, Leicestershire lead by 125 runs.
In fairness to Lloyd, he picked up a couple of late lower order wickets, Scriven and Wright in the first innings, but Scriven wasn't entirely convinced he'd hit it, caught behind, and Wright was going for quick runs, was caught at deep mid-wicket.
Lloyd to Lewis, fuller delivery. Not much happening through the air on the wicket, and defended nicely by Hill. And there is no run. Yes, the David Lloyd, born in Denbighshire, 30 years young nowadays, 73 on his back. And he'll probably rue a couple of chances here, but get your thoughts in a moment, Richard, about what could have been in this match. Let's play that game in a moment. Here comes Lloyd to Lewis, and this is a very short pitch delivery. Goes way over
very
Lewis
familiar.
Hill's head. Yeah. And that's one for your over. That's what we can say. They know more to the total. Yeah, let's play the little game of what could have been. 186 for 6 with Glamorgan at one point, or put another way as well, 225 for 7. Feels as though that was a pivotal moment, wasn't it, for the game? We'll get Richard's thoughts on that in a few moments' time. Lloyd to Hill, who clips this really nicely, plays that really well. Down to fine leg, an easy single. Nicks the strike. Oh, good batters want to do that. If you want to keep the strike, that's the way to do it. End of the over, 184 for 1. But will they look back with regret, or they
yeah,
go for it more,
inevitably. I'm not sure that even had they been able to break that sort of massive partnership between Cook and Nisa early, whether they'd have been in a position to sort of force a win. Glamorgan's strength, like Leicestershire's this season, is in the batting, and the track has held together so well and has proved so batter friendly throughout. Really, it hasn't been the deterioration I think that Leicestershire would have hoped for. That their aim this year is to try and get the tracks to turn a little bit, give the likes of Rahan Ahmed and, when he's fit, Callum Parkinson some purchase for the spin. That is the way that they think they're possibly going to take 20 wickets this season, as Salter is in, tosses one up, waits for it, Hill clips it, but only as far as Nisa at shortish mid-wicket, and there's no run. So, to be honest, I think a draw was always the likeliest result once it was apparent that the pitch was going to continue to play pretty well. The sun on it on days 2 in particular, 3, as that one drifts down the leg side. I don't think Hill got anything on that. It's going to run down to the fine leg boundary for 4. The signal is byes from umpire Watts. So just drifted on down the leg side. Hill stretched forward, made as though to help it on its way. Didn't get anything on it. Cook, nor did he get anything on it behind the stumps, and it ran down for 4.
Always frustrating for the wicketkeeper. Any byes.
Yeah, in those sort of circumstances, that's for sure, because they were sort of genuine byes, so to speak. Not one of those that sort of hoops away and they can't get anywhere near He'll have been disappointed about that one, as you say. 188 for 1. Salter is in. Quicker, flatter delivery onto Midland leg. Hill goes back and just works it past Nisa. Out to Douthwaite, who's out there on the mid-wicket boundary, or just inside the ropes. Hill takes 1. After the excitement of both players going to their sort of landmarks, it's all gone a bit quiet again. Hill on to 7. Well, Hill's continued to score at a reasonable rate, hasn't he? He's on to 73, having gone to his 50 very shortly after Patel went to his 100. In goes Salter, almost bowling a little seamer there, pushing it through. But
had some
Patel
pace
just
on it, didn't it?
plays it back down the wicket to him again. Minimal movement. When I say minimal, I mean none. Sun threatening to come back out milky, in a sort of milky way. Light is fine anyway. Salter is in again, a sort of flattish seam-like delivery on off stump that Patel just blocks out into the offside.
Well,
Game. Sorry, go on.
Sorry. The fact we're the only LV County Championship game going on at the moment, I think we absolutely need to make sure those clouds go away.
Salter is in, tosses that one up a little bit, but it just drifts onto leg stump, and so Patel can just lean forward and clip it calmly out to Douthwaite at mid-wicket. Take 1 and keep the strike. He moves on to 105, 190 for 1. The lead 132, overs remaining 42. We are at the point where the game needs, well, I don't want to use the phrase putting out of its misery, because it's never miserable watching first-class cricket, but yeah.
It needs some energy somewhere.
The game is done, really, now.
Yeah, they've taken tea. Gloucestershire, Sussex.
Oh, they bless
and
them.
the play is due to restart at 3:30 local time. So we shall see whether my yes, indeed. So look, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is the place to be. 190 for 1. Leicestershire's lead is 132.
Yeah,
I'm trying to big it up.
Yeah, well, when you say it's the only place to be, it literally is. If you want to watch some first-class cricket.
Absolutely.
Stream figures must be massive.
Well, yeah, as always. You're listening to BBC Leicester, BBC Sport Online and the BBC Sport Wales site as well. So welcome along. I'm Rita Green and with Richard Ray. Here comes David Lloyd with his second over of the innings to Rishi Patel. And this one's defended. There's no run. You're spot on there, Richard. A good observation that since Patel got to his century, which is his first century, I believe, here at the Uptonsteel ground. So that's also quite a landmark, isn't it? But Hill is keeping the pace up, this partnership, this mammoth partnership of 186. But Lloyd's going round the wicket to Patel, trying to angle the ball across Rishi Patel. I like the way he's thinking here in terms of trying to tempt Rishi Patel into it. However, if you look at the field, it doesn't quite add up, you know, one slip. But Glamorgan are trying their best to try and make things happen. Lloyd, the skipper, with his third ball of the over coming up. And in a moment, I want to talk to you about the Chris Cook celebration, Richard. Don't let me forget, please. Lloyd to Patel. This is a far fuller delivery, which is nicely driven into the offside. They take a single. They thought for almost a millisecond, about a second, and definitely said no. One more to the total, one more to Rishi Patel. 192 for 1. So I need to talk to you about, I don't know if you noticed this at the time, or it's certainly online, the Chris Cook celebration. Please explain. So he took his bat and did this type of action. This is brilliant on radio.
Replayed, yeah.
But what does it mean? I'd like to know. Lloyd to Hill, who just drops this with soft hands into the offside. They go through for a single. One more to the total. Any ideas, Richard?
I haven't. I mean, that question might be best directed at one of the our Glamorgan colleagues, one of our Welsh colleagues. Nick might know what it was about. It sort of did a brushing motion, didn't he?
That's right.
In the air just above his bat. So now I'm not quite sure what that's about. Perhaps Nick will find out at the end of. If he doesn't know, he'll find out at the end of the game.
Yes. Yeah, indeed.
Well, any Glamorgan supporters who might know can by all means tweet us.
Indeed. Rita Green UK and
Fox's Crick 2023.
We genuinely, well, I genuinely like to know because it was more of the more unusual of celebrations. Right, here is, it says Hills on strike. I don't think so. It's definitely Patel on strike and clipped into the onside. The scoreboard's sort of slightly behind, but I'm not, ladies and gentlemen. Clipped into the onside, one more to the total. That going round the wicket from Lloyd is does work rather well. However, if you get your line slightly wrong, which he did there, clip it going down the leg side, there's an easy few runs out there.
I think the electronic may have given a run to Patel that belonged to Hill, which is confusing matters.
Okay. Right, well, we'll give you the scoreline in a few moments' time. Oh, here's the next delivery. Straight over the head of Lewis, Hill, and through to the keeper, and there is no run. We believe, let's go with 194 for one. You see, this is where you can rely on the manual scoreboard to our left-hand side. Thank you, Richard, pointing in the other direction. Let's not go with the electronic one. No offence, guys. But it's 194 for one at the end of the over. Two batters very much in. 189 is the partnership. They're entering territory of a 200 partnership. Colin Ackerman has his pads on for ages.
Yes, indeed. As I say, he might be getting to the stage whereby he might not be over keen to come in.
I reckon Rehan Ahmed would like to come in with his helicopter.
Yeah, just anything.
Action.
Yeah, always loves to be involved, Rehan. And you're absolutely right. He might, indeed. But it's going to be Andrew Salter who's going to be bowling to Rishi Patel. The scoreboard, the electronic that is either frozen now or completely confused. Salter is in, tosses it up, and it's clipped behind square by Patel down towards the man on the 45, and I think that's Carlson down there, so a single is taken. Patel moves on to, he is now on to 108.
Completely confused. Were you talking about me again?
We were, Rita was wondering, and you might be able to help us with this one, as Salter goes in and it's turned by Hill, too short leg on the bounce, what the Cook celebration, which was when he got to his 100, he sort of did a sweeping motion on his bat, turned to the pavilion, whether that meant anything that you might be aware of. But
no.
Salter is in, bowls onto leg stump, turned by Hill again to short leg.
Can't say I noticed that one.
It was retweeted once or twice. Just sort of
Cook's 100.
It was a while ago now, obviously. In he goes. Salter that is, and bowls just outside off stump and a fraction short, and Hill gets up on his toes and cuts it out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Moves on to 75, 195 for one.
I'm not aware of any particular developments in the Cook family that might lead to such a celebration. Perhaps it's just a little in-joke with his colleagues.
Salter is in, flatter delivery, straight, and Patel stands up tall, plays it back down the pitch to him. Tee set in stone at 22.
Indeed.
On the final day. As Salter is in, tossed up, but Patel just waits for it and on drives calmly without any great aggression through the vacant mid-on area down to Billy Root at long gone.
Salter's bowled 10 decent overs and one awful one.
Yeah. That went for 18. So he's bowled, 10 overs for 43 minus 18. Whatever that is.
25?
Probably. 196 for one. Leicestershire's lead now 138, but the relevant number on the board now is probably overs remaining, which is 40. Yes. But at 5 past, ladies and gentlemen, I think hands will be
if we're lucky.
Shaken. Yeah.
If there's a Leicestershire declaration, a token
there's
declaration.
That. Yeah, there's that.
We might be lucky. Patel, though, is doing his best to entertain the troops as David Lloyd comes around the wicket and Patel drives to wide mid-off, and there is no run. 196 for one, and yeah, it is concerning for Glamorgan that their attack lacks penetration at the moment, sadly.
Fango Fox thinks that Cook looked like he was pretending signing a cheque, so it could be something interesting in it. I wonder what.
As Lloyd is in to bowl and Patel takes a single into a big gap on the offside. They might even look for two, in fact, as it rolls out towards Salter at point. But there is no run, one run, no further run. 197 for one. Well, Chris Cook is rather overdue a benefit or testimonial or whatever they're called these days. Who knows, a subtle hint to the club hierarchy that next year really ought to be his year.
Yes.
I'm just speculating. Lloyd bowls down leg side, clipped away by Hill, and that one has bisected deep square and fine leg and raced away for 4 runs down to the fence. 201 for one. Leicestershire, the partnership is worth 197. Cook making his Glamorgan debut in 2011. So, yes, this is his. That means it's his 12th season, 13th season. In comes Lloyd and bowls a short delivery that's slapped away towards point, goes bouncing away. Hill had to stretch to reach it and didn't play it hugely well, but it finished well short of Salter at point. 202 for one. 110 to Patel on strike. Had a contribution with regard to the Labuschagne no ball earlier.
Was that the one about the short leg's foot being potentially touching the pitch?
Lloyd bowls.
But the thing about that is that Labuschagne and Watson had a sort of conversation, or at least it was a fairly one-sided one on the part of Labuschagne, but in which he was standing, putting his foot on as though it was a no ball call for overstepping. That's all. Sun's coming out again.
Well, hey. 202 for one. Partnership 198. Lloyd into bowl, played away on the leg side for a single by Rishi Patel, whose previous century this season took him to 125. And that, of course, is his CB, yes?
Indeed.
The first century a couple of weeks ago, so would be a decent milestone were he to get another 15 runs here on this final afternoon.
It will be on his mind. I'm sure he'd like to go big. A daddy 100, as they're famously known. I don't know, when does 100 become a daddy 100? 125, then 30, more than that?
150, I'd say.
You reckon?
Okay. Hill got one, didn't he, last time out? 162, so he'll... Don't know if he's going to have enough playing time to get a CB himself.
He's going to have to crack on, isn't he? But I'm sure he'll be happy with an undefeated century of any kind. Salter will continue labouring away from the pavilion end. We're 10 minutes away. Oh, there'll be an update for BBC Radio Leicester Eftoons. Salter is in, turned off his legs by Patel down towards deep mid-wicket. The applause is for the 200 partnership. Well played, Lewis Hill. Well played, Rishi Patel. Hill has made 80 of those 200 runs. By far the majority then scored by Patel.
Richard Ray winning the award for the most medieval word used in the course of 4 days.
Down the leg side, that time from Salter, gestured at, no more than that by Hill, taken this time by Cook, and he takes the bails off, as keepers delighted having taken the ball down the leg side usually do. Salter is in, straight a ball, might just have been half a centimetre of turn. Hill on the back foot played it firmly out to mid-off, who picked up and again, for form's sake, hurled the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Van der Hoogten missed the stumps and Hill had made his ground anyway. 205 for one. Salter is in, tosses it up, waits for it. Patel on drives down to usually Root. I don't need to look down there. Move my head past the pillar. Root down there at long gone, and it is indeed.
It's at this point that I bring up Matthew Maynard's suggestion, which I shall do to after this delivery.
Salter is in down the leg side, or at least onto the leg stump, and this time Hill does turn it around the corner down towards McIlroy, halfway back there on the 45. Here comes the update. The latest is that the game is now certain to end in a draw, because Leicestershire, having been 4 for 1 in their second innings, which they began 58 behind Glamorgan, have now reached the comparative riches of 207 for 1. A double century partnership as yet unbroken between Rishi Patel, who has gone to his second first-class century, second of the season as well, second in 5 innings for Patel. The Leicestershire opener is now 113 not out. And Lewis Hill, the captain, also scored an unbeaten century in his last innings. Well, he has every chance of doing so again in this one, because he is 82 not out. The pitch is extremely benign. There are just 38 overs potentially remaining to be bowled in the game. We won't get all those overs because the players will walk off probably around about 5 o'clock, having agreed the draw, which now seems absolutely inevitable, with Leicestershire in their second innings 207 for 1.
Yes, a view from Matthew Maynard, which he expressed after one less than fascinating final session, is that in the county championship, the captains ought to be able to shake hands on the draw at tea time on the final day. The spectators having had at least 4 hours available for their money. As that bowls him, Hill is gone. David Lloyd strikes, and Leicestershire are 207 for 2. I think a bit of an inside edge as Hill went for the drive. It wasn't quite there for the shot. It was pitched well up and just chopped it onto his leg stump. 207 for 2. Lewis Hill goes for a very attractive and valuable 82. He and Rishi Patel have ensured a draw for his side. Hill, as you say, may be frustrated at not going on to 100, but on the back of 53 in the first innings, 162 not out in his previous match. Lewis Hill certainly earns that applause and can feel that he is in decent nick.
A suggestion from down under was that Leicestershire should send in Mulder next to try and get a little bit of time at the crease. He is the one front-line batsman so far, and he is a front-line batsman who hasn't really had a chance to fire. However, Colin Ackerman likes what he sees of the wicket, and he's very much a man in form, and he is coming in his appointed place at number 4.
I think that's a decent suggestion, actually. We've got the stage of the game where you just think, who needs practice most?
Yeah, it would have made sense. The partnership then 203 for the second wicket.
And that David Lloyd's fourth wicket of the season. 2 in the first innings, 2 for 83 was quite expensive. But that's his 4th wicket of the season, and he's being used at the moment as the 4th seamer, with Glamorgan playing an extra spinner in this game. But really, there hasn't been anything for Salter to work with. Labuschagne, even Rayan Ahmed, you know, player of that class, England's pedigree, couldn't take a wicket on this surface. Ackerman then faces up to David Lloyd, and is that caught first ball? Glamorgan are all appealing for it. It was across the face of the batter. Chris Cook, who was going the wrong way, took it going back to his right then. And Lloyd looks.
Lloyd didn't appeal straight away. No, the main appealer sprinting in from mid-off was actually Carlson, who went berserk running in from mid-off. Labuschagne went up as well, but genuinely Lloyd did not initially appeal. Okay. But then he turned, so maybe a noise, but that was Carlson's appeal was spectacular.
Well, it was Cook looked as though he was going down leg side initially and then went back towards slip to take it. Lloyd bowls, Ackerman drives back to the bowler. No run. It was a very fine take for Chris Cook, given that he'd wrong-footed himself somehow.
Well, it can't have been pad because it was pushed across him.
Might have flicked the top of the pad, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
And Lloyd, of course, is bowling round the wickets, so wouldn't necessarily appeal for LBW. You'd have thought there'd been some noise for a couple of players to go up. Lloyd in bowls, Ackerman forward defending to Carlson at mid-off. No run. So players are always protective of their averages, so Glamorgan will be striving for wickets, but not necessarily with their frontline bowlers. Similarly, Patel will want to get to that CB 125. Lloyd bowls, Ackerman defends back to the bowler again. Lloyd keeping it reasonably tight in this innings so far. 1 for 13. That's the last ball of his 4th over. It'll probably do him good to have some overs because he only bowled 16 in the first innings with McIlroy 21, Van der Hoogten and Lisa 29, which shows you the reliance on the latter two. As Lloyd bowls, Ackerman drives nicely between mid-wicket and mid-on, and that will beat McIlroy's chase up to the ropes, and Ackerman is off the mark with a very pleasant boundary. 211 for 2. The lead, thank you scoreboard, is 153 runs.
A few words exchanged between Messrs Lloyd and Ackerman as Ackerman jogged back, having completed an unnecessary single. They knew it was, I think, definitely going for 4, whatever happened. But, he was sort of shaking his head, Ackerman, as Lloyd made a polite inquiry of him. So, did you hit that? Did you hit that one on your first ball?
You're never really going to tell them while play's going on, are they? You might do in the bar afterwards.
Well, not if you haven't walked.
No. Yeah, Nick. Nick did. Umpires didn't think I did. Ha ha.
That said, when we played up at Durham last year, as Salter is into Patel, and it's played back past him. No, he dived to his right and made the stop. Good effort by Salter. Ben Rain batting for Durham. Leicestershire thought they had him caught behind, and it wasn't given. Few sort of a bit of grumpiness out there, and I spoke to Ben afterwards. As Salter is in and defended by Patel. I said, "Did you hit it?" He said, "No." He said, "Had I done so," he said, "I would have been laughing all the time. I would have been telling him I had as well." He's against his old teammates.
Yes.
So so Ben isn't a walker. He made that clear. In goes Salter, bowls outside off stump. Patel stretches forward and pushes it out into the offside.
Well, presumably most batters get a few decisions in their career where they're sure they're not out. So
yeah,
it all evens up in the long run.
I think that's the general sort of attitude, isn't it? In goes Salter, bowls, and forward goes Patel. Yeah, I remember. There were one or two walkers, but basically, as you say, most batters think, well, I've had a few stinkers that have seen me on my way, so if it goes my way for once, that evens things out. And forward goes Patel, dropping it out into the offside.
We're approaching tea.
Yes, this will be the last over. I'm sure of that.
Last ball.
Before
Here we
tea.
go.
Salter steps in and bowls. Patel is forward, and that is tea. 211 for 2. Leicestershire, and Rishi Patel will be the recipient of a loud and warm round of applause from the Leicestershire faithful when he leaves the field, because he is 113 not out, having passed 3 figures for the second time in his first class career. Colin Ackerman is 4 not out, just the one scoring shot for him after the solitary dismissal of the session, that of the Leicestershire captain Lewis Hill, bowled off the inside edge, trying to drive a full delivery from David Lloyd. He was dismissed for 80, all of which means that Leicestershire's lead is now 153, and all of which also means that a draw will be the result of the game, and will be, I would imagine, confirmed in around about, well, 40 minutes after the restart in the final session of the match. So for now, we'll take a 15-minute break and back with you from the Uptonsteel County Ground in the sunshine in around about 15 minutes' time.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him.
Bowled. This one just keeps a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
He's on the draw, as I was about to say there. A draw is on the cards very much here at the Uptonsteel, because Leicestershire are about to resume their second innings on 211 for 2, having started it with a deficit of 58. Glamorgan being bowled up for 465 this morning. Leicestershire having scored 407 in their first innings. Rishi Patel is 113 not out. Colin Ackerman is 4 not out. The umpires are out there. The Leicestershire batters are out there. The Glamorgan side still gathered on the boundaries edge. So I think both teams know that at 10 to 5, by agreement, Leicestershire will declare with a lead of whatever it is at that stage. It's 153 at the moment, and the players will shake hands on the draw. So potentially another 50 minutes or so of first-class cricket to be played in this game. BBC Wales, Nick Webb. We've had Eddie Bevan has been with us for 3.5 days. Now Rita Green is with us, not representing BBC Wales, just representing BBC Sport, and myself, Richard Ray, for BBC Radio Leicester.
Yeah, I'm firmly on the fence, Richard. Yeah, it's lovely, turning into a lovely day.
We all are. We all should be, shouldn't we? Really, but it's hard when you're following a side day in, day out, not to just to feel occasionally a little bit of a slight sort of bias towards them, or hope, if you like.
Absolutely, and it is turning into a very lovely evening here in Leicester. I am no longer believing my weather app, which said it was definitely going to be raining from 3 o'clock this afternoon. Thankfully, the clouds have dispersed a little bit. I'm not saying it's completely wall-to-wall sunshine, Richard, but certainly a lovely sunny evening.
I wonder what Bronte's going to do, because Bronte names one of the rescue hedgehogs at the centre at which he volunteers after a Leicestershire player each time they score a century. There were various Marcus Harrises wandering around the countryside. In goes David Lloyd and bowls to Ackerman. A absolute stinker of a delivery, miles down the leg side, not signalled wide. Umpire Bainton has his eyes on an early departure as it goes down the leg side. But Rishi Patel, we already had a Rishi from the first game of the season, so there's going to have to be another little Rishi named. How many centuries have we had now this season? Hanscom obviously scored one at Yorkshire, Hill against Derbyshire, Ackerman against Derbyshire, down the leg side again. So it's sort of semi-interested appeal, like suggesting there might have been a noise. None in the first innings here, but now Patel's in the second. But yeah, Leicestershire's batting is functioning well, and the hedgehog, the rescue hedgehog population as a consequence is being named accordingly.
Could be Rishi's middle name. Now you're going to be impressed the fact I know his middle name, Rishi Patel's middle name is Kethan, actually.
There we go.
There you go.
In goes Lloyd and bowls to Ackerman, who drives, doesn't really drive, plays firmly in defence on the front foot out towards mid-off. Carlson gets across and fields. Well, there you go, Bronte. Kethan.
Yeah, there you go. I can't believe I remembered that.
I'm impressed.
There's things I don't remember about my own life,
but
Rishi,
well,
I
there he
do
goes.
remember.
Yeah, Rishi Kethan Patel.
Yeah, there you go.
Born Chigwell in Essex.
But if he scores a third century, then I'm sorry, no more suggestions.
Lloyd is in, bowls a bouncer to Colin Ackerman, who just ducks calmly underneath it. Ackerman has sort of orange fastenings on the inside of his pads. I don't know whether they're Dutch orange, Netherlands orange, to mark the country he represents in international cricket.
Yeah, well spotted. I like a little bit of fluorescent
colours.
Colour. Yeah. I saw that in the Middlesex game the other week. A bit of pink fluorescent colours.
Lloyd bustles in, bowls. Ackerman works him away, slightly short of a length delivery through mid-wicket. Should be a second comfortably enough. Nisa comes in and throws. Patel running to the danger end, ran his bat in. The throw missed. Carlson backed up, but Labuschagne, as enthusiastic and optimistic as ever, gave it the big ooh from first slip, miles away from where the decision would have been taken. Ackerman on to 6, 213 for 2. Lloyd in again. Bowls a very high bouncer to Colin Ackerman. Umpire Bainton not interested in signalling a wide. Just hands the sweater. It was miles wide, wasn't it? But we're at that stage now. Everybody wants just to crack on and get the game done. Possibility of
a declaration?
Well, 60% chance of a shower apparently in the next few minutes. So you can see it around, can't you? But whether we'll actually get any, if we do, everybody will go rushing off as quickly as they possibly can.
Yeah, certainly. But Salter continues from the pavilion end with the Centurion Rishi Patel. Rishi Kethan Patel, to be precise, on 113 not out. He'll be looking to overtake his highest score. You have to remind me in a moment, please.
125.
125, so not a million miles away. I think we got to the stage of, well, what can we get out of the game? That's definitely one of them. Leicestershire lead by 155. Salter round the wicket to Patel and defended. There's absolutely nothing going on in terms of spin, but Salter's really trying his best to get some revolutions on that, but a dot ball there. 7 minutes past 4 o'clock on this Sunday evening, day 4 here in Leicester. Salter to Rishi Patel. Nice flight actually, drift through the air, but well picked up by Patel. And there's no run. 213 for 2 after an early wicket, a very early wicket in the Leicestershire innings. Salter to Rishi Patel, who gets down the wicket, and the ball goes to the wicket keeper's end. And if it had been a direct hit, I think there might have been some trouble there, but it was well wide, and they're safe. They take a single. 214 for 2. What do you think there, Richard?
Yeah, Ackerman was having to hurry, wasn't he? And would have required a decision of umpire Bainton, I suspect.
Colin Ackerman on strike, the Dutch international. Salter, shorter pitch delivery there, and just push back to the onside. There's no run. Yeah, Ackerman was the captain, wasn't he?
That's how Leicestershire lost Josh Hull for this game in a club game. Driven back to him, stuck out his hand to field it. In goes Lloyd, bowls. Again, he's staying with this round the wicket attack, and Patel just leans forward and blocks it back up the pitch to the Glamorgan seamer. All sorts of bangs and crashes as N. Webb Esquire basically packs up his kit. And that's what's going on next door.
Convinced next door of what's
I think
just
he's done his last update, I suspect. Judging by what's going on. Right, backward square has come in to leg gully as forward goes Patel to that fuller delivery from David Lloyd. Back up the pitch it goes. Lloyd fields at the second attempt off his own bowling, then throws it to Carlson to do a spot of desultory polishing.
Now, if I was Rishi Patel, I would throw the bat around a little bit more to try and get up to 125, but that's only my perspective, because the weather is potentially coming. Here comes the next delivery from Lloyd to Patel round the wicket, and this is nicely driven actually into the onside, but a nice diving stop there from Mr. Lavashane. Saves a single, and there's no more to the total. And I can welcome back Nick Webb to the commentary booth. Do you feel like there's a foregone conclusion, Nick?
Very much so, has been really for the last, well, hour and a half of play.
Lloyd comes in, round the wicket to Patel, and this was nicely driven into the onside. A nice good looking stroke. They take one, there's a chase on into the deep, and they take two, and which is going to win, the ball or the fielder? The ball wins it, and 4 more to the total to Patel. Really nice stroke. They just leaned into it and deflected it in the right direction, and 4 more to the total. 220 for 2, and Patel is up to 119, so 6 away from his highest first-class score. 162 is the lead. And David Lloyd continues round the wicket. I see where he's coming from in terms of trying to get him to play, but this one is down. Just the line wasn't quite right there, down leg side, and Rishi Patel takes an easy single as he pushes it into the onside. 1 more to the total, 2-2-1 for 2.
Yes, it's the second successive match, really, where the pitch on the final day has run out of steam, as Glamorgan found against Durham last week in Cardiff, although they just about scrambled the draw, but Durham didn't get much help from the pitch on that occasion.
Lloyd in to Ackerman, who nicely deflects this down to third man, where a fielder's there. It's Billy Root who throws the ball into the keeper, and it is the end of the over. That was David Lloyd's 6th over of the innings. 2-2-2 for 2 is the score. Patel onto 120. We don't need to hop around on 2-2-2. No.
Depending on how superstitious you are, double Nelson is on the board. Patel 120, Ackerman is 8. And Andrew Salter will continue into his 15th over from this pavilion end. And he'll be bowling with a slip and a short leg. Mid-wicket is fairly close in as well, as Salter bowls and Ackerman drives to Labuschagne at that short mid-wicket position. It is likely that they will knock it on the head at 10-5, you would have thought, if Leicestershire declare. Glamorgan agree, as that is slashed away down towards backward point, stroke third man by Ackerman, picks up a couple of runs, throw from a neighbouring postcode comes in, and Ackerman is safe for 3 runs. 225 for 2.
Well, there might be a bit of drama going on in Bristol. I don't know if you spotted this, but Gloucestershire are 38 for 3. And they still trail Sussex by 169 runs. So it would take a mammoth task to get another 7 wickets to for victory there for Sussex. But a little bit more drama going on in Bristol.
After the rain there, as that's a drag down from Salter, and again it's cut away, this time by Patel, but this time it is picked up by Michael Neser on the deep point boundary. And just the 1 to Patel to move him onto 121. As forward comes Ackerman to the next delivery. Is that the heating going back on, Richard? Oh, yes. Temperatures have dropped a little since earlier. And next delivery steered on the offside by Ackerman. No run. Northeast fields at cover. Northeast at least will have the benefit of some time at the crease in this match as he tries to dig himself back towards form. Salter bowls again, a bit too much width, again slapped away, cross-batted by Ackerman. And again, the single to Michael Neser, who's got a mammoth arm on him. Chris Cook backpedaling there as the ball dropped into his gloves about 5 metres behind the wicket. 227 for 2, Patel 1-2-1, 5 short of beating his previous career best. Ackerman is on 12. And who fancies a bowl? This looks like the captain's going to continue on the grounds that no one else is particularly in his ear demanding it.
No, it's a good point, isn't it? Of who should be having a bowl, who should be sort of not risked in terms of plenty of games coming up. But for sure, I put my hand up there. By the way, I don't think that's relevant at all. But anyway, here's Lloyd in to Ackerman, who turns this into the onside, nicely fielded by Sam Northeast, and there is no run. Yeah, the field definitely spread out in every way. Couple of short, wide deliveries in that previous over, and as a batter, knowing that there was a sweeper out there, I would have, if you just pause it just even by sort of a millisecond to try and get round that fielder, maybe there would have been a 4 around there. I'm nitpicking here clearly, but something to bear in mind. Ackerman on strike to Lloyd, and this one sort of banged in, but down the leg side, back to the same fielder, Northeast, and there is no run.
Yeah, the same 6 bowlers used as in the first innings so far. Thought there might have been a couple of overs from Carlson, whose off spin has been given a bit of an airing over the first couple of matches.
2 dot balls so far in the over. What are the hopes and dreams for Glamorgan this season then, Nick, do you think? I'll come back to you in a moment. Here's Lloyd to Ackerman. This one's a full of it. It's in the air and caught by Michael Neser in the deep. And Colin Ackerman is absolutely fuming. Just caught it in a full way on the bat, so the bottom of the bat didn't middle it at all, and it went straight to the only man that was in that vast space of land to the left-hand side and the onside, and another wicket goes down. Colin Ackerman out for 12. Rishi Patel still at the wicket for 121. So 227 for 3 is the scoreline. Leicestershire lead by 169. I think it's fair to say that that's not going to make a massive amount of difference to the result of the game. But Colin Ackerman back in the hutch, back in the pavilion, looks disappointed as he trudges back. The score is a 227 for 3.
Yeah, I thought he was having a bit of a buffet ball, didn't he? Help yourself, but managed to hit it straight down the throat of the outfielder, Michael Neser. Got those bucket hands safely underneath it to take the catch. So David Lloyd, 2 for 25, will be improving his bowling average that little bit. And, well, again, Leicestershire sticking to the batting order. Hanscom got 95 in the first innings, and if Mulder is the only man, as he is, without runs this season in the Leicestershire top order, 1, 11, 5 and 9, you'd think that someone would be saying, go and have a knockdown and help yourself to a leisurely 20 or whatever.
Yeah, they've stuck with the order, haven't they? Which is slightly surprising. But will we get fireworks in the last few overs, maybe, of the day? Look, I'm always up for a little bit of excitement here, but it's unlikely, as we probably are aware.
Might get some. Well, I don't know if Glamorgan have got any comedy bowlers really. North East doesn't. I've only seen bowl once. Root seems to have packed in bowling these days after a little difficulty with his action. Although he was cleared to resume, he's not been really back in business since then. Byram bowls a few gentle spinners.
So Peter Hanscom on strike, the right-handed batter to Lloyd, and this one a very full delivery into pretty much the block hole, but hit straight to the mid-wicket fielder. It's very, very short, and there is no run. Yeah, 2 wickets for skipper Lloyd.
Yep, he'll be glad to get back into the groove.
Took his time to bring himself on in this innings. Any reason for that, do you think? I mean, the first innings wasn't probably his best, but here's Lloyd to Hanscom. Full delivery and defended nicely by Hanscom. No run?
Yeah, I suppose if you want to try something different and you've got limited time to do so, then Salter obviously is a frontline bowler, and Labuschagne can offer you something different, although he took a bit of hammer today, 6 overs for 40. So that's the trouble with Lloyd. He tends to be a bit too selfless with himself and bowling.
Lloyd with the last ball of the over, and Hanscom defends this one, and there is no run. End of the over, 227 for 3, and I'll ask that question I asked before the wicket. Is any thoughts and hopes and dreams for the season for Glamorgan? What are your thoughts? Is it got off to a slow start, okay start?
Slow start, I would say, in view of their positive display in the championship last year when they won 6 and lost 3, and they won 1 place outside the promotion places. They're still adapting to life without Michael Hogan, their frontline seamer for the last decade, and they're going to find it difficult to bowl sides out twice with things as they are at the moment. Patel on 121, 4 short of his career best, as he drives that one to Van der Hoogten, who makes a diving stop at mid-off, and there is no run. Wonder if Patel fancies getting there in the grand manner with the maximum. Patel faces up to Salter, who drives down the ground gently for a single, 228 for 3. So Glamorgan, yes, really need to... This has been a step in the right direction, this match, but they've got a way to go. Leicestershire lead by 170 runs. New batter, Peter Hanscom, on strike with a slip and a short leg for the off-spin of Andrew Salter. And that's played away comfortably backward of square on the offside. They should be able to take 2. It's a long run for Nisa. He does well to get the throw in very quickly for a fast bowler in the closing stages of the game. And Hanscom had to hurry back for the second, 230 for 3. In terms of the white ball stuff, obviously, not maybe obviously for Leicestershire supporters, Glamorgan have now split the coaching duties between Maynard and the Championship and Marker Lane. As that's nurdled away on the leg side by Hanscom. Single taken, 231 for 3. So the former Gloucestershire captain and coach will come in and oversee T20 and One Day Cup campaigns. And Glamorgan have been there and thereabouts in the One Day Cup. Obviously they won it a couple of years ago. Patel on strike on 122, drives back to Salter, who flicks it, I think, onto the bat of the non-striker, and there's no run. Glamorgan winning it 2 years ago, the One Day Cup, and nearly qualifying last year. But it's the T20 that they really need an improvement on to get bums on seats in the most popular format of the game with spectators. Next ball defended by Patel to short mid-wicket, no run. 231 for 3 and the over. Patel 122, Hanscom 3. But Glamorgan really haven't threatened seriously to reach the knockout stages since 2017. So they've gone for change on the coaching front, and Marker Lane will have to put together some cunning plans there to get Glamorgan moving forward. And as I say, getting bottoms on seats on those raucous Friday nights at Sapphire Gardens.
Indeed, it's so important, isn't it, for the business side of the cricket organisation as well as everything else. Really.
Yeah, it's where you get the most support. Obviously, it's the most accessible form of the game, and Glamorgan don't want to entirely cede to their stablemates Welsh Fire, who've been averaging 9,000 to 10,000 per game at Sapphire Gardens, but of course they have the benefit of the better time of year in August.
David Lloyd continues from the Bennett end and comes in, and this one's defended by Hanscom. There is no run. I think it's also a it's a good point in terms of attendees for different formats of the game. So important for sure. But also in terms of concluding this particular game, let me just say that Carlson was juggling 3 things that were in his pocket, and rather well from mid-off. And I think that's anyway conclusion to the game. Lloyd into Hanscom, who pushes this into the onside, and they take one, they take a second. There's hilarity in the commentary box from my sort of very innocent comment about some juggling in the outfield, but there we go. That's life.
We're not on the post-watershed version now, Rita.
No, I was just describing it. Oh, come on. It's a family show. It's a family show. Leicestershire, though, back to the cricket. You've missed nothing. Leicestershire lead by 175 runs. 2-3-3 for 3. Lloyd into Hanscom, and this is a shorter delivery. I won't call it the shortest delivery on earth, but wicket not really helping out. It goes over Hanscom's shoulder. That's your one for the over, says Neil Bainton.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, there are so many questions surrounding cricket in the UK, domestic cricket, and the future of the 100, and if it does go, how do the counties hang on to that new audience that's been gained?
Next delivery, right across the player, Peter Hanscom, through to the keeper, and there is no run. Yeah.
Talk of maintaining 18 teams, even if they're not necessarily named after the traditional counties. Glamorgan have been Welsh Dragons nominally for a season in the in T20 anyway, back in the early noughties or mid noughties.
Next delivery to Hanscom, and this one's defended, and there is no run. David Lloyd certainly still trying. He's round the wicket. He's trying to get the ball to come back into Peter Hanscom desperately, but another dot ball.
And well, Leicestershire, being Leicester-based, wouldn't really make a huge amount of difference, I guess. Maybe Richard can elucidate that on whether it was called Leicester something rather than Leicestershire.
Lloyd, the Foxes, definitely,
Yes.
but to Hanscom, and defended once again. Hanscom 5 off 10.
It's bound to be the Foxes, isn't it? The Flying Foxes. There we are. That's an official name, as long as it's not Running Foxes, which didn't quite take off.
End of the over.
2:33 for 3. Who's bowling?
I think Salter.
Salter,
Looks
probably.
Like he's continuing. Yeah.
Was Richard is clearing his throat for a little blast on the radio as well in a couple of minutes.
We're on to the next over. Salter from the pavilion end. 2-3-3 for 3 is the score. Leicestershire lead by 175. I'll tell you the Gloucester-Sussex score in a moment.
Oh, yes. In goes Salter and bowls. Oh, edge dropped. Dropped. I think it came off Cook's gauntlets. It was almost caught by Lloyd reaching to his right at first slip. Lloyd was sold a dummy, basically, I think, by it coming off the gloves of Cook, and that is a chance missed. Andrew Salter looks absolutely despondent as he walks back, hands on head. He cannot believe that was a fairly straightforward opportunity, I think, for Cook, and it came off the gauntlets and went wide of Lloyd at first slip. Salter is in again. Patel having picked up a couple of fortunate runs, digs that one out and plays it out to mid-wicket. Salter still can't believe that. He's been labouring away. 16 overs, none for 61. He thought he had his man there. Well, he did have his man. He just drifted one onto the outside edge. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. 235 for 3. The game is almost over. In about 20 minutes' time, the players will call it a draw. They have lost another wicket, Leicestershire, after that a huge stand of 203 for the second wicket between Lewis Hill and Rishi Patel. Patel still there, but he's fortunate to be there. He's 124 not out. He's just been dropped behind the wicket, actually. But he did lose Colin Ackerman, who came out to replace Lewis Hill. Ackerman got a poor delivery from David Lloyd that he tried to hit over deep square leg and ended up picking out the fielder there, Michael Nisa, who held on to the catch. He was gone for 12, 227 for 3. As I say, it's moved on to 235 for 3. They lead Leicestershire by 177. Just 28 overs remain to be bowled in the game. The players will shake hands with probably about 20 overs to go. The game will end as a draw. In goes Salter and hit hard back to him by Patel. He puts down his right hand, tries to deflect the ball onto the stumps. Doesn't manage to do so. He lies still despondent about that catch going down. Cook wanders across to take his cap. I think he'll walk to Salter and apologise. Sorry, mate. Salter just kind of walks off towards his usual backward point positioning. He can't believe that. As catches go, it was a straightforward one, Rita, wasn't it?
It really was.
Behind the wicket, that is.
Yeah, well, there's always a degree of, difficulty. But yeah, normally it would be quite straightforward, and Salter would have deserved that. He's toiled away at a horrible over, giving away 18, but has done rather well since then. Yeah, he still looks despondent at points. It's been one of those sort of innings, isn't it? And that was the first time for me that I can remember that Rishi Patel has shown any sign of vulnerability in his whole innings. He's on 124. It's the non-striking end. Hanscom on strike. Lloyd is the bowler and very nicely played off the back foot drive into the cover area. Really nicely timed. and very much over the boundary rope without really much need to take even the first run there from Peter Hanscom. He shows what sort of form he's in. Another 4 to the total, 239 for 3. Nice stroke.
Yep, Gloucester 4 down, but it's raining.
Oh.
At Bristol, they've gone off for rain, so it might be that having been, I suspect, cursing the rain for the first 3 weeks of the season, Gloucester will be grateful for it. It'll be Sussex who may be frustrated.
Yes, they will feel very frustrated if they only had more time. Lloyd to Ackerman, and this one's down the leg side. Didn't quite get the line right there, David Lloyd, and there is no run.
Ackerman has been and gone.
Oh gosh, that's Ackerman. God. Sorry, Peter Hanscom. Sorry, Peter. Oh, Col Ackerman's probably in the dressing room right now, going, "I'm back here." Yes, sorry about that. Yes, Peter Hanscom, and down the leg side was that delivery. David Lloyd's got to get his line right here. He's trying to get it to come across Peter Hanscom, and then just bring one to dart back in. But here he comes once again, David Lloyd, and this one's nicely left. Absolutely no chance of any real movement through the air off the wicket, and there is no run. It's coming to the point, isn't it? A lead of 181, an inevitability. I've said that a few times, but the sun is out, and I've got to say that the weather forecast has been rather wrong. Yeah, any moment now it could change, but actually the sun is shining and the breeze is still there. But we'll see where we end up in terms of the rain cloud. Here comes the next delivery from Lloyd, a real full delivery to Hanscom. Pushed out into the cover area, and they go through for a single. 240 for 3.
2 needed by Patel, who has had a life to go to a first-class career best. He deserves it, probably.
Do you think that'll be on his mind? It must be. I always used to know.
I think he's been playing for that since his century. He wants to show that he can occupy the crease for a long time, concentration, and all that.
Rishi Patel on strike, and this one a full delivery and let go through to the keeper Cook. There is no run. Yeah, he doesn't need to rush here. He can take his time. He'll know he got a massive lifeline in the last over. 26 on his back. He's got this sort of slightly open stance to the round the wicket bowler. And I think he'll be eyeing up that cover region. He's been awfully elegant in that region, but also anything short will be dispatched. Lloyd to Patel, and this one's a very short delivery. And Rishi Patel ducks down for a prolonged period of time and doesn't have anything to do with it. End of the over. 240 for 3. Rishi Patel on 124, just one away from his previous maximum total in the first class game. Hanscom on 10. And the sun is out. Yeah. The sun has got his hat on. You're not convinced? You're not.
No. I mean,
is the cloud
it might stay dry, but it's not going to change anything in terms of the game stopping at 10.
Which is a bit of a shame, to be honest. If there'd been a grandstand finish, yeah. Again, I'm looking for entertainment here.
Yeah, it was yesterday really that saw the end of the game as a genuinely competitive spectacle. I think in terms of manufacturing a result. If the pitch was going to change, it was going to change then, offer the likes of Ahmed a little bit of bounce and turn, but it hasn't, essentially. It died a little bit in the sun, and as a consequence, the game always likely to end in the draw. That will surely prevail. In goes Salter and bowls to Peter Hanscom, who just pushes the wide-ish delivery out into the wide open acres of Leicestershire that are in front of Michael Neser, in front of the manual scoreboard. He takes one and gives Patel the strike. What will Patel do? How will he try and beat his first-class best? There's plenty of singles there to be taken. He can do it in ones if he wants. He just drives that one straight back to Andrew Salter. It was a very straight delivery. Salter spins the ball from hand to hand, blows on his right hand, turns, steps past umpire Watts, bowls, forward goes Patel to that delivery on off stump.
So that draw at Bristol is, you'd be pretty pleased with that, wouldn't you? Or likely
yeah,
draw, put
indeed.
it that way.
It keeps. I think it means that Leicestershire will go into the next round of games in second place. Salter is in. Patel is now driving, but through a vacant area down to long gone, where Billy Root is fielding, taking his one, moves on to 125.
The highest score in the game so far is, what, 132. So Rishi Patel's got some targets maybe for today.
Salter in again. Hanscom just solidly forward. He won't give it away, that is for sure. Australian international batsmen don't, whatever the circumstances, give anything away. And he still retains his Ashes ambitions. That Ashes squad, the Australia squad that is, as in goes Salter and bowls. He defends on the back foot, back up the pitch. Will be re-examined or revisited, I think is the phrase the Australia selectors used, after the second test. So if Hanscom is very much in the runs as he is now, I'm sure he will come into discussions, not least in terms of the one-day internationals, because he can keep as well, which opens up possibilities. I won't be surprised if he's in the squad. He will have finished his stint at Leicestershire by then. Remember, Rahana, who was coming, still will come, but his arrival will be delayed because his form has been so spectacular for or in the IPL. I can't remember which franchise he plays for, but he has scored a lot of runs at a heck of a rate, and as consequences, in such good form, he's been drafted into the India Test squad for the one-off Test Championship game against Australia in June. Weather looks filthy over there to the southwest, doesn't it? Where the reports are coming from that awful rain is happening. Well, Eddie Byram is going to have a bowl, something I've never seen before. So
well,
we will see what we're going to get. Looks like a bit of off spin.
Byram with what looks like quite a few layers on actually as well. So it doesn't look like I was expecting maybe to bowl with 97 on his back.
We did think we'd see one or two unexpected bowlers at this stage of the game, and it is going to be Byram. And as Patel's on 125, do you mind if I just see him over that first class career best? Sorry, I'll just nip in and see if we can get him over the line, and then we can all relax. In goes Byram and bowls a rank lot pop that's pulled over mid-wicket for 6. Well, there you go. Present time for Rishi Patel. That is the 6 he needed to go past his previous first-class career best. He goes into the 130s for the first time in his first-class career. Well played, sir.
That was a gift wrapped as well. Yes, a loosener from the part-time bowler Eddie Byram. He'll be looking for a better delivery to come, and Patel will be looking for exactly the same. And that boundary over there was miles away. Wow.
Third 6.
Here's Byram from the Bennett end, and better delivery, but well, short and wide, put it that way, and out to the backward point area, and they go through for a single. Yeah, sort of anything short and anything wide, Patel is all over it. 132 is Patel's score, 249 for 3. Byram.
I can tell you Mrs. Patel is listening, because she's been in touch to tell me who Rahana plays for in the IPL.
Byram, the next name, I know, real, put it this way, floated, lofted delivery to Peter Hanscom, and they go through for a single. Terrible throw back in, or maybe misjudgment of the wind.
You don't want to get out to this stuff, though, do you? It's absolute filth, and you really don't want to get out, but... Well, Mrs. Patel must be very proud of her boy. He's doing very well out there. Yeah, 250 definitely. Up for the Foxes. Nice
to hear from you, Mrs. Patel. Here's Byram with some more spin from the Bennett end to Patel, who goes on the back foot and defends this to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, much better delivery. Better line, better length. More of the same from a Glamorgan perspective. Do you think he put his hand up and said, yes, please? Fancy a bit of a bowl, or the skipper told him to? Byram to Patel. This one a far quicker delivery, and pushed a really nice stroke there. Backward drive to mid off, and they go through for a single.
I should have said it's whoever they are, CSK, whoever they are in the IPL, Rahana's franchise.
Here's Byram again.
Oh.
Lofted delivery, and rather wide, but completely left by Peter Hanscom, who's on 12.
He'd have done well to reach it, wouldn't he, really? Oh, that was an awful over. Now, Neil Bainton is hands in pockets. Are we done? Are we done? They're asking permission to declare. Leicestershire, we are waiting. Hill is on the balcony. Patel and Hanscom talking to each other in the middle. They might have to bowl one more over. I'm not sure. What time is it? It is 16:42. So I think they might have to bowl one more.
Yeah, it looks
theoretically.
Like, yes,
they're all asking if we can stop. But no.
There was a lot of looking around, wasn't there? Keep going, lads.
They're asking for a drink now, just to make sure this is the last over. I suspect because there's 8 minutes until Leicestershire can they could declare now if they want, surely. But I think, strictly speaking, in terms of how many overs we have to play, 10-2 is the earliest.
Yeah, I think they want a drink definitely at the end of this over. Would be the suggestion, or something. Yes.
Time.
Well, yes, I'm sure it's thirsty work out there.
Salter is going to continue. I'm sure his heart isn't exactly in it, especially after that drop a couple of overs ago. He's going to be bowling to Patel, who will, as I say, not want to get out. He plays that one out towards square leg, where Eddie Byram, after that less than distinguished over, is now fielding.
I think 150 is a bit too far away for Patel, isn't it?
Yeah, Salter is in down the leg side. Patel sort of gestures at it, and Cook moves to his left. Doesn't take it cleanly, bounces off his gloves, picks it up, throws it to Byram.
But fantastic innings for Rishi Patel. Very, very patient, very graceful, really nice, good-looking strokes in the mix there as well.
In goes Salter, played by Patel down too long on, takes one. Bronte tells me that he's telling me all about CSK for some reason. It's just suspecting I care.
You're not an IPL kind of guy.
I'm afraid I'm not, no. I know it's the coming thing and all that sort of thing, but
well, not for everyone.
Apparently it's the Chennai Super Kings, he says.
Yeah.
As forward goes Hanscom.
Oh, sorry, I could have told you that.
But he says it's the only team to be named after a packet of cigarettes. I don't think. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know if they've made that connection. I'm sure they haven't made that connection.
They've been some seriously exciting finishes, actually, in the IPL. It may not be your cup of tea, but last ball sort of deciders this season. Which
you need 5 sixes that bang, bang. Yeah, okay. Salter is in, forward goes Hanscom. Sorry, I'm a bit cynical.
No, sorry, it's not
some of those results.
Oh, I see. Not everyone's cup of tea.
No.
As they say.
No. I don't know. You know, it's just franchises with players bought in, and how there is any sort of feeling locally for them is you know, I don't get it. But anyway, I accept I'm very old-fashioned. Salter is in. Forward goes Hanscom, blocking it out into the offside. 16:45. The players wander towards those drinks being brought out to them. By it's been Harry Swindles, hasn't it? I don't know if it's that Swin. I don't think it is actually. But Rishi Patel's asking, "Oh, can't we stop now?"
And what's Chris Cook doing as well? Signalling. That's what I want to know. There's a bit of this action, sort of hands in the air and revolving of wrists.
Maybe he wants a bowl. Maybe he wants somebody else to come and have a go.
Well, I'm going to make way for the wonderful Nick Webb to probably close out, I would suggest, this game. Indeed.
Yeah, we are just basically making sure we are now using up enough time to ensure that the next over is the last. To make sure it's 10-2 when they actually shake hands. This is what this is all about, essentially.
16:46 on the scoreboard.
Of deliberately wasting time.
Glamorgan have got +2 on the over rate, so they're not remotely worried about it. Rishi Patel has got 134 not out career best. He's not remotely worried about it, and it just remains to be seen whether Eddie Byram bowls another over a filth or...
Is it still raining in Bristol? Yeah, match delayed by rain still.
Gloucester saved by the rain, as were
It
Glamorgan
looks
last
that way,
week.
but it does mean, I think, that Leicestershire will go into the next round in second.
Congratulations.
Championship. Goodness. Goodness indeed.
The high-flying Foxes.
Because Sussex 4 points behind on bonus points. We'll only take 5 from the game.
The sky is now darkening, but thankfully, well, we lost the last session, or most of the last session on the first day, and what was it, about 50 minutes to bad, 13 overs to bad light last night. But
this is silly.
It is silly.
Just
let's shake hands. Should be earlier, shouldn't it?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, there we are. Eddie, you've got to take 3 minutes to bowl this over, and then Leicestershire can declare and enjoy their high placing in the table. Eddie Byram bowls the first ball. It's outside off stump, and there's an appeal for something or other.
I think his bat was raised as far from the bat ball as he possibly could be.
Playing no shot LBW, possibly. Byram in again to Patel, who's pushing that one forward. Squirts out gently to mid-off. He won't want to lose his wicket in this
he
last
won't,
over.
actually. He really, really won't. He will be absolutely determined not to get out here.
There are a few spots of rain around.
Yeah.
And...
is that enough to call it?
Yeah, I think if I were an umpire, I'd be saying, right, that'll do. Felt a spot of rain, could pour down in any moment. We're looking forward, from a Glamorgan point of view, to taking on Yorkshire on Thursday. Who knows whether Johnny Bairstow will be playing. Byram bowls, and Patel gently dead bats it to cover. And there is no run. 2 minutes and 1 minute now for Eddie Byram to bowl his 3 remaining deliveries, and Patel to either whack him for 6 or pat them back. Here's Byram again, bowls dragged down, and Patel has nothing at all to do with playing any sort of adventurous shot, just blocks it back to the bowler. 252 for 3 then. Leicestershire lead by 194 runs, and the teams are about to shake hands on the draw very, very shortly. Byram from the Bennett end bowls. Patel stretches forwards off the middle of the bat. Byram arms up aloft as if he just bowled an absolute jaffer of a ball. Calling for more encouragement from the fielding side. Out in the middle. The batter fiddling around, Rishi Patel, till the clock hits 4:50. And here is the last ball of the match from Eddie Byram to Rishi Patel. Here we go. And it's defended. It was another shocking ball of some sort.
I'm not quite sure. I think, did it bounce about 4 times before it got there?
Everyone's had enough. It's a drawn match here at Leicester. Leicestershire 11 points. Glamorgan 10. We've ended in stalemate.
And most of the Glamorgan players are still in hysterics out there at that last delivery from Eddie Byram. A few of them sank to their knees in hysterics. But as you say, well played Rishi Patel, the star of the last day, along with Lewis Hill. He finishes 134 not out. But the pitch, I think, Nick, ultimately was the winner in the game.
Yes, I mean, you have to give credit to Leicestershire for getting their 400s rather more quickly than Glamorgan got to the 465. But Glamorgan did well to get out of trouble, really. They were threatened with a possible follow-on at one point. And they've shown some resilience with the bat, have Glamorgan. They've set another record. Something always happens of excitement here at Leicester from the Glamorgan point of view.
Well, Chris Cook sets his annual record, doesn't he? Become a part of the record books.
Yet another record, the 3rd record Glamorgan stand that he is part of, so he'll enjoy that little fact. But 252 for 3. Glamorgan have batted pretty well overall, albeit rather more slowly than Leicestershire. Their bowling well, they bowled Leicestershire out in the first innings to get maximum points, but still needs a bit more penetration and is too heavily reliant on Van der Hoogten and Nisa. So those are, I suspect, the thoughts that they will take forward to Headingley, and a possible confrontation with England's Johnny Bairstow, and just hope it